recovery. Go and throttle up. You see that? Did you like that? Yeah, that wasn't a loop. That wasn't a loop. That was yesterday's static fire at like 10,000 frames a second. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh. Sequenced ignition. Oh, look at the flow set. That's pretty neat. That's pretty good, man. Watch. Ready? Oh. Now I'm. Okay. Stand up? No. No. I'm the. Yeah, I know. We're gonna get flagged terms of service here. Are these Raptor 3s? No. No. It's 3 Raptor 2 RVACs and 3 Raptor 2s. This is still a V1 Starship. Oh man, there's a lot of great flow phenomenon happening here. Oh, dude. I want to point out how ridiculous it actually is to have a perfectly clear flame with a methane engine, where to the point where you can see almost up into the throat of the motor. Like, I want to point out how absolutely nutty that actually is. Because that's bananas. The flame, okay, why? Because the clearer these flames come out here, the more efficient it is. Basically, I mean, doesn't exactly happen like that, but if you have clear flames like this, that means you're getting a very, very efficient burn. This is about as efficient as you're going to get. Like, they're near theoretical maximum of, like, methane efficiency here. Like, you could clearly see up into the nozzles. Like, you could see up into the nozzles when the shuttle engine's turned on. You could see clear up in them because it's hydrogen. Very efficient. The fact that we're getting that with methane engines is pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Those engines look pretty damn healthy here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And actually, I know people are gonna ask, so why do the vacuums have a shock? Why do they have the Mach disc, right? Well, that's all because of something called expansion ratio. Basically, the shape of the nozzle is going to denote that. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? Over expansion or under? I'm seeing slight under expansion here, which is what you want. Actually, I'd have to go back and take a look, Wolfie. Give me 1 second. Let me, here, we're at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Let me just back this up a little bit. Yep, just a tiny bit of overexpansion. Just a little bit. That's not a lot. It's probably not a lot. It's probably not exactly what you want, but it's a vacuum engine that's firing down here. That's pretty damn good for a vac nozzle down here. I've noticed that the Raptor vacuums have a very similar expansion ratio to shuttle engines. They're very similar. When I say expansion ratio, guys, I'm talking about the nozzle shape. The shape of that thing. The shape of the RVACs are very similar to an RS-25. They're very close. It's not exact. It's not an exact copy, obviously, but it's close. Oh, man. You're getting, so this turbulent flow that's happening right here is because of plume interaction. The flows from the plumes are combining with each other, and you're getting some turbulent flow because, yeah, the plumes are angy, and when they hit each other, they bounce off. Is that your car engine? It's a little too much horsepower for me, Zyzep. So SpaceX posted this last night, and I had to show it. I had to show it to you guys. I had to. So how long did the static fire last? 5-6 seconds? This was a very, you want to see, here, I'll show you. Look, you want to see it in real time? Dude, that camera that's some slow-mo guys stuff here. This is some slow-mo guys stuff. It was not a long burn, but this though. Chonk! Yep. This camera is, if it's, well, let's put it like this. This camera's got to be, I guess, 10,000 meters a second. Maybe they say, I don't know. Let me look. Actually, I think Dan said something about it. Full duration, high speed, enjoy those shutdowns. I mean, you could extrapolate it from the burn. If it's a 5-second burn and this is a 5-minute video, we're at 6,000 frames a second, right? Like, if I'm doing the math out right, sorry, it's still early. Oh. Look. Oh my goodness. That is so cool, dude. I love propulsion. This is my guilty pleasure. Propulsion is awesome. Look at that. I'm assuming that long video is cut. It looks pretty uninterrupted to me, drummer. SpaceX straight up posting their engineering videos, dude. They're just posting them. You know what? I'm here for it. This is an extremely expensive camera doing this shot. And the thing is, guys, is that it's probably looking through a periscope. They do that because a camera lens staring directly at the plume is probably gonna melt. Oh. Do you see how the disc, the shock or the Mach disc forms like a half second before this? That's a sequenced ignition. You never fire all the rocket engines all at the same time. You stagger them by a couple milliseconds. That avoids that avoids a lot of things. Long story short, a lot of things that it avoids is the thing blowing up. Yeah, you sequence the ignition. See 1, 2, 3. You can't see the other one, but it's 3. The violence going on in the area. What you're seeing here is all the ice from the booster. All the ice that formed on the booster is getting sucked down into the flame trench because the engines are causing a vacuum. They're pushing gas down so much that it basically pulls the ambient gas down with it, and it makes a big venturi. It basically makes a big vacuum cleaner. And all the ice that shakes off of the booster when they fire it gets sucked down into the flame trench, which is just honestly, it's a beautiful shot. Like, it looks like something out of the Matrix or something. I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is vacuum engine, Raptor, Elon. Why, oh why didn't I take the commercial? Thermal radiation filtered periscope. Yeah, it's a very, very cool super space thing camera. Yes, that's a technical term. Note how, all right, so you have 3 vacuum ignition, right? And then they sequence the inner engines, right? 1, 2, and 3. They sequence the regular Raptors, the landing Raptors, right? Ready? Watch what happens. When that thing turns on, watch the ice. The ice changes direction because of the overpressure event that happens. Ready? Now the ice is going that way. The overpressure event blows out the sides, right? initially, right? And it's a big explosion, right? And then when the engines get up to snuff, the vacuum comes back and the ice will actually change direction. It'll go up and then it'll go back down again. Right, still going up. Wait for these things to get up to power. And now it's going back down. Now it's getting sucked back in. Oh! That's very nice. Oh, that's 6 happy engines, man. They look pretty damn happy to me. I think they'll do it, Zyzep. Let me put it that way. I think they'll catch it. I'm pretty confident. I mean, SpaceX is the foremost expert on precision booster landing. I'm pretty damn sure they're gonna, I think they'll get it. I'm not sure if it'll snag the pins right off the bat, but I think the grid fins are their insurance in that regard. Maybe that's why methane smells like chicken. You ever have tasty wheat? Nah, but technically neither did you. That's exactly my point. How did the machines know what tasty wheat tasted like? Maybe what the machines think tasty wheat tasted like maybe tasted like eggplant or tuna fish. So what did you think of her? The starship that did the static fire. She doesn't talk much, but if you'd like, I could arrange a much more personal relationship. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, chat. To deny our own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human. What? Is that diesel fuel or 95 octane? Well, I tell you what, it's got a little more of an octane kick than what you're used to, boy. Something like that, goalie. Yeah, now they don't really seem to have a problem here. Good audio, too, if it's raw. A lot of data in just that. It sounds, basis, this sounds like, so, okay. All right, I'm going to go production nerd here for a second. I'm not the best sound guy around, but I have been managing a stream with sound poorly for a good amount of time. It sounds like it's raw. The reason why is because the audio sounds a little fragmented. It's interpolated because it's slowed down, so it sounds like torn almost. You hear the buffeting, how it's peaking right there? It's peaking mids, if I'm remembering that right. That sounds raw to me. So you hear how it's King Kitten. Am I correct here? This sounds like raw footage because once again it's peaking, but if I'm listening to this correctly, it's only peaking on certain frequencies. How did it go again? Oh, it went just like that. Repeat the question, please. What's away? Here, listen. So you hear how it's peaking, but it's only peaking some parts of what is it? All the frequencies, right? High, mids, and lows. I don't know where this was recorded from, Cardin. I have no idea. Close. It definitely wasn't recorded right here. It would be blown out completely. You wouldn't be able to hear anything. It would just be, it would sound like static. It sounds like it's peaking a little bit. It's only peaking some of it. So this sounds like raw footage that's been, the sound sounds right, but it sounds like it's slowed down because it's peaking. It's probably possibly peaking wide spectrum. But this sounds like, I don't think this is edited audio. I think they recorded it and synced it to this video and just sent it. Either that or it's on a loop. Here, can I listen to the beginning? Let me hear the beginning. Let me see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hold on. Blackness. No, it's not a loop. I'd like to know what the sample rate was too. Yeah, I'm wondering what mics they're using, right, bassist? Yeah. I mean, dude, capturing rocket audio is so damn difficult. That's harder than getting footage. Easily harder than getting footage. The sound that these things make is violent. That's the only thing that I can describe it. Violent. I've been next to a rocket engine firing about 3/4 of a mile away, or about a kilometer away. It was loud. Violent. Like front row at a Metallica concert violent. Like you feel it right here. It's weird, man. You're just like, whoa, that's loud. It's pretty awesome though. My guess is that the mic capsule is collapsing, probably exceeding max sound pressure for the mic. Pretty much no traditional mic can capture undistorted audio above 140 decibels. My guess, catching this is probably on a parabolic mic with a parabolic shotgun mic. I think that. No, I'm not sure if that's the same thing. No, those are two different things. It's got to be a parabolic. You're not going to catch this close. The audio would be blown out completely on all frequencies here. There's no way you're catching this close. I wonder. See, now I want to do a dive on where they get their audio from. Crap. But we'll talk about that later. We have a factory. We have a factory that needs to be built. Here. Hold on. Oh God, I love that noise. Dude, that's cool, man. That's so good. So, guys, all right, I always try to point out scale here, okay? Look at the staircase right there. Look at the staircase. And then adjust and look at the staircase and then kind of sit back and look at the entire picture. Adjust your eyes to the scale. That thing is gigantic. Hey, S, what's going on? That thing, look at the staircase. This thing's freaking huge.
My name is Jeff.
What's up, Jeff? Oof. Oh, go good. Funkin', what's up, man? Oh, that's just beautiful. How loud does a rocket start from a viewer's perspective? Pigeon, if you were standing right here, you'd be deaf. Let me put it like that. You were standing here, you'd be deaf. Like permanent hearing damage. Basically building skyscrapers and slapping fuel under them. Yeah. Ninja Starship that's just the second stage. That's the upper stage. That's the top part. The bottom part is even bigger. You'd be getting near the level where your hair spontaneously combusts. Yeah, we don't want that. I mean, that already kind of happened to my hair, but yeah, you wouldn't, dudes, you would not want to be this close. The only way I would be this close to this thing going off is if I was in a reinforced concrete bunker. In which case, I'd still have earphones and hearing protection on top of that, because these things are loud. Real loud. Or on top of it, yeah. Probably wouldn't want to be on top of this just yet, Bren, but... Can you hear that? Can you hear what I'm saying right now? Can you hear this? I don't bargain. You hear that? Yeah. Nice thing. It's terrible. I'm gonna have permanent hearing damage. I will always break for a Fugitive reference. Absolutely. One of my all-time favorite movies. Move to the ASMR category, please. No, I'm good. Actually, how do astronauts not go deaf? Airtight capsule, sound insulation inside of the capsule Omni. Most of the things that you need to survive in space give you pretty dang good insulation. That, and you're in your suit too on top of that, you know? I didn't kill my wife. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. The guy did a Peter Pan right here off this bridge. Boom. Holy schnot. All right, can we go home now? No. All right, dudes, we unlocked the summer sloops last night, and that was like the last thing we did, and oh my goodness, does it cook. It cooks. It cooks hard. Yeah. That's awesome. And then we unlocked the interdimensional cable depot, featuring two brothers in a van, and then a meteor hit. It's just two brothers. It's just two brothers. For sound and affecting video, I always tell people watch this. This shows what sound does to video quality. This launch physically hurt. How close were you? Oh yeah, you're awfully close. Ooh, yeah, it's pretty good, man. Have you got the Cybertruck yet? No, I don't really have interest. Are you still planning the vertical factory? I think that's what I want to do, Marco. It's not the same save, Omni. I'm zooming through tiers on purpose. Fundingo, how's it going? It's going, man. So, guys, what I want to do is build a centralized hub, like out in the desert, and have trains get to it. But here, I have a little bit of a problem. I was looking for some inspiration from videos on YouTube last night, and here, hold on, let me find it. I found a video that is here. I found this video. That I'm not gonna say that that's pretty much exactly what I was gonna do, but that's pretty close. Yeah. Yeah. Now I have to do something different. Yeah. I'm screwed. Look, whoever did this even did the railings. They did all the safety railings, damn it. I don't know what to do. Actually, dudes, I did have a question. How is this guy? Oh, the curved glass, or the glass roofs. That's how he's doing that. Okay, I got it. Is this China? No, I don't know, man. I don't know. Dude, that is impressive. What the frick, man? What the hell's that about? For diagonals, you use beams to get the angle. Yeah. Dude, I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm not saying with 3,000 hours we couldn't make something like this, but dude, I'm in shock. That is impressive, dude. It's very rare that I'm just completely dumbstruck by somebody's build. But that's impressive, dude. It's just impressive. Let's claim it's yours and call it a day. Yeah, that seems to be par for the course for the internet. Dude, this is... I could do better, Kippy? You think so, man? You made this? I made this. Dude, I'm not sure that I can. I'm getting... Dude, this is... I'm not 100% sure. This is fantastic. This is by far the best satisfactory build I've ever seen. I mean, it's not the best Factorio one. I've seen some pretty good Factorio ones. Just... If you gave me a couple of months grinding this out every day, I probably could. Probably could make something pretty cool, but... But, see, that's specifically what I wanted to do. I wanted to build the space elevator into the design and have the space elevator at the top. Which, that sucks. Yeah, I mean... I guess I wouldn't be the first one to figure that one out, but yeah, that's pretty much center pointed exactly where I wanted my factory yesterday. It's right there. The center point is right where I thought would be a good place, which just, damn it. It looks like Epcot. Yeah. Dude, this isn't even the crazy. That's like, look at some of the other parts of this thing. Look at the bridge work. Oh, I appreciate the hell out of this. Don't compare, you'll get sad. No. It's impressive, dude. It really is. This bridge would collapse. You're missing triangulation off the back there. This footing right there is tied into nothing. This bridge would fall that way. Just pointing it out. Like, I'm not getting deterred by it, but yeah, there should be some triangulation back there. This guy pretty much nailed that combine aesthetic that I was going for. Dude, his water harvesters even look like mine. His or her. Damn it. That is like exactly what I wanted to do. What if you made it out of vibranium? That's just, dude, this is my favorite part. Look at these, look at the city. Oh, dude, I'm in awe. That is amazing. Yeah, well, that's pretty close. Look, that is, look at that. That, oh my gosh. I can do better pipelines. I can't see that link, dude. Ugh. Bruh. Are those chains? What? How did you do that? How? Wait, what the hell is that? What are those made out of? How did you do that? Oh, is it pipes? That's cool, man. That's really cool. Guy's good at laying pipe, that's for sure. That's messed up. That's where I ran my damn train tracks in the last save. Yo, has this person watched the stream before? Now that's how you oil. Does this work? Oh, you can make the barriers light up, Doom? That's cool. It says 3,000 plus hours, Jim. You know what that reminds me of? Dude. You know what this reminds me of? Starkiller Base. It does. It does. That, dude. It looks like Starkiller Base. That's so damn cool. Ah! That movie doesn't exist? Rogue One absolutely exists. That's the best Star Wars movie, dude. No, I think we can go NASA industrial punk and make something a little bit different, but man, is this what people do when they see the stupid stuff that I build? Because basically get paid to sit here all day and build stuff? If that's the case, yeah, my bad. My bad. Starkiller Base wasn't... The one at the end of Rogue One. That one. That one. Whatever that one was. That's what it looks like. Starkiller's the base from episode 7. Oh, okay, then you're right. Yeah, it doesn't exist. The base on Scarif. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. See how everything is built in? Everything's built with the terrain. I love that. That's how I want to build. Holy. There's a big cave down there. It's why I sometimes want you to launch the damn thing or do a quick build. I don't do quick builds, man. Engineering takes time, and I'm not going to apologize for it. Oh my word. That is so cool. That's... I'm doubting myself. Inspiration is a double-edged sword. No, I guarantee you give me a long enough timeline, I could probably make something like this. The thing is, though, is that I think people will run out of patience with me before I get it finished. That's always the plight of doing big projects like this with long format content. You take too long, people get bored. It's impressive, Admana. It's impressive. Yeah, I very rarely get like dumbstruck by a build. That's just this is excellent, man. I don't think I could have done better if I tried to make something like this, dude. You give me enough time, though, I could probably get this done. See, okay. All right. I like my industrial punk design that we're going to go for. I want my stuff to look like, trying to think of a good way. You guys know, like, the, like RoboCop? Like that. Not like super crappy, but, I mean, this is, what the hell is the name of that? The game. My name is Connor. The android sent by Cyberlife. What's the... why am I blanking on the name of that? Mr. Krabs was in it. Detroit Become Human. That's it. Yeah. Also, nice van. Gritty Cyberpunk dispose? No, kind of like, no. Yeah, yes, but no. I mean, I don't know, man. I was gonna say cyberpunk, but it's not cyberpunk. I mean, I like my Vabtery, the heavy industrial aesthetic that I kind of had going. I thought that was good. Oh boy. We got some huge shoes to fill, dude, if we're gonna do something like that. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, that's a big freaking project, dude. Satisfactorytools.com is updated for 1.0. You can plan builds and see the entire map. Yeah, Satisfactory. Yeah, okay. Can't remember, did EJ get to nuclear in the early access save? No, I just stuck with oil. Yeah, Rem, yeah, alright. Yeah, that Starfield NASA punk, that kind of environment is really what I'm going for. The Vabtery style. A team of people worked on that? Oh. If that's a team of people, like, I'm not trying to undermine it. It's still damn impressive, but anyway. Well, either way, guys, let's get to work. So if we're gonna do a build like that, we need more tickets. Like, straight up. We need more tickets because we basically need to unlock everything here. We've got most of it. I don't want industrial walkways. I hate those walkways. I think the catwalks are way better. What do we still need? Conveyor walls. We need all these little bits. We need the little odds and bits. We need the little odds and ends. We need all this stuff to get this done right. Like, it's got to be that way. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd say for today's stream, let's focus on getting all these unlocked. We just got to go on the hunt again. The little odds and ends with the customizer, the grip metal, asphalt, coated. We need to, all the symbols and stuff. We need to get glass roofs. I got everything from organization. Ceiling mounts and conveyor lift holes, I don't really care about those. I don't like using conveyor lifts, but I mean, it's only one ticket for both of them, so might as well. But wall pipeline attachments and might be pipeline wall hole. We definitely need that to run pipes. We definitely need the coffee cup. All right, we're gonna need, yeah, we need more tickets, so we need to go on the hunt. But we did unlock summer sloops, and that can very, very easily, like, double our capacity here. All right, so let me reassess what's going on here. So we need... we're gonna go get a lot of biofuel, right? And then I put a summer sloop on my biofuel constructor with overclocking. So it should be able to make tons of biofuel. So with the summer sloop, guys, we don't need to tech to coal just yet. I don't want to because I don't think we're gonna need to. We could use biomass burners in a summer sloop to basically make triple or double the amount. Wait a minute. EJ's got another idea. If I take another constructor, right? We take another constructor and we belt it, right? from here to here, and we have this one create biomass from leaves with a summer sloop, we can quadruple the amount of fuel. Oh, I like that. I like that idea, and the reason why I like that idea is because no one's probably doing that. That's just wood gives a lot more biofuel. That's right. Yeah, we would need. What's the biofuel that we get the most of? Wood and leaves. So 2 constructors into a merger that go into the solid biofuel generator. All right, we need to make a new line here. Where am I going to put that for now? Where should we put it? I actually think, pretty sure we have the space here to do it. So let me get rid of that ramp. Ooh. Stuff that's not concrete. Gross. Ugh. Do you have cloud storage yet? You bet your bottom dollar I do. And you could bet your bottom dollar that these brothers know how to handle themselves. Can you summer sloop the miner and produce ore faster? I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah. Pretty sure you can do that, yes. You have to unlock it in MAM research, if I'm remembering that right. Can you summer sloop the smelters? Yes. You cannot sloop the miner? You sure? I thought you could research that. I'm pretty sure somebody said that in chat yesterday. Alright, whatever. In 1.0, still no automation of grass or wood collecting. No, there isn't. Alright, so, how are we going to do this? We're going to need... So let's make the line backwards. No, I can change my mind. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Alright, cool. Alright, so the first thing that we're going to need is the output for solid biofuel. Right there. And then we're going to need the solid biofuel constructor. Okay, and now we're going to need a merger. Oh, that's so handy, dude. It'll give you a solid line if it's not the right output. That, I can't tell you how many times I made that mistake. I didn't place the thing correctly. And as I say that, I didn't place the thing correctly. Is the factory growing? Yes. Yes, sir. Alright, what I'm gonna do... For this one, I'll switch to Mark III belts. And then watch this, ready? Oh! That's the best tool. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's fine the way it is. Alright, cool. Now, we're gonna need a power pole. 1, 2, 3. Then connect that down into pre-existing. Alright, so, this one right here. We need this one to make solid biofuel. Give it a Summers loop, and give it... overclock the balls out of it, because we can. Doesn't really matter particularly, but this one, this is going to be biomass for leaves. Oh, we might not have enough room. Yeah, it's all right. Now that I don't want to manually have to load these things. That one's for leaves, and then this one is for wood. Right, and then we're gonna need more Summers loops. I think I have another one, or I think I have more in the crate right here. Yes, perfect. We have just the right amount. So what these Summers loops are doing is they're gonna double your production output. So it's an output a multiplier. Right? So what that basically is going to do is going to take all the biofuel that we get, even though we have to harvest it manually. If we have leaves, we convert it to biomass, and we convert the biomass to solid biofuel. You're doubling output through each step, so we can get quadruple the amount of biofuel. Guys, I can't prove it, but I'm pretty damn sure that I don't think we would need to tech to coal if we have that much power generation. Like, the thing about the biofuel is that you're just not gonna have, you're never gonna have enough of this stuff, right? But I think we can... How much extra power does it use? If all these things are triple overclocked, it's going to use a lot of power, not gonna lie. Safety first. What the heck is a Sommersloop? It's that S. It's that stupid S that everybody drew in high school. It's one of the alien artifacts that you can get from this. You know the stupid S. You know what I'm talking about. This stupid sussy baka. God. Alright. So now we have a new biomass production line here. And so what we can do is we should be able to load this thing up with some biomass. And now let's go farm. Put the barrel nuts down. And get the chainsaw out. Now, there is a bunch of trees basically going... We don't necessarily need the Jeep. There's a bunch of trees going in this direction that I do want to cut down because that gives me a clear line of sight to where I want to put my water. So... we do need to do some landscaping here. Did you use a smart splitter? I don't have smart splitters unlocked. You're just gonna have to manually load each container with the right stuff. Farm. I'm just a humble farmer, just tending to my means, okay? Leave me alone. Is it a still or is it a Husqvarna? Are there splitters where you can meter the output? I'm not sure. Why are you not just building coal generators? I want to unlock all the stuff that I need to build a big factory. And in that regard, I don't really feel like building out a big coal generator array. I honestly think this is quicker. Basically because I'm pining for oil. That's the main one. I'm trying to grind through the tiers, and this is the quickest way that I can see to do it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. Also, it's kind of fun to just do something different. You know? In all these factory building games, there's always this established meta. And, I don't know. Sometimes I like going against the grain. It's just a way of doing something a little bit different. Typical American. He said, coming from the country that has the second biggest oil refineries in the world. It's pot, meet the refinery. Pot calling the kettle black. Black gold, baby. So what I'm trying to do is basically make a very small factory that's basically a lot of manual feeds instead of trying to automate. Because I think in this game, if you try to automate early, you're just gonna get into analysis paralysis and you're gonna burn out on the game. That's what happened to me, and I had a save that basically I never completed because I just sat there trying to min-max everything before I had all the tiers unlocked. Without the tiers unlocked and without figuring out exactly what you need to make, you can't build a factory. It's hard to build a factory for it. Hey, doggo. Ooh. Thank you for the circuit boards. Good buddy. Good boy. How much inventory space you got? Enough? That much? The Netherlands, no, yeah, but your country's rich because you refine oil, Mr. Shell. So don't try to sit here and pretend like you don't love the black gold as much as we do. Don't turn your nose up at me, boy. You like pickup trucks and oil just as much as I do. Think you sit there and make it all good just because you ride your stupid bike around? Yeah, now what? Yeah, I called you out. Now what are you gonna do? Oh, it's fine because we ride our bike around the Oosterdijk. Whatever, it's fine. No, it's not fine. All right? No, it ain't all good. No, my country's rich because we export 70% of our food. You eat oil? That's strange. I like dipping my stroopwafels in crude. Yeah, well, I like dipping donuts in crude. All right? I like my coffee like the oil. Coffee's got to be black. I'm kidding, just in case anybody's here for the first time. I'm just messing around. Just in case. You never know. I like the Netherlands. I've been there. Pretty cool. Why don't we just eat the oil? I don't know, man. It's a conspiracy. Who is just in case? A guy? All right, so this one is leaves. So we need to take all the leaves, put all the leaves in there. Then we need to take all the wood and put all the wood in there. Boop, boop. It didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. Whoops. What was the demand on power there? Hold on, let me see if we can see it. Let me go right here. This was powered off the hub. Consumption is 91.7 megawatts. We need 4 biomass burners to do that. We can skip coal power, guys. You shut your fat mouth. Actually, if you guys really want to know, biomass has more, Biomass has higher energy density than coal, if you really want to know. Why? Why are you doing this? Why would someone do this to another person? Mucho queso. All right. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna expand the line here, and I'm gonna try to feed an array of biomass generators. Then we'll slightly redo our power grid for this factory so we can start kind of figuring out how we're gonna do that. I really should unlock the Caterium switch before we do this, but it's okay. Notice that your production is more than twice what your belt can output. You need Mark III for 300 output. Those are Mark IIIs. Yeah, we're probably going to need a little bit more kick for that, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. I see what you guys are saying. I don't have Mark IV unlocked. Soon, though. So we don't need the crazy overclocking here. So in that regard, we probably don't need as much here. We'll just do single overclock. Single overclock should do it. I mean, yeah, there is a bottleneck here, but guys, remember, this isn't about getting it right. It's about getting it running. You know what I mean? It's like hot rodding. All right, so how many biomass burners do we have over there? I have 3 over there. We have the 2 from the hub. We got 3 over there, and we got a single over there. So 3, 6, 9. Damn you, fine. Sorry. Suck it to me one more time. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. This would be a good job for the blueprints. For making big biomass power energy great success. Big biomass power. Blueprints for the win. Looks like we're going to be getting some storms this weekend. Yeah. Actually, don't do that like that. Start from this end. Okay, we have 3. We're going to need to do halfway between each one of these. So right there, because these are Mark 1. Yeah, remake that. Oh, need more steel to get that done. I gotta make some. I don't even have steel up. Just wanted to see if we, could get away with something like this. Oh, there were some steel ingots in there. Not a lot, there was. No, it's crazy doing something like this, I get it. Liquid bio is best when compared to fuel for the jetpack. Yeah, guys, I was actually looking at the energy density of biofuel. It's 450 megajoules per unit. Coal is 300 megajoules. 300 megajoules per unit. I don't know how much 1 unit of something is. I don't know if it's kilograms or metric tons or whatever. Like, I'm gonna guess maybe it's a kilogram. I don't know. I don't know what the mass of 1 unit is, but megajoules per kilogram is generally how you calculate kiloounces. Don't do that to me. Oops. It's just, we could just measure it in kilojoules per unit, assuming that 1 unit of coal is like the same mass or the same amount as, like, if it's a metric ton. Megajoules per cubic meter in Satisfactory, it's cubic meters squared. So it's 1 cubic meter. You could do megajoules per cubic meter. I suppose that makes sense. It's not really akin to volume, though. Megajoules needs to be measured in mass, so it's megajoules per kilogram, right? Why mark 3s into each burner? Because I like to party, dude. Party on. See, Zimbal, you get it. Going to crash sites and getting things like turbo motors is great for tickets. That's what I've been doing, Rocket Man. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Alright, so if I take the remaining biofuel, we put the remaining biofuel in. Saturate. 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 How many did I set up? 2, 4, 6, 8. And then we're also... If we tie ourselves into the hub array, we have 2 more biomass burners there. That circuit is not connected just yet. That's connected into the assembler array. This is why with my other save guys, I was very careful about making sure that our power grid was very well organized, because it becomes spaghetti extremely fast. Okay, we gotta paint it the right color. Safety first. Faith Offshore. What's that, Pantorama? FCC filings posted for the inaugural flight of New Glenn placed the Jacqueline landing barge approximately 622 kilometers downrange, and the command vessel Harvey Stone about 8 kilometers south of the barge. Filing window 8th of November through the 31st of December, thanks to Gongoria via the NSF forums. 622 kilometers downrange. That's not a lot for New Glenn. New Glenn is... Guys, New Glenn is designed to fly very far downrange because of the higher specific impulse of LNG versus like Carolox with a Falcon 9. Interesting. All right, here, let's... Should have gotten more biofuel there.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Murdoch. Nothing has made it down here just yet. It's because we split in series, not in parallel. But that's okay. As long as you saturate, it's fine. Come on. Capacity 280 megawatts, max consumption 112. Yeah, baby. With that light mass payload it's carrying, what do you think the TWR is going to be at liftoff? New Glens will get out of New Glens will get out of the hole real quick, dude. Yeah, it should get out of the hole real fast. I don't think that, guys, you wouldn't want to go above like 1.5 TWR. That could, you could shock compression load the vehicle at liftoff. You don't want to do that. That shock compression load could exceed what like rated max Q is for the booster. So you're probably gonna want to not do that. That was me. Max consumption is 164. Now, what we should be able to do is we should be able to tie this in over here as well. From there to there. Nope, it's gonna short. Well, not right now, it's not. If we had all of our equipment running, it would short. Max is 363, so we're gonna need three more biomass burners in the array here. Save me, Zoop Tool. Blueprints. Burner array. One more, but my biomass wiring is in arrays of 2, so we'll get a little bit of a power factor here, higher power. Oh, need more steel. That should be adequate for now, but how far and over what type of terrain have you run your conveyor belts? How long of a distance have you gone? The longest distance that I've gone in this game is probably a 4 or 5 kilometer train line in the previous save journey. I had a train line that basically went out here, around here, through the forest, down here, over here, down there to the island. Dude, I don't know, it's probably 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers, something like that, because the map is 5 by 5, I think, or 4.7 by 4.7 or something. It was a long train line. Yeah, it took a second to get on the train and get over there. That's because I put my oil over there. I'm gonna run another main line again. Mainline trains to different facilities around to feed my main hub over here is probably how I want to do this again. But yeah, once again, I want to build in that heavy industrial aesthetic. I think, yeah, I think going with that would be good. Do you need a train? Or conveyor belts limited in length? It's not that conveyor belts are limited in length. You can get much higher throughput with a train. Yeah, much higher throughput with a train. Even though the train isn't constant feed, you can get like way higher throughput. Hey, Chief. Dude, we've made so much freaking biomass here. Like, we're making... Dude, that was just off harvesting for a second. We are making insane amounts of biomass. Because we're doubling the amount of wood, doubling the amount of leaves, and then doubling the amount of leaves to biomass with the Summers loops. That's actually crazy. Yeah, we need Mark IV belts to feed this correctly, guys. Yeah, good call. Oh, my niece is watching me. My niece is watching. Can you say hi? Hello, Lulu. It's Uncle. Hello. Hello. My chat says hi, Lulu. More slug power. That good, ma? We good? Niece J. Yep, there you go. See, we've saturated most of the line. That means, look, all of these have 200 going all the way down to here. This should keep us powered for a very, very good amount of time. The one who's calling you on the phone when she's very young? Mm-hmm. That's right, Chief. Yeah, see, now we're powering pretty much everything but concrete down there on one power grid. We're good. She's all excited. Excellent. Can you ride conveyor belts to say go up a mountain? Yep. Yeah, you could. You can use them to ski. Like, you can slide on the conveyor belt and get acceleration and go that way. Hotfix 14 minutes ago. Fix for corruption when logging off on belts. Oh. Okay. So you can't... Oh, you can. You can make the smelters do work. Looks like our belt feed is the problem here. Gonna need more steel. Can you multiply biofuel to liquid biofuel? Yeah, you don't need it for power. Mm-hmm. I guess just don't log out on a belt, Aqualux. Yeah, which I never do. Did we ever see a static fire from New Glen? No, Brandon. Right now, supposedly they're hot firing the... They're gonna hot fire the second stage to get some data on the,
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why should you never take sides in an argument at the dinner table? Trick question. It's the perfect time to take sides because no one's paying attention. Bring the Tupperware.
They're hot firing the second stage right now, or they're going to. Off topic, random question. Do you think KSP2 will ever be backed up by another team, or is it a lost cause at this point? Monty's, I can't say. I'm not Take-Two. I have no idea. What I will say, though, is this. If I wanted to make another Kerbal game, I would just... Trying to... Look, you got rid of the dev team, so it's just like Spacecraft, dude. Like, if you get rid of the people that are developing the thing, and then you come in and you bring new developers in, right? Halfway through development, there's no technical expertise. The code is what's called a big black box. Nobody knows how it works. All the people that did know how it works are gone. It would take forever to figure out what they were trying to do, to reverse engineer the code and then try to build on top of it. It would take forever. I would just start over. Just start over. Just start over. Like, I would not try to finish. I would not try to fix KSP2. Absolutely not. If it was up to me, I would say start over. I would absolutely say start over. It's a shame, really. Guys, like, yeah, that's what happens, man. That's what happens, dude. Like, you know, you don't produce results, right? Like, that's how it goes. And I feel bad, like, because this is a hard game to make. Kerbal is a game like KSP is not something that you just crank out overnight or in a year or two. It takes years to make a space game right. Just like it takes years to run a space program. Like, this is not something that happens quick, and I don't think Take-Two understood that when they took this intellectual property. And KSP1 is still amazing anyway. So yeah, I've just gone back to KSP1 with mods, and it's fantastic. I even made some of my own mods. We'll get back to it eventually. I'm just like, Satisfactory 1.0 is out, man. And this is a game that we've been into almost as long as KSP. In fact, I started playing Satisfactory when it came into early access in 2018. So we've been playing Satisfactory for 6 years. What other game did we play longer? What other games have we, like franchise games on this stream, have we played longer? Like games I'm known for playing for. Summer Car, Cities, and Kerbal, and that's about it. Satisfactory is like right there, up with like big games, up with like the games that I've played the most. I think Cities and Summer Car would probably, Cities, Summer Car, and KSP are the only games that I've played more. I have not played Stationeers as much as we played Satisfactory. There's no way. Also, check this out, guys. Remember, this was just wood from cutting down like maybe 3 or 4 trees over there. And we have enough biomass to power us basically for an extremely long time. We've saturated all the belts. Look at that, dude. Just hope Workers takes over. If you look at games that I've played over the past year, Cubian, Workers is very up there. I love that game. We're gonna play it for after hours tonight, dude. How did you do that? Summers loops, baby. You take the leaves that we have, right? And you multiply the output. Yeah, we can survive with Summers loops. We can survive off biomass well into teching for oil easily. Just keep expanding this array. Like, look at that. We're almost 2 stacks in. The limitation here towards getting this all finished faster. I mean, we're feeding the power plants at a fine rate, that's fine. We're feeding them just fine. Yeah, this will keep outputting. Oh, our max consumption is 400. We would need or more to give us a little bit of overhead with what we're working with right now. If the max consumption is if every machine is on. I can do that. We could make that. We just need more steel beams. We have 28. Actually, that's enough. Good thing is bushes just respawn. I mean, yeah, we don't need to collect a lot here. That was offset because I didn't take my time. Just plop down 6 coals in a water extractor. You don't even have to fiddle with biomass. No, you got that the wrong way around. I don't have to fiddle with coal because I don't want to, because I remember last time, scaling to coal was just a big pain in the butt. And with the Summers loops, I don't even have to. We can skip coal. We're gonna skip the Victorian era and go right to the modern era. Can you scale power output with a Summers loop? Yes. A power augmenter. Yeah, of course you can. Oop, I made one too many. Rated capacity on this biomass burner array is 460 megawatts. Guys, we have a half a gigawatt. What the hell's going on here? That's weird. Something is messed up with the animations on this when it's overclocked. You can't Summers loop power generations. I didn't say that you could. A power augmenter. Dude, power augmenter. Look, if I'm understanding this right, the power augmenter, we could make a gigawatt biomass array if we implemented the power augmenter with a Summers loop, right? It'll supplement 500 megawatts to your pre-existing design. Am I understanding this correctly or no? The bushes do respawn unless you build in the area, if I'm understanding that correctly. You just need to leave the chunk. Like, drive to the other side of the map and back, and some bushes should respawn. I don't think trees respawn, though. That's exactly how that works. How are you sampling things? Middle mouse button. Dean, middle mouse button will copy it. As long as you don't build over the bushes node, it will respawn. There you go. Stuff grows back. Like I said, gigawatt. This is a gigawatt. If we put a power augmenter in this design, this is a gigawatt output. There's nothing that's going to demand that much power in the early game. We could tech right up. It's not an issue. Sorry, I'm just a baby in this game. Ask questions, man. I have about 500 hours in this game total. Probably more than that. Maybe 600. So, with that being said, let's get some screws. What were we doing over here? That one is taking Sam and making it reanimated Sam. That was so we could go through the tech tree for MAM research. For the interdimensional cable. Enables uploading from the inventory. 17 computers, 29 SAM containment, 3 Mercer spheres. Depot expansion by 200%. I did upload a stack of concrete in here. If we go into here, we have this 400 concrete. What are you building things for in this game? Mighty Moore, the lore of this is that we work for an organization called Fix-It. And Fix-It wants us to send resources up that to build whatever that is. Fix-It seems kind of morally ambiguous here, and they're also very ambiguous about whatever the heck that is. But also, there's these strange alien artifacts that you're finding on this planet, and the Fix-It AI that's your companion here, Ada, A-D-A, is, yeah, there's a story behind what's going on with the alien artifacts. I hope we don't get a Fern Gully here. I'll be a little annoyed if we do. Tin materials or face wall? Yeah. So you're building Deep Space Nine. We're building something. I don't know what that is. Looks like something out of DSP, though. What's up, Rocket Guy? How you doing? We have 9 computers. Crystal oscillators. That's empty. We should really go and find more crashed ships. Wow, we got a lot of encased beams. That's how many smart plates we have. We should flip this back over to making... smart plating. Actually, I think it's an assembler that needs to do that. Smart plate needs rotors, plates, and reinforced plates. So keep that one on advanced iron plates. Flip this one to rotors. We have alternative rotors that need pipes. Can't do alt rotor right now because I don't really have steel set up, unless we could do iron pipe. I have iron pipe. We could do that. And then over here, that one is trying to make plates too. Do I have plates on hand? This one should have been cranking. Oh, we have plates. Oh, yes, we do. All right. The wire should be pretty easy to feed here. Looks like there's a stack of bars in here. That's almost done. So I'm going to set this back. Set Group 3 back over to plates. So this one needs plates and screws. So I'm going to put all the plates in there. Actually, I'll hold on to that small stack so we can make more belts. And then we need screws over here. We got plenty of those. Oh, those are just regular plates. Nice. Well, that one is right, so put all those screws in there. Take that. Make sure we get all the plates out of there. We don't need that. And just put that in there to start that off. That's going to make us plates. Idiot. Alright, and then over here, this one is making... That one is set to make the same reinforced plates. How about that one makes smart plates? Smart plates. We're going to need rotors to do that, and that's what this one is set to do. So put those in there for now. I'm also going to need a lot of ingots to make a lot of to make a lot of pipes. That's what that constructor is set up for. Is there anything here? Yes, there is. All right, take that. I set this up so we could do Nobilis production just on a small scale. That one still needs regular plates. That one needs pipes. You have to effectively rebuild every time, a line every time you want to switch with an assembler is running? No, not necessarily. I have the containers. Dean, this is okay. So I have my containers. The containers are feeding the assemblers, but you can see because I'm feeding with containers and I don't have this connected into a big array of equipment like this leads to this, leads to this, leads to this, I can just retool. This is why I like doing this way in the early game, because this is not the quickest way to do things, but it also, like, think about it this way. It's not the quickest way to get stuff done, but it is a way to get stuff done. Because it's very easy and satisfactory to sit there and get analysis paralysis. Like, okay, if I do this and do this and do this and do this, and you try to min-max you're trying to min-max basically something that you just need to get work done, right? Does that make sense? You're trying to min-max something that you shouldn't be min-maxing. You min-max your final factory. This, just get it good enough. It's not completely efficient. Like my biomass burner array, it's the wrong belts. It has the wrong belts on it. We need Mark IV belts, but we don't have Mark IV belts unlocked. So if we wanted to min-max it, we'd have to unlock Mark IV belts. But then again, this whole factory is here to do just that. Yeah, see, I can't feed fast enough. At least I don't think. We need to feed 50 screws in like... Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if it's enough. Let's take a look. Nope. Nope. We can't feed that fast. We want to make it so this hits 100 right when it's done. Nope. See, like I'm showing you right here, like we could get it to feed right and we can min-max this. You could do a simple min-max like this if you really want to, right? That hits 100 at 80%, so that's not exactly right. Gotta go a little bit faster. That's close enough, right? But this is just all, like, it's kind of just on need. Like I'm just making what I need. Just get it running. Get it working good enough. This is good enough. This should produce this relatively expediently. Hey, EJ, really enjoyed the chat yesterday. That was fun. All good, brother. All good, man. It's good to see you, Cal. Really wish we could. We might have to make a smelter array for this side here so we could feed correctly. Could even downclock if you really want to micromanage for power. Bingo. I don't know about everyone, but my experience is that no one went off the deep end. I think you had to mention something once. That's pretty good considering how split everybody is regarding policy. Yeah. Cal, here's the thing. I've had a rule against no politics on the stream for a long time. I don't mind discussing spaceflight policy with people, but my rule is if it goes off the rails too much, we'll talk about something. I'll talk about trains or airplanes or my cars. I'll just change the subject. However, you know, like with the FAA issue that's going on with SpaceX in the Federal Aviation Administration, it's kind of unavoidable, and I know people want to know about it. So we have to run a fine line, and we did pretty well. We did pretty well, but yeah. Part of doing that is not doing what I like to call getting caught up in it. You don't want to get, dude. Look, I'm going to be very candid here. It's an election year. It's an election year. The political rhetoric is going to get insane, just like it did in 2020, just like it did in 2016. I got caught up in it in 2016. I got caught up in it in, not very caught up in it, but like you like what I've learned to do as I get older is like don't let it bother you. Like, and here's the thing. That doesn't mean you should be ignorant to political issues or what's going on in this country. That means you should be able to keep your cool when talking about it. Because if you can't, then you just look like a blithering idiot. You know what I mean? So I try not to get caught up in this stuff. Like, I'm not going to sit here, how that pertains to the conversation yesterday, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want to see SpaceX launch more. But I also know good and well that if I'm going to have a good analysis, I have to take that kind of, if I'm going to have a good analysis on what's going on, is the FAA actually too slow? Or is SpaceX just being a whiny bitch about things? Like, I don't know. I have to sit there and I have to figure it out, right? That's hard. That's a hard thing to do. But I have to basically think about this from a point of view that's unbiased. If I had my way, SpaceX would be launching a Starship every day right now. Because that's what we need. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Starship isn't a super big long lead item in the Artemis program. It absolutely is. Without the lander, we ain't getting very far. And if we honestly wanted to wait, we could wait until Blue Origin gets their lander figured out. That would be all fine and dandy. We could do that, and the way the SLS program is managed, that probably the lander, I don't think the lander's going to be the bottleneck. Seriously. I think that Orion heat shield problem is a very big deal. And I think the suits, what we talked about with Axiom, are a way bigger deal than the lander. But also, if we sit here, if SpaceX doesn't, if SpaceX is going to get bottlenecked by policy from the FAA, and it's not the FAA's fault, like that it seems like from what I can tell that they don't have the resources, right? They don't have the resources to finish this, but I'm not sure they've been, like, I don't know, it seems like they just don't have the cash. So, you know, government agency saying do more with less, yeah, that sounds about right, so they can spend money on other stupid things. Yeah, that sounds like par for the course here, right? But you know, like that's my analysis as of yet, but like that's how that pertains to it. I want SpaceX to launch more. I want Starship to succeed, and I want it to succeed, and I want it to do all the things that the shuttle wanted it to do. And as a spaceflight fan, I want that to happen right now. Because SpaceX, for me, has vindicated reuse. That's why I'm a big SpaceX fanboy, but I try not to I tried to keep that out of my analysis. I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy. You know why? SpaceX vindicated reuse. Because when the shuttle program went out and when Constellation went out, everybody said reuse doesn't make any sense. Reuse doesn't make sense. It's never going to do it. The shuttle proved that you can't reuse something. And SpaceX basically said, yeah, hold my beer, watch this. Sorry, I'm talking and working. So Yeah, the hell you can't. And they've shown that you absolutely can. Reuse absolutely makes sense if you have a reason to launch a lot, and SpaceX does have a reason to launch a lot with Starlink. So I really love what they're doing. I love that company. That, like, SpaceX, you know, Elon says a lot regarding SpaceX. He says, you know, like, it's important to have something awesome to wake up to. The future should be exciting. And I you know, you can say whatever you want about the guy's points of views on things, right? Some of it is a little out there, austere, let's say. But also at the same time, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right, man. In a sea of crap, SpaceX is a shining light, dude. And I think that's important to keep into account. But also, I have to make sure not to incorporate that into my analysis. I don't get caught up in it. You know what I mean? And I think that's good advice for anybody that is remotely interested in politics at all. Look, man, you got to remove yourself from the issue to look at it with good perspective. That's how we move forward, right? If we don't, that's how we advance the ball. You know what I mean? You can't be at odds. You can't have infighting. Infighting doesn't work for NASA. Why do we think it'll work for us? And like I said, don't get caught up in it. But that doesn't mean you should be agnostic to political issues as well. Right? You shouldn't be ignorant to them. There's certainly issues and there's certainly stuff that we need to fix. Absolutely. But don't get caught up in it. That's been my advice basically since January. I've been saying it on stream almost religiously. Don't get caught up in it. Careful. And that's how we're able to have these conversations, because I won't allow myself to say, oh, the FAA is screwing Elon because the president doesn't like him. That's a boogeyman. It's a boogeyman. You're never going to be able to prove that, ever. Because government is intentionally obfuscated and bureaucratic. You're never going to be able to prove it. So don't get caught up in it. Figure it out. See what I'm saying? You gotta remember, dude, for as split as everybody says we are on issues, like, I'd say like 90% of the issues everybody sees eye to eye on. Right? We're all still Americans, remember that. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. Just remember, if we're at each other's throats, who wins? The politicians win. Right? Just keep that in mind. Hey Ray, what's going on? Totally didn't jinx it last night saying news wouldn't come out till Friday. Yeah. SpaceX has another huge essay that they wrote on their Twitter account about the FAA and stuff. We're gonna have to dive into that a little bit later. That's gonna be fun. Not. Infighting. Yeah, invisible. That's infighting between government centers. So the closest thing to Soviet design bureaus that we have would be NASA design centers, and infighting between the centers is actually going to kill us. That stagnates stuff. But anyway, you guys don't want to hear me talk about that crap. You want the factory, right? At least I would hope. That's correct, Yannick. Like, once again, you don't need to be ignorant to political issues. I'm not saying bury your head in the sand. I'm saying don't get pissed off. This stuff's designed to piss you off. It's supposed to make you unhappy. So politicians can garner sympathy. Just remember that. It's important to understand. Fear is a hell of a motivator, man. Don't bury your head in your butt. Yeah, don't be like me. Sometimes I have my head completely up my tailpipe. I'm sorry, I can't help it. But anyway, yeah, you guys want to see factories get built, so I'll stop talking about it. Because, yeah, I frankly don't like talking about it in the first place. All right, so I need more ingots so I can make more pipes over there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put down, oh, I need plates. I can't recommend enough learning to play devil's advocate against your own opinions. You gotta be able to, you gotta be willing to throw a monkey wrench in your own ideas if you really want to prove that it's right. That's what I do. That's what I did with Starliner, and everybody called me a Boeing apologist for it. I wanted to be absolutely sure that that program is being mismanaged. I wanted to be 100% sure before I went and said something like that. And it very much seems like it is. But I wanted to prove it. I don't care what anybody else says. I wanted to make sure I knew for sure. And I'd say we looked at the facts and we proved it pretty well that past mismanagement of the Starliner program is the direct result of these problems. Them firing all the staff from the shuttle, right? Because they... Long story short, the reason why Starliner is having problems goes back to just, frankly, terrible spaceflight policy. That's the quick and easy way to say it. I split this line so we could get more ingots because I noticed we were saturated over there. See, we're saturated, so we can. This smelter was bottlenecking, so now we can produce more ingots that way, and I can take more ingots to make more pipes, so we can make more smart plates. And we can do that with clean green power. See, look at that! Look at that! I mean, it's not green power. That's still making a ton of emissions. But hey, whatever. It's green power, meaning what we put in it is green. That's what I'm trying to sell. That's what I'm trying to say. Did you know that there's an FAA in KSP? What? What is that, a joke? The trees were green. Yeah, it's green power because we're burning things that are green. So technically, it's green power. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Sweet. We shouldn't be hearing this noise for a little while. Once again, guys, this right here with the Summers loops and the Summers loops on the biomass and the solid biofuel, this was 5 minutes of using that chainsaw. 5 minutes. And this is enough to power this factory at almost 0.5 gigawatt for a very, very long period of time. We're not consuming all this, not anytime soon. Like I said, biomass is pretty damn good energy density. Like I said, 450 megajoules per unit. That's pretty damn good. That's actually pretty high energy density. Ray, what I've been able to figure out with the FAA and SpaceX is that SpaceX doesn't like how slow the FAA is going, but the FAA was given all this authority on certifying commercial spaceflight, right? They were given all this expanded authority here, but they were never given the money to do it. That sounds right. That sounds like the government to me. Yep. Forgive me for presuming, but yep, that sounds right. We know that happens. That's happening with commercial low Earth orbit destinations right now. That happened with HLS. That's the reason why we have a blimp as a freaking lunar lander. Not to say that Starship is bad, but Starship is not needed for what Artemis is trying to do. It's much too big. You're asking for a speedboat and you're getting a container ship. But underfunding is the reason why we have that. Underfunding is why Constellation was cited as being inefficient and over budget, despite being underfunded. That's par for the course. We know that's par for the course. That sounds right. The government hamstringing our aerospace program, yeah, that's been happening for years. I think that SpaceX is just bringing it to light, and it's uncovering some ugly truths that some people don't like. It sounds like they are all concerned about making jobs and not actually flying into space. It's a politician's job to make jobs for their constituents, Ando. Like, that's important to understand. Politicians, I don't think, are doing anything particularly wrong in this regard. You got to remember that. All these people that say, oh, that's just a jobs program. What are they supposed to do? Just let thousands of jobs evaporate from their district? Like, I'll give you an example. Eric Berger has been up. He was up Richard Shelby, a congressman from Alabama. He was up his butt for the longest time about this exact thing. But what is he supposed to do? What is he supposed to do? He has Huntsville. He has Marshall Space Flight Center in his congressional district. What is he supposed to do? Just sit there and let all the space programs from his district evaporate? That's not good for the people he represents, or, I mean, in this particular case, the corporate interest that he represents, which by proxy helps, increases your taxpayer base. That's not good. Why would he do that? Like, everybody says, oh, you got to do the right thing. You got to do the right thing. Well, the right thing is fighting for jobs in his district. Like, I'm sorry, like, there could be other nefarious purposes there. I'm not saying that there isn't, but that's his job. He's doing his job. I don't understand. We're lauding a politician for actually doing the right thing for a change, like, just because it doesn't suit our short-term aspirations for spaceflight. That seems a little weird to me. That's their job, dude. That's their job, to make jobs for the district so they can increase their tax base. That's the whole idea. Like, am I wrong here? Like, is EJ's old Satisfactory save on YouTube? I did show it off, Voodoo Cat. I showed off the save, like a couple of days ago. Like in pretty good detail, just to show people. We're gonna need steel belts. We can't feed. Can't feed fast enough. Whose district is the FAA? I'm not 100% sure, Broken. You'd have to look to see where the FAA's headquarters are. I'm guessing it's in DC. So, who knows? Hang on a minute, Chief. Give me one of these stacks of coal. Are you scaling your factory from your fuel production like you did before? Centerone, we can do that. This is not a finalized design. Nowhere near it for what I want to do. What I'm trying to do is build out sufficient enough power to be able to keep doing this small scale manufacturing that we're doing to grind out the tiers. That's what we're trying to do. Like, notice these are just containers feeding in assemblers, feeding into containers. I manually move the resources around. This works pretty well from a streaming perspective because I can talk to you guys and I'm not just sitting there focused on the build the entire time. I need to go over here. You going aesthetic once you get all the tiers figured out? Absolutely. Absolutely, Hot Dog. Yeah, I'm going to bring back our Babtery industrial aesthetic. Yes. We'll start, when we're done, we'll start with the fabricator building. The reason why I want to grind out all the tiers is because I need all the little odds and ends from the awesome shop to build right. Like, I've got a lot of it unlocked from summer sloops and abusing the alien DNA and stuff, and fencing turbo motors and stuff, or sinking turbo motors. But we still got a good deal of stuff that we need to unlock. Once we unlock all this stuff, then, see, I got all the signs, we got all the lights unlocked. That one's actually good. Should unlock the asphalt and grip metal. Should unlock all the symbols and whatnot, so we can do all the signage and make everything right. We gotta unlock this so I can do my concrete pillars like I did before. So we need those two. The double ramp set could be useful. But inverted ramps you should be able to make all this. Like, all this stuff will help me build better. and help us build what we want. Tilted walls, that's a huge one. Don't necessarily, we need a coffee cup. But yeah, we still got a good amount of tickets that we need to grab. But yeah, I kept one turbo motor because it's cool. It looks like an LS. It's pretty rad. And it's got two big honking turbos behind it. It is a turbo motor, which is pretty cool. What's the container with the purple hole? That is the quantum dimensional depot uploader. Basically, I can store materials in the cloud. See? I have concrete stored in the cloud. In fact, I should probably get more concrete to load up in that thing. Yeah, this is all very quick and dirty stuff just to don't get it right, get it running, get your factory operational, which is what I would recommend to any Factorio or Satisfactory player, to be honest with you, either one. It's called the Federal Aviation Administration for Kerbals, also known as FAC. Let's see what you did there. Can you put them down anywhere? Yeah. Nice. Factorio is much easier to upgrade once it's built, though. Yeah. I started doing the first test build of my long-term factory plan, and I think you bit off more than you can chew. Yarg, that is the exact scenario that I am trying to avoid completely. Guys, the crux of this game is getting stuck in analysis paralysis. All right, that is the big deal. Like, I'm building all this down and dirty stuff because if I started to build this nice, we would be here forever trying to make a biomass burner array. It will make the final, the bigger factory look nice. Make this stuff work. I would always contend to say that anytime you're playing Satisfactory, you should have a quick and dirty factory like this, and then a big factory to do good stuff, like a nice looking factory, stuff that's actually min-maxed correctly. You don't want to sit here trying to min-max a factory that's just designed for minimum viable product. That's a bad idea. Nobody does that. Like, that doesn't even happen in real life. Like, Tesla, let's take Tesla, the car company, for instance, or battery company that's masquerading as a car company, would be a better way to say it. Take Tesla, for instance. They didn't start by building a gigafactory. That's not how that works. They didn't start by doing that. They started just building a good enough car in limited production, the Model S, and the Roadster in low production, right? Before that. And they went from there. You don't try to scale right off the bat. That's not going to end well. Oh, I made ingots. I got to make the steel beams. What's your take on DSP? I like DSP, but I like Satisfactory better. DSP is cool, though. It's a very interesting game. In fact, the uploader has the same footprint as a storage container. Oh, well, that's good. You can upload from inventory at the same time as the container. You have to unlock that, Doom, from what I understand. That's MAM researched. I have an iron ingot output because I have an iron pipe constructor over here. I almost decided to simplify the drones and deliver back to the factory on a giant drone pad instead of directly to each building, but gosh dang, does it look neat to have a drone pad on the roof of every one of your buildings. Yeah, Yarg, that's actually pretty rad. That's pretty cool, dude. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend like it's not. I don't get how you always have boxes full of stuff. I went out for like 2 hours hunting slugs and wildlife and came back to like 1.5 stacks. Summer's loops, Katra. Seriously, we went... Doom and a couple of other people in chat, D-Doom, and a couple of other people in chat told me, like, I thought that Summer's loops were just for power augmentation. There's a production amplifier mechanic that you can research, and if you add a Summer's loop to something, right, it doubles your output. You can actually... Basically, it's a duplicate tool. You put it on certain things. That combined with the bespoke manufacturing that I'm kind of doing here, really, yeah, you can just come back to stacks of things. Can you add one to the ticket machine? I don't think so. What's this one? That's the smart plate. We need more rotors for that, but rotors should be right here. The Summers loops actually really make doing something like this a lot easier. Put it that way. How many plates do we have? Okay, we got plenty of plates. We're set on plates for a little while. We're really gonna have to up our rotor production. See if we can do that. Actually, Summers looping this would probably be a good idea. But I don't think I have any more. I think I'd have to go find one. Unless I have one sitting in here. Nope, just Mercer spheres. Keep in mind, you Summers loop things sparingly. Don't do it unless you absolutely need to. We're gonna need plates. I've been playing for 2 hours. Oh. So what the other thing that I'm doing, guys, is we're going out and we're getting stuff. Like, we're going out and while I'm producing, I'm going out and grabbing materials. Right? We're finding crashed ships, we're finding hard drives. So my seemingly low production factory is producing just fine because it's always going to take the same amount of time to go out and find something, go out and find a crashed ship. While you're exploring, you might as well have this working. And having constant power to that was the one bottleneck to that, but with the Summers loop and our biomass, that's not an issue anymore. Yeah, biomass power. Look at all of them. Every single one of these things has 200 in it. We're not running out of power for a long time. Where did you find your SAM? Do you want me to spoil it for you, Hibbit? Chat kind of helped me with it yesterday, but look up in here. You'll find it up there. There's also one in a cave, but I never figured out where that was, nor do I want to figure out where that was because I hate caves. I hate caves. Yeah, no spoilers. No, I won't say nothing. Alright, how much rebar do we have? We should gear up for another fantastic voyage. First thing we should do is go get some more SAM. I have plenty of nobelisks. Alright, leave the important stuff here. Leave that there. That's my smart plate box. Hold on. Actually, I can move this out of here because I have a smart plate line over here. Smart plate. 100, 200, 300. And we're on our way. I'm contemplating getting the game. No problem, Shoddy. Yeah, this Satisfactory's map, which I think is a very endearing thing. Satisfactory's map is old school. It's all hand modeled. No procedural, no voxel stuff. It's hand modeled, which is pretty rad. That, as an environment modeler, I really appreciate it. Or an environment modeler in another life, I should say. We should get a stack of screws. We got plenty of bars. We should get a stack of plates. Have plenty of bars. Put that stack of plates in there. Copper sheets. Oh, don't worry about that. Put that in there. We have 1 unit of coal. Put that in there. Put the steel in there. Now I'm going to round off the stacks that we have to make more room. Put that in there. The bars in there. 4 quartz isn't going to do us any good. I would fence that 16 biofuel, but we're not doing that. I'm not fencing the steel because I don't have steel production up. So put that in there. We have some bauxite too, and we have quartz in there too. I probably should have just topped that stack, but that's okay. We have 70 obelisks on us. We've got plenty of barrel nuts. Put the K tier. Actually, you know what? It's a stack of 60 quick wire. No big deal. I just want to make sure I'm not carrying any like super high ticket stuff. Nah. Nah, we're good. All right. Okay. I'm just going to make sure we have enough for the feeds here for the smart plate. Pretty sure we need more. We can make 80 more smart plates with what we have here. I need more rotors. Rotors in there. Smart plates definitely take a long time. So that one is making rotors, and that's overclocked. You might want to... I'm thinking double the output of this, but... And this one is making my alt rotors. Yeah. Cool. Good. What is this guy set up to do? That one's making reinforced plates, but we need steel plates. We need regular plates to do that. Double the output for the smart plates. Kind of about that life, Doom. I gotta see where I put all my summer sloops. I think I have one here. Yep. Iron pipes. Sloop that. You're gonna need 2 for the assembler. Oh. Alright, give me 1 second. I think there's another sloop over here, summer sloop over here that I don't
Discovery,
have.
go at throttle up.
Hey Alexis, 71 months, and if you ever have too much later on, worth a lot in the sink. Yeah, you also want a summer sloop alien remains. There's a Mercer sphere there. I don't want that. Get out of here. Hi, Frank. 154. I know what'll make the factory better. Cygnus. You ain't lying. Oh, flute plant.
Could have sworn there was an extra Summers loop over here somewhere. What? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Did you just shoot at me? How? Now why'd you go and do that? Look what you made me do. You think I wanted to do that? Oh, crap. Here, catch. Where are you going?
Discovery,
Don't
go and
start
throttle
what
up.
you can't finish! Anyway, we need to find more summer sloops. Cygnus makes everything better. Hey guys. Hey, I just wanted to say hi. Thing. Ah. Frankie. Boing. Barrel. Nuts. Barrel. Nuts. Barrel. Nuts. In my mouth. Barrel. Nuts. Sorry. I'm not. So how's this game now in 1.0? Extremely polished. Very, very nice, Alexis. What did I just come in through? Frackery, nothing. We weren't... Nothing. See you tomorrow in class, Miss Vaughn? Nothing. It's fine. Everything is under control. Everything is under control. Relax. Oh, barrel. Nuts. In my mouth. What? Do a barrel roll. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good, man. We're not weird. Ish. Try to fast forward. Trying to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. Switching to secret hyperjets. I'm looking for more summer sloops. I'm also looking for a man by the name of El Guapo. You know this man. I hear something. Loopy? Yes. It's Dr. Venkman! Consume. Harvest.
Symphony complete. You are not the nut effigy.
Correct.
The nut effigy is a temple?
I do not think that is correct, even though I am not entirely certain of your definition of temple.
The nut effigy is not you but sings for you.
The nut effigy is an entirely separate entity from me. We aren't even made of the same base components.
He is a vessel of your intelligent clouds.
Probably close enough for now.
Not effigy. There, give me barrel nuts, mate. Gotta go to the desert, Morty. Gotta go to the desert to get me nuts. My portal gun, mate. Turned it into a real gun. Not a real gun, Morty. He doesn't want to go with you. He doesn't want to go on any more of your adventures. I've got a portal gun. Get in the freaking car. Sorry. How many Summers loops do we have? One. One Summers loop. Two Summers loops. Hey, I just wanted to know what was for dinner. Can you piece together any of the story yet? The mysterious artifact is the remains of an ancient alien civilization, and that ancient alien civilization is going to repel against Fix-It and blow up the space elevator, Fern Gully style. I don't know if that's spoilers or not. I'm taking a guess, so don't say if it is or isn't. I hear something. I hear something. I hear something. I hear something. Not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. Ah, God, just a Mercer sphere? Ow! Oh, God! Hey! Alright. Alright. Good shot. I don't care about that Mercer sphere. Screw that. I want Summers. Herb. Bingo. There's one. We're gonna have to eat more nuts, mate. More of these barrel nuts. Ah, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, you can shoot out stuff. I can shoot out stuff too. Ow. Nice shot. Oh, did I just kill your kids? My bad. Here, you need to join them in the afterlife. Sorry, these hog remains, we can... You guessed it. We can Summers loop that too. Summers loop. Oh. Ooh, purple power sludge. Purple power. Hey, nice hog. Crackery, don't mind me. I'm weird, okay? I don't belong here. They're just hogs. Fine. Don't worry about it. You need them to level up, dude. I mean, if I had my way, I wouldn't be shooting anything. But also, there's a hog overpopulation problem. See, they're overpopulated. You know, in some parts of the world, you get paid to kill hogs. Maybe 9. I'm not. But yeah, they're not. No comment. I'm not touching that one. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this. We might overstress the power system here. Nope, we didn't. Ray, you hold off on the other thoughts until space news. Yeah, appreciate it. Oh yeah, DNA capsule. Plop that in there. Oh, see what the sloop does? So guys, it's producing double the DNA capsules. So we're gonna get 120 or 130 DNA capsules out of this, which is awesome. And the other thing that we got to do over here is we need a second summer sloop for this. So now this thing is going to belt out smart plates way faster. We got to be careful about our power consumption. I think we're getting to the upper limits here. Let me look. Max consumption is above our capacity here, but some belts are saturated. We might need to scale our biomass burner array to 1 gigawatt, but with the sloops, we could do that easily. Easy, no problem. Are the machines supposed to sound like Jabba the Hutt? Yes.
Ho 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 ho, puta solo for Chewbacca Daya. Ho ho ho, mio calubanta pudu. Ho 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 ho.
What you? Oh, you can't unhear that? That's my fault. Oh, my bad. You on the crouch slide tech, huh? This is my favorite. This combined with the jetpack is my favorite thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that was me. Yeah. That was too much. We must scale. We must scale. this is why we need coal power. Kabul? We have technology beyond our comprehension. Behold the Mohawk of eternity. Can you put biomass burners down on the other side of the splitters? Yeah. Yeah. I could. But there's rocks in the way. How much steel do I have on me? I don't have any. Doesn't matter. No wire. I think I put my steel away here. 6. Yeah, it's not gonna make any beams. Puntos. You have to get the wires, idiot. Guys, why didn't you tell me? We'll fly them over here. I have to think of everything. Could you add another step of multiplication to the organic burning with bio coal charcoal recipes? Yes. Yes, you could. Yeah. Yeah, Yannick, we could do that. We'd have to unlock the recipe, but yeah. Yeah, if we added another step, we could quadruple it. So, I actually think I have one of those saved in the MAM. Oh, no. No. No, it can't. It can't. No. You'd have to have something that converts solid biofuel. Yeah. Oh well. Gonna have to go out here real quick. Is this thing saturated because it's full or because it's out of power? It's out of power. Did you hear that? What did you do, chat? Making good progress here. The sloops is awesome, dude. I think the Summers loops makes biomass power pretty viable in the early game. That's pretty good, man. It requires a bit more upkeep, but in the early game you're out getting recipes and stuff anyway, so whatever. Ah, phew. Whatever. Yeah, charcoal might do it, Poison, depending on it. You'd have to compare it to what wood outputs for biomass in general. We could possibly get more, but if we can get more, I guarantee it's probably not that much more. The only way I would consider doing it is if we, like, significantly, if it was a significant increase, like 5... Like, you'd also have to take into account the energy density of the charcoal. If the energy density is above 450 megajoules per 1 cubic meter, or per 1 unit, I guess, then maybe. If it produces more, but they make less energy, then it's a push, you know what I mean? You have to take into account the energy density of the thing. There is an automated farm. Alex, it's me with a chainsaw, because I'm a machine. Ha 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 ha. A hotfix just dropped. Yeah, I think it's for belt logging out on belts breaking the game or something, which I don't have a problem with. Leave those there. Expand a little bit more. It's not bad considering I have all this equipment like completely overclocked. I didn't wire them. Yeah, I know. I know. Because I can't hook the belts up to them. Just need steel ingots. Steel beams are super inefficient. $100 ingots makes 25 beams. Blech. Think about it, Starship is Cygnus. Starship is a Cygnus? What? $50 steel beams should time me over for a little while. All spacecraft are Cygnus now. Didn't you get the memo? I'm pretty sure I'm the one that perpetrated that whole thing. Because it can have a pressurized payload bay and it's round, therefore Cygnus. I'm sure on some planet this logic works very well, but your weak link is, this is Earth. Are you down with the Cygnus? Oh, ow, I stubbed my toe. I am bleeding, making me the victor. I don't want them on the rocks. I don't want them flipping into the rocks. That's why I didn't do it. Obviously, why didn't do it? Why would I do it if I didn't think it was good? Cool. I need plates for that one last biomass burner, and then we're good. Plates. Platos. Platos, platos, platos. Just got the output multiplier and made 562 protein, now converting them to DNA capsules. It's an infinite form of wealth. Infinite form of wealth and prosperity. Hi. And boom goes the dynamite. 3/4 of a gigawatt. Guys, keep in mind, this all was done off of that 5 minutes of chainsawing that I did. Yeah. Yeah. Summer's Loop. That's a little, that might be a little bit overpowered. That might need to be nerfed. Little. I'm taking the leaves that I harvest. I'm slooping them, right? We're slooping them. We're slooping the biomass into leaves. So doubling the leaf output. And then we're slooping the biomass to solid biofuel and doubling that. So I'm quadrupling the amount of stuff that I harvest. We're quadrupling it. Wood already produces a crazy amount of biomass. I went out, Shaw, and before we did this power array, and I harvested stuff for about 5 minutes. Like with the chainsaw over there. I just cut down a couple of trees. Did about 5 minutes of harvesting, like right over there. And that is enough. That 5 minutes of work is going to keep this powered for a very long time. I mean, it's not a permanent solution, obviously, like coal or something, but yeah, it's enough. It's powering everything except the concrete over there. Let's check on our productions here. We're gonna need plates, so we can make more reinforced plates. Okay, what about over here? Got plenty of rotors. We're gonna need the rotors over here because we're working on a smart plate. And the smart plate is slooped. You need two sloops for an assembler. Oh my god! We're on our way. And then over here, this thing is making pipes like crazy. But then again, I did take all my smart plates and put them in there, so that's not total production. We had probably up to here. So we've produced 222 plates in the time that I was gone to fix my biomass burner array. Meanwhile, over here, we're doubling our protein, the alien protein. We're doubling that with a sloop. And we doubled the carapace remains to the protein, so we get quadruple the amount of protein that we got from killing like maybe 5 or 6 animals. And we'll take the DNA capsules and throw them in the sink for tickets. Pipe it in directly so we see the counter climb. Pipe it in directly to where? If you could craft it back down to its base materials, you could create an infinite loop with splitters. Oh, this... Oh, in the sink. You guys... So you want to You want to see us do that? That's pretty pog. Yeah. This is awesome. Seriously, 5 to 10 minutes of going and hunting animals just gave us 5 tickets. We should be able to unlock something that we need. Nope, we don't need anything from there. Don't necessarily want decals and stuff just yet. We need those too. So we need 4 more. We need 9 tickets. So I'm gonna put those in there because that's the big milestone that we need to unlock. Put the ingots in there. Put my steel in there. And put coal and iron in there. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that doesn't matter. So here, check this out. We got a purple power slug, right? Go in here. Purple power slug.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova Raptor gifted 10 subs. Thank you. That would produce 5. Now we got 10. Because of the sloop. The sloops are awesome. That's one of my favorite additions to this by a long shot. I get all the raw materials that I have in here out and put them somewhere else. Your own alert spooked you. I was like, oh. Yeah. No, but thank you for the tenor. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. $820 megawatts. If I put the 4 burners over here, despite the rocks, I don't know if we could fit them. But if we did put them over here, definitely can't fit them with the wiring. But if we did that, we'd probably be up to a gigawatt. But look at that, we're barely putting a dent in it. Okay, with that being said, do I have... Let's take a stack of our now plentiful biofuel. And let me just... let's go on a trip to get some more SAM, I think. So I'm going to take this, I have copper spool on me that I got from making assemblers a little bit earlier, so I'm going to take those and put those back in there. And the 2... Oh, I don't want to drop the pale berries because... Alright, we'll put down the object scanner. I don't need that right now. Okay, excellent. Do we have enough biofuel for the truck? Question, if summer sloops take increased power, do you know your net power gain by duplicating biofuel? I haven't done the math for that, Etel, but if I had to guess, it probably pushes. If I had to guess. Right? Like... Alright, let's go for a quick ride.
I think because I'm overclocking them with the sloops, that I think net it's probably a little bit of a gain if I'm looking. That's just based off of what I've seen. Like, I don't know if that's. What is the tech path to unlock the buggy? I believe it's in Caterium. Is it quartz? Barrel. You know what? I hate driving through this forest to get to my SAM deposit, so I am probably gonna clear it out a little bit. Build a nice road in here. Hey. Tickets. Yeah, we should probably do that. Probably clear it out a little bit. Or we could just grab some of this stuff right here. Yes. Leaves, give me your leaves. I need you. Look at this. It's all dirty. It's all overgrown. It's like those channels where they remove like overgrown sidewalks and stuff. See? No. There we go. Yeah. See. Look at all this. All these vines. You're covering up these beautiful rocks. Hi, Burb. Do plants and trees grow back? If you leave the chunk, they'll grow back. Yeah. Tailberry and barrel nuts do. I don't see why the foliage wouldn't. It's really only dependent on if you build there. If you build there, then it won't grow back. I think, if I'm understanding how this all works correctly. Could be wrong, though. We'd have to test. Have you heard about the news about the avian variety, a certain ornith? No, I have not, and I don't want to. Like those. Bad pythos. Bad. Don't make me get the squirt bottle out. No, don't do that. Don't.
There we go. Nice and clean. Kill Lando? What? What did you just say? That was strange. Look through the window. Oh, I thought I heard kill Lando. I'm like, why? No. He's the Baron Administrator of this facility. Harvesting Tabana gas. You will not deviate from your present course. Come on.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What did the rocket say when it was chilly outside? Close the dang launch window.
This is fine. Thank you for being supportive of the channel. I appreciate you. Who wants to die? Oh, looks like you do. Not clever enough. Hi, Frank. So, like, this stuff's probably not going to come back because I built this here, but it's fine. it's just a normal iron. Frank, the friendly factory inspector. Yes. Can you build a forest harvester? No, you can't. Yeah, that's the catch of using biomass. You cannot do that. Burb. You can build, I mean, yeah, you can build a forest harvester, the chainsaw, yeah. Hi, Frank. He's the bird is the building inspector, okay? That's Bob. Bob the building inspector. Yeah. All right. Just making a better road to get to my SAM deposits. I'm just making sure we harvest all this, because once again, we're on biomass power, but it's scaled biomass power using summer sloop. So all that is going to get me a lot of resources. It's going to get me quadruple what we have. Start a new factory when 1.0 came out, yeah. And I kept the paleberry. Probably not going to grow underneath the bridge, but that's real life. It'll probably grow. It'll probably be fine. Yeah, R2 says, I hadn't gone through grinding out the tiers since update 2. And I wanted to basically get a better impression on 1.0. Starting from scratch. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was not an easy decision getting rid of my old factory, because I really like that factory. That was not a decision I came to lightly. Good news, AC-130s will be keeping their 105. Oh. Well, that's good. I ran out of interdimensional concrete. Crap. Exactly, Etel. That was kind of where I'm at. It's kind of... like, part of that factory... Yeah, there was a lot of glaring bottlenecks with that factory that would have required a lot of retrofitting. And they did a detail pass on some parts of the terrain where the factory was built, so some of it was in the rocks. Well, at least we got one side. Pretty much belted out. Do I have any concrete left? Nope. Gonna need a little bit more concrete here. I don't know. Was there a limestone deposit in here somewhere? I hate that noise. Oh. The bird. Whatever. We'll jump up there to our mountain depository of sand. This is a nice walk. This is fun. We're having fun. Guys, these ladders are super safe. You know how you know? Because they're yellow. They're high vis yellow. That adds to the safety. Is that a cave entrance down there? Yes, and there's a nuclear hog behind it. There's definitely a nuclear hog behind it. I know I shouldn't do this way, but I need to make room for all the sand. Cool. Anything else we want to explore while we're here? Pretty sure I pretty thoroughly explored over here a second ago, or yesterday. A second ago. Nice. Might want to check out over there while we're here. Put an interdimensional storage unit on the output of the sand miner. I probably will a little bit later. Right now I'm using it to interdimensionally store concrete. Actually, you know what? Excuse me. You buy yellow cars because they're safer. Well, yeah, of course. I don't think I can make enough SAM fluctuators with the resources that we... Nope, can't do it. I have no resources. I have 126 concrete in interdimensional storage. Nice. Greetings from Walcott, Iowa. I think the next adventure, we gotta stop here. Trucking museums are cool and the buffet is awesome. Alright. Ernok, what do you think about doing the doors, taking a day when you're here and doing the doors on your car? It's a two-man job, dude, because we gotta move them and they're heavy. Okay, Bree, I got your message. Oh, I just ran off a cliff. That's fine. Yeah, there's a nuclear hog behind that. All right, I have the bushings coming, dude. The bushing fix kit. Dorman 38401. Work out more? Edman, the door is 100 pounds, and you have to basically squat the door for, well, we hook the bolts up and when we take them off and put it on. Like, yeah, it's yes, you're not wrong. But also, bro, do you even lift? Oh, I can lift it. I'm not worried about my muscles. It's my back. Need two people to do it. Can I do the rusty rockers? Let me figure out how to do it on the Coronet, and then I'll get back to you. That's gonna be the big winter project for us, Juices. The Coronet has, it's rough. Very rough. It's been just sitting, and it kills me. I walk past it every day coming up here, and it, yeah, not pleased. Really not happy with what I see, so. There we go. Now we got a nice clean pathway. And there should be enough to put a train in there too, eventually. Dude, you got like 3 feet of air. You were thinking about a combine harvester, and basically? Yeah, no, I think they don't want to do that because of a game mechanic. Don't you have an engine lift? You can swing it under the lift with straps. I don't think I have this. I do have a lift, Zeppelin, but I don't think I have the space to do it. Plus, I want Ernock to come and help me. Part of the deal with the whole road trip thing was that, you know, he financed buying Bluefus and bringing the Camaro here, and me teaching him how to wrench. That was part of the mutual agreement. So that is going to produce 4 times the amount of of solid fuel, of biomass, and then, or that's going to produce 2 times the amount, and then it's going to produce 2 times the amount of biomass. So yeah, with Summers loops, you can really power early game stuff off of complete biomass. It's not a big deal. What's our power right now? 820, baby. Okay, let's see, what do we have here? You got space for mycelium? You got spare mycelium to feed it. I do not have a lot, if any. No, I don't. Sam can go in there, though. Alright, let's go over here. How many pipes do we have? Got plenty. Why not connect the smelter to the constructor? I don't want spaghetti hockey. I know that's like... That was weird. I know that's like sacrilege for people that are like, people that love min-maxing things. But yeah. This is neat and organized, to be honest with you. It's very easy to get spaghetti in the early game when you're just trying to grind out tiers. Even with a second set of hands, the lift is... If you want me to use a lift, Zeppelin, I will. If that makes you happy. I was thinking going and buying a door caddy, but yeah, lift works too. Yeah, this stuff is just down and dirty, supposed to work. Just get it working. For right now. That's what this is supposed to do. Door caddy equals money, engine lift equals owned. Honestly, I think it'll be easier with the caddy, considering I don't really have the room for to move the engine crane around there. But is there anything in this game that you think wouldn't translate well to the console version? Performance? Satisfactory is a game of scale. I don't think consoles would be able to understand like a 20 bajillion inserter thing here. That's the second time that visual glitch has happened right there. Not great, Bob. How's the building with the controller? I can't imagine building with a controller would be useful here, to be honest with you. This game was meant to be played on PC. Playing it on a console is just gonna neuter the control systems. Alright, well that's all doing its thing. See what the doggo is up to. Doggo! Where are you? Hello? Where's he at? That's not doggo. Got some flex on the tower with a recent test. Dude, that whole tower is freaking moving. That's sketch. Oh, I don't like that at all, Blue. Whoa. That's no joke, man. You see that whole thing freaking move? There's concrete in that thing. Dude, you know what's crazy? That's the problem we had in KSP. The tower would bend. It would just bend like crazy. Everything's a spring. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there he is. Doggo. Thanks, buddy. Good job, Piper. Dude, that's weird seeing that tower do that. Look at that. Look at all that. Look at that. Who would have thought? Now me. Perfect. 22 capsules. Put the ticket in there. We have 6. I don't know what visual glitch is going on there, but I don't like it, and yeah, we're not gonna deal with that. Can't go and deal with it. I just started getting into this game, so I have much to learn. I already have ideas on how to improve the factory when I do another playthrough. Drool, you're playing this? Oh boy. I am very, very, very much looking forward to what you come up with, man. Let me put it to you like that. Given past endeavors. Very Bing chilling, Daisha. Bing chilling. Go. Alright, cool. Been here an hour and have 2 more until my final flight today. Ooh, you had a layover in Austin? Hey, Sneaky. How many smart plates do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we almost have it. Almost have enough smart plates. What do we need to make versatile framework? Oh, crap. That's gonna suck. We need some iron ore. Iron and coal. We gotta make ingots to feed this correctly so we can make beams. Mod frames shouldn't be too hard. I think I'll just put the steel production basically right here, right on this row. Coal is right over there. We'll just straight belt it over here past the concrete and go from there. Also, You're gonna hate me. I'm getting a Mach-E rental when you're in San Diego. And all right, fun with that. Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, we'll just put a quick steel production line up here, pulling coal from over there. That's gonna be a really long belt. Yeah, if you respawn, there's a OSHA counter. Yeah, exactly. Here, look. Days since last incident. I've survived a month without dying. Yay! I'm sure we'll die at some point. I mean, you know what I mean. Let's just get kind of an idea on okay. On a scale of 1 to Bing chilling. Oh, factories. Yeah, this is great. 6,000 steel, huh? $100, $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800, $900, $1,000. Stop it. That's gonna take a while. Bars and plates. Alright, up here, this one's still gotta produce plates. Okay, so we need to fill it up with screws. Easy peasy. Bars of steel. now we need to fill that up with bars. Plates. Okay. That versatile framework is going to take a second with all the steel that we're going to need. Nice. That should keep us going for a little while.
Blah, 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 blah. Jabba the Hutt.
I'm gonna take the rest of those smart plates and we'll sink them. Because I can. Boom! They're worth a good amount. Not a lot, though. They are needed for the next phase, the smart plate. Yeah, we'll make a new run later. Not worried. Steel, huh? Alright, we have to figure that one out. We're gonna need beams. There's really no getting around it. I can deny it no longer! If we went and found 2 more Somers loops, we could get 2 of these busting out frames. Wait, where did those frames go? I had frames on me. Where did they go? Where have they gone? Maybe in this one? Oh. So we need 500 of those, so 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. So, okay, once we start getting into the second row with frames, we'll be good. And that's going to make double what we need. Oh, we can divide that by 2, can't we? They were removed. Where have they gone? Yeah, Hockey, that's right. I'm not thinking fourth dimensionally. So that means we need 3,000 steel beams, right? What do we need to make those beams? I think I need to open up a foundry. No. That takes frames and rotors. I need that for a second. Yeah, the sloop's unreal. I'm powering an early game factory entirely off biomass because I can quadruple the amount of biomass that I get with sloops. You know, converting leaves and wood to biomass and then converting it to solid biofuel from there, dude, you can really go crazy with this. We got to make ingots, and then we can do molded beams when we combine with concrete, and the concrete production is right already over there. That's pretty sweet. You can sloop slugs. Absolutely, Cubian. Yeah, why do you, I have, dude, everything is overclocked because I honestly have an abundance of, this stuff. I just worked that out from what you said. All right. 5,400. Let's go 50. Let's say 5,500 concrete. How much does this thing hold right now in this? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, 1,200. Okay. How long is it going to take to make 8,600 steel ingots? One jetpack. Got to grind through the tiers to unlock it. Wait, if we sloop it, we only need half of everything. So okay. Hey, get back here. Okay. What kind of deposit is right here? I really hope it's iron. Pure copper. Walls. Damn. Okay, the big thing is going to be getting power over here, I think. In the constructor, Shoddy, you can't craft slugs, but you can double the amount of slugs. So if you have a purple power slug and you have it in a constructor with a summer sloop, it'll make 5 normally on the crafting bench. It'll make 10 in the constructor. Basically double your output. So in reality, guys, what I need here, if I'm going to versatile framework, right? Let's take that and we add to the to-do list. It says we need 1,000, but if we sloop it, we only need 500. So that's the real amount that we need right there. Because we're going to summer sloop it in an assembler. It'll double your output. We have 150, and we're going to need 250. That's not bad at all. We should be able to get that done before space needs. Okay, so what am I going to need? I'm going to need a coal miner, 2 Mark 1 miners. We're going to need a lot of power poles, so we need a lot of cable. Plenty of that. Let me just stock up on some cable so we can run the power grid out here. Cable is right there. We got plenty of that. All right, cool. Not worried about that. And then what we're going to need is a foundry array. We can just do one. It's really not a big deal. Just have that bust out ingots. And then the constructors. But the reality is that we only need 1,500 steel. Because we can somersault pretty much every step of the way. Oh, this is so cheap. Yeah, exactly, Shoddy. That's why I'm kind of not connecting anything together. I'm just... Yeah. Okay. For now, let me edit the to-do list. For now, let's just get all the stuff that we need to get this all set up. Clear the list. We're gonna need 2 miners. We got plenty for the power poles. That's for 20 of those. Just need 2. We're gonna need 2 portable miners. Yeah, I don't think I need 20 either. Yeah, Jeff, you're probably
My name is Jeff.
probably right. I don't have steel production up right now, so what I'm going to do is grab plates from this thing so we can make Mark II belts. That's fine. It's not the best, but it'll work. We are going to need a good amount of concrete because I need to make some platforms over here. And then, once again, we need to run power down this way. So let's just grab a good amount of this. Wait a minute. I just need to check something here. Yeah. The foundry with concrete, that still needs ingots, so we still have to make... Yeah, let's just get steel ingot production up. Very basic. Very, very basic. And, you know, while I'm running out there, we should probably run the power. And while we're running the power, we might as well hook up the concrete. That's where we can tap it from. Why is the line all crooked? Whatever. Whatever. I was trying to space those right, but whatever. Don't have to worry about that now. Just make it look right later. Do you have any grand plans for your factory? Yes, I do. Yeah, dude, I have some ideas. That's ugly how it just kind of goes all over the place, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Gross. Yeah, no, I'm not proud of that. Don't worry. I just need this to work for now. Go. All right, so go. All right, let's see what this thing... Oh, it doesn't like it. Okay. You ever seen the movie Tremors? Dude, absolutely. You haven't... Yeah, absolutely. Tremors is amazing. It's one of my favorite movies. Well, let's call it my favorite B-list movie. Imagine if they added that to this game. Graboids? Do I have to imagine that? Because that's... I hate graboids. No. Do not want. Hate graboids. I took the sloop out of that? Where did I put it? Oh, I put it over here. Okay. Could have sworn I had a sloop in here, but all right. All right. Guys, do the foundries need two? I don't know. I have to look. I always hear that warping noise right there, dude, for some reason. Maybe it's like when you're entering a different chunk or whatever. We need another Somers loop. Actually, that's pretty good at doing its thing. I swear it has something to do with the Blade Runners. Oh no, not the Blade Runner. You're addicted to sloops. For the early game, they're super freaking useful, man. So where do we need these things to absolutely be? We absolutely need sloops on our biomass stuff, and that's about it. Doesn't necessarily need to be on anything else. I don't think I have anything here. No. They give you a warning every 2 hours, I think, Artusis. We definitely need to sloop on this, but not for much longer. Because we need 250 frames, so 100, 2... Dang, that was quick. You know it's time for a break when you go to McDonald's and think, man, I need to sloop these French fries. Watch, ready? I see it, S-Hack, thank you. The summer sloops can amplify your production, Pigeon. See that thing? You gotta go and find them. They're scattered on the map. Sloop kid afraid to leave his sloop. Did you just make a Hey Arnold reference, Enco? Is that what I just heard? That's, alright. Sloop kid's afraid to leave his sloop. I saw it, RB. I saw the MD series, yeah. I saw somebody using a pretty interesting road tool there the other day. You heard about the Ricardo rumors. Apparently his last race this weekend as Liam has a contractual clause where he needs a permanent F1 seat by the end of the month, or else he can negotiate with other teams. I wonder if that's enough. Yeah, that was enough.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That can hold 4,800 steel ingots. Okay. We're still not feeding coal fast enough. Go faster! Go faster, twitch it! That's fast enough. How's our power consumption? Yeah, we're good. And I remember overthinking steel and being like, we need to set this up, we need to make this much, we need to do this. Is fine. This is fine. This will work. Even without the sloops, it would be fine. Just make it work. Is what I'm trying to tell you. A little behind on the streams. We using biofuel? Oh yeah. I'm using summer sloops to scale biofuel. Yeah. We'll be able to power us basically right into the mid to late game. It's not a problem. Frick scaling to coal. What a waste of time. You have to set up water, and then you have to set up stupid reactors, and all these. Then you need steel for all the stupid pipes. No. I have almost a gigawatt capacity biofuel array here, and it's not running out of fuel anytime soon. Yeah. And if we had a power augmenter with another summer sloop, we could add 500 megawatts to this and literally never run out of power. Gigawatt power plant is absurd for biomass. That's ridiculous. And look, we're never running. Yeah. That produces 4 times the amount of solid biofuel that you see there. Yeah. We're not even close to running out. We're not running out for a long time. I'll put it to you like that. The interesting thing here is that biofuel didn't really make sense until the summer sloops came around, right? But if you think about it, biofuel is actually pretty good. It's 450 megajoules per unit. That's pretty damn good energy density in this game. That's better than coal. I'm not sure about oil, but yeah, that's pretty damn good. So I was thinking, frick teching to coal, that's a waste of time. Just scale the biomass with the summer sloops, right? And go from there. You could turn DNA caps into biomass. Yep. Plus it produces to match, it doesn't overproduce. We could have it do that with batteries as a battery backup, but I think that's overthinking it. Is our feed correct? Feed is good. Excellent. Until you tech to nuclear. I never saw the need to tech to nuclear, Jack, because you have all that damn nuclear waste that you don't have with you don't have that with oil. I was thinking just scale oil. Way easier. But then again, I haven't gone down the nuclear tech tree in this game before. So who knows? The attractiveness for coal is to get away from having to collect resources to create biomass. Yeah, Artusis, I've probably done... You're right, you're not wrong. But see, here's the thing. It's the struggle to get the stupid thing up. You have to get water, you have to get coal, you have to get them to the same spot, you have to power the stupid power plants, you have to make a rail. You need pipe, and for pipe you need steel. No, screw that. Dude, we should be able to power this indefinitely for probably like... I'd say at least 5 or 6 more hours in game, easily. And it took me 5 minutes of cutting down things with a chainsaw. Why the hell would I go coal? No way.
Isn't it copper for pipes? I might be thinking the Mark II pipes, but either way, still less complicated because I don't need a copper line then. Isn't it steel for Mark II pipes or is it copper? I forget. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Piper's copper sheet for Mark I. Yeah, okay, then that doesn't make it as appealing, I guess, but this took no work. That took 5 minutes to make that, and 5 minutes of harvesting, and I never have to worry about it, and I don't need to send anything out anywhere. Mark II is sheet plus plastic. Anyway, well, either way, sheet plus plastic, you know. Okay, so... Okay, so we have enough concrete to make those molded beams. Like, seriously, it is minimal amount of work to get pretty good power. You don't need to, I don't even need to worry about it. Oh, we need pipes. Let me get some of my steel ingots. Put those in there for a second. Grab that there for a second. Actually, put that back in there. Give me a full stack. I seriously think that this is way easier than teching to coal. Way easier. Could be wrong, though. So what is it? Decided that too much changed and the old save had to go? Yeah, pretty much. Part of the save was underground, unfortunately. Do the summer sloops feel OP? No, not for me. Okay, sorry, getting texts on my phone. Okay, steel beams, that's what I need. Alright, hold on, I gotta call here. I will in a second, Bree. Let me finish this, dude. It's to the point where we're automated and then we're good to go.
Can't you see I'm playing video games here? Jeez. And entertaining all these fine people? Jeez. Give me a second. Let me just set this up and then we'll go. That's going to give me a 1.5 multiplier, I think, only with one summer sleep. Okay, that's the third phone call now, so apparently my attention is needed. I'll be right back, okay?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay,
I'm back. We're good. Don't worry. Nobody died. We're good. Nobody died. It's all good. That was cool, though. My, is Titan okay? Yeah, everything's good, Ernok. Yeah, no, you really want to know? My father-in-law was at one of the, stops for Hot Rod Drag Week and, bumped into Tony Angelo. Let's just say he knows who I am now. Okay, that's good. That's pretty. I mean, I'm not upset. I'm not upset. That's not upset. Yeah. Okay. 6 minutes to space news. Yeah, I kind of wanted to, do that when I was just taking a second for space news. But all good. All right, so we're making all the steel beams here with the sloops. You could punch this out real quick, man. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I watch Stay Tuned all the time. Tony Angelo's a really, really well-known dude in the hot rodding community. Yeah, he has a channel on YouTube called Stay Tuned, which is killer. Yeah, it's killer. They do some awesome freaking builds on that channel. I watch it all the time. And Tony Angelo is he was a former Formula Drift driver, and he worked for Hoonigan for a little while. Before Hoonigan decided to do whatever they did, and now he after that he worked on Hot Rod Garage for Motor Trend. So yeah, dude, he's pretty damn well known. Like, yeah, that's super cool. That's awesome. That's super cool. I mean, my father's pretty cool. He's pretty cool, dude. RB, Tony Angelo on Stay Tuned on his YouTube channel. He took an S10 4x4, right? Like a 91 or a 92, right? It was a box body, first gen S10, right? He took it and then he went and found a junk Astro van that was all-wheel drive, right? With a V6, with a 4.3 in it, right? And he parted out all the parts out of the Astro van, the all-wheel drive and the V6, and then bought a cheap turbo and turboed it. So it's turbo 4.3 all-wheel drive, and put that all into the S10 and made a fake Cyclone, which is, that build is sick, dude. Carb 4.3 with a suck through, or not a suck through, it was a blow through turbo. Yeah. And before I'm checking out your Twitch stream, yeah, that guy is super cool. Hot rodding legend right there, man. So that's pretty sweet. Should have gone. Damn it. Damn it. We're supposed to score. Dang it. All right, so edit to-do list, clear that. We know we have enough, so now we need to go into what? Why have you stopped working, mate? Bow ties don't come in blue, though. That's how many steel beams we need. Almost there. Let's get enough steel beams for this, and then we'll jump into space news, okay? Why did that stop? Don't stop.
What's that, Mason? Make more. Belt's slacking a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I don't have Mark IVs as hacks, so kind of go rude on that one, but it's all right. Always right there. Dude, that's got to be like entering a chunk or something. I thought that noise would be something like, oh, it's some magical thing with the SAM. No, it's just a game glitch. What's the current project? Versatile framework, dude. I've been abusing the heck out of sloops, out of Summers loops to make lots of stuff and things. Like using sloops to quadruple my biomass supply so I don't have to run anything off coal. That's pretty awesome, man. I'm sorry, that's funny, dude. We're doubling our biomass count and then doubling the biomass to solid fuel, and that's quadrupling my biomass that we get. So like 5 minutes of chainsaw work cutting down like a little bit of trees over there is enough to power this indefinitely. Which is super funny to me. All right, we don't need to sloop that. Here we go. Loop addiction is real. Are you procrastinating coal? I'm not procrastinating it. I'm going to bypass it completely. There's no need for it. These things are surprisingly orderly. I like staying organized, man. Staying organized is the name of the game in this. Really easy to lose. To lose, like, what you're doing. Like, I don't know what's going on. Want to do is double the output of that. There we go. How are versatile frames coming? Should bust it out here real quick, actually. We have an overclocked summer sloop foundry there, and then an overclocked summer sloop foundry here. That's just... Yeah, we can't feed ingots fast enough. That's crazy. So that the machine is getting a tiny bit of downtime. That should fix that problem. Yeah, slowly. It's not enough. All right. Once again, I'm gonna get all the beams that I need, and I'll set up for versatile framework, and then yeah, we'll jump into space news. His YouTube channel grew quick for being young. Yeah, Tony's cool, Yannick. He's a cool dude. Yeah, really cool. Yeah, he does some pretty awesome stuff with cars. That's the kind of stuff that I kind of want to get into on my YouTube channel and stuff, but. The problem is that there's so many damn good games. So many damn good games. I find myself just sitting here playing games all day. I forgot, is this EJ's first playthrough of the game? No, Sig. My old save goes back to update 2. This is my third save ever in Satisfactory. First save went from release to update 2. Release update 1, and then I had to restart at update 2, and then update 2 to update 9 for the second one. Yeah. Once the beams are done, actually, go in here, take all that. We could set up 2 of these with versatile framework and summer sloops. And we'll exponentially reduce the amount of time that we need to do anything, which is pretty awesome. What does this one need to keep making those plate? All right. Okay, I'm gonna put those in. No. Wow, it got super dark. Here, this will be a good spot for these for now. It's just where I'm storing pipe. You can also put the plates there, and then that one freaking pipe you put there. Okay, cool. Now, what I'm gonna need is we need to take this. Put this here. Set that feed. $50 and 18, $50 and 38. Yeah, it's not going to exactly align. That's all right. Okay, now we just got to fill these up with beams, and then we're good to go. We'll sloop both of these things, and then we'll have versatile framework pretty damn fast. I don't remember a Galaxy in the skybox. Will you make an MW car in my garage? What's an MW car? You scrapped your save. Dude, the sloops will absolutely allow you to grind out stuff quick. All right. Always right there, that little... Okay, yep, we have enough. What I'll do here is just get rid of that. Get the sloops there. Take this, get the sloops there, and then we'll just overclock this thing. That'll just keep, we'll just keep that thing producing beams. Why not? Good to have them. We love power towers, they're good for long distances. Booster 12 is on the transport stand, ready to head out to the launch site. You think they're gonna static fire, Forge? You think they'll do one? Okay. SBMTs are under 32. Testing closure on the 23rd for what it's worth. Yep, they're gonna do a static fire. They're gonna have that stack ready to go. Did they replace any Raptors? Not to my knowledge. Alright, so these are busting out versatile frameworks. We should have a good amount of those sooner rather than later.
Just, I hate having one of something in there, so just think of the damn thing. Good, good, good. All right, we're tidying everything up here. That's good. That one's empty. They don't have a permit for water deluge yet. Oh. Really now? Man, I gotta find more summer sloops. No, we gotta start space news, dudes. Also, one chute. I don't want the chute. I have a chute when you can have a jetpack. That was very productive. We got a lot of stuff done today. You don't have a jetpack. Yeah, I know that. We're already 1/10 of the way there in that couple of minutes. Space News Fix It thanks you for your productivity. Oh, some leaves in there. We will leave them here. Oh god, I'm doing it too. How are we doing on biofuel? Still maxed completely? Yep, still maxed completely. That's right. You're damn right I do, people. Oh, no, 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 not the sloop. The overclock. Don't need to overclock it. It's saturated. Is today's news short? I said it would be short if there wasn't any new news, but there is some stuff with SpaceX and the FAA that I want to look into. Also, there's some really, really, really spectacular footage of Ship 31 static fire. So yes and no. Well, yes, but actually no. But actually, yes. Dude, we're sorting this out. This is actually pretty cool. Let me just check how many screws loose do we have up here? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Give me all that. Before I log off, I'm just gonna go over here and just in case we need more pipes. Work has been terrible today. Jack even got to go boating for the live stream yesterday. Not a kayak yet, though. Perfect feed. Yeah, those bars aren't worth anything. Okay. All right, guys. We will do a space news at the top of the hour. Or not top of the hour, half past. So give me 15 minutes. I'm just gonna go down and check on Bree and everything. and we'll go from there. Yeah, the next time we play Satisfactory, well, I'll probably play it tomorrow. Probably play it tomorrow, same time. Yeah, probably do that. So we can get that space elevator tier done. That's going to be awesome. Anyway, I'm going to switch us over to Space News here, and Space News will begin in about 15 minutes. I just got to get ready. So get those links ready for what you want to talk about. I have some things here and there, but... Yeah, and then after Space News, we're gonna play Workers. So yeah, that should be very nice. Okay, I will be back momentarily.
Hello. Welcome to Space News. We have a plethora of information to show you today. There is a huge plethora. We have a plethora of piñatas. You understand? Does that make sense? No? Instructions unclear. Pardon me. Do you have any gray poupon? Yep. So I said today was going to be a quick space news. I said that. And then, well, let me show you. And then SpaceX just decided to, this. Are we supposed to be seeing you? Yeah. I was getting all the links ready. Let me just configure one or two more things here.
we go. So they decided that this happened. This was SpaceX released this footage from the static fire yesterday. And it's pretty good. What really stood out to me, like, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty neat. What really stood out here is this next shot here. They have a 5-minute duration imaging of the static fire here. So we have 3 Vector start right there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Can't see it. This camera did not last 5 minutes. This is a slow motion imaging of the static fire you just saw. And this is too good to not show. It's too good to not show you guys. This is awesome. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh. What is all the debris? It's ice condition. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This makes you feel things. Dude, I know. That's awesome. It's so good, dude. That's 6 healthy engines right there. Why did it get so warm all of a sudden? I don't know. And there's ice floating around. It shouldn't be warm. RVAC staging is less than a millisecond. Yeah, they're awfully quick, Erudite. Yeah. Hell, that's heaven. I want to be right here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So once again, this is a slow motion video of the static fire that I just showed. And yeah, you could just see the mock disc from the other Vector back there. There's 3 vacuum Raptors here and 3 sea level Raptors. This is the engine section of Starship. The Starship that we watched static fire yesterday when Rocket Lab decided to also static fire, but by accident. No, they're having some trouble with their pad, guys. But SpaceX doesn't seem to be. Someone pointed out it's more staggered. Changing ignition staging is, yeah, that's something. They probably found a better way to do it. 6 burning. I thought it was 6 turning, 4 burning. Yeah, no, this is just 6 burning, which is. Yeah, it's really, really good. Kerbal ramped up its graphics, I see. So as we get towards the end here, towards shutdown, you could start to see the throttle ramp down on these engines because the mock disc starts moving forward. Yep, see, there we go. That was a little bit of camera shake. Ah, there we go. Watch. So they want to shut the engines off. See, the mock disc is moving more towards the nozzle, right? You're throttling down and then shut down right there. Purge. That right there is some flow separation that's happening during the shutdown sequence. This is the residual propellants in the motor combusting out, and then those flames should get snuffed out immediately by helium. And that's exactly what happened. Is that cool or what? That pulsating thing that you see from the 3 center Raptors, somebody asked me about that on the Twitterers. That's normal. That happens. It's flow separation. That's why flow separation is bad. So what's going on here? You're getting plume over expansion right there. So the plain English way of saying this is that when you're throttling down and shutting off the engine, there's a moment during shutdown where the explosion that's being generated in the combustion chamber is not big enough to fill up the nozzle, right? In that like momentary split second, the engine is going through a lot of changes, a lot of transients very fast. And for a split second, the engine basically goes from like 40% down to 0. And you have to do that quick, because if you don't, you'll get that too much of that pulsating will break the thing. It'll make it explode. See, you're getting a little bit of flow separation because of plume overexpansion. See the rings? What's happening here is because the explosion isn't enough to fill the nozzle, atmosphere is trying to creep up inside of it, and it's causing drag inside of the nozzle, hence that super turbulent flow. Right? So the explosion can't fill the nozzle, and the ambient atmosphere, the atmosphere is trying to go up into the nozzle, and that interaction between where the plume separates from the inside wall of the nozzle to where it intercepts that kind of air coming in, the flow from the engine separates, right? It's called flow separation, and that creates a lot of turbulence inside of the nozzle. That's why it's bad. Turbulence inside of the nozzle can cause a lot of oscillations that can break things. But this makes it look a lot worse because this is slow motion. It makes it look a lot worse than what's actually going on here. Yeah, you could see the same exact phenomenon is happening inside of the Vactor right there. See that ring? That ring isn't the Mach disk. That's flow separation. Notice how there's no plume over here or over there. Flow separation. Yeah. This is the reason why these Vactor engines have those braces on them. See the braces? One there and one there. It's holding it in place, because if they didn't have those braces for structure, the thing would... That's also the reason why the shuttle engine, if you look at an RS-25, it has a very similar style of bracing. See what I'm talking about? See the ribs on the nozzle? Same deal, same reason. It's to hold it. It's structure to hold that stupid thing together. It'll vibrate itself to death, Stuart, because of the flow separation. The flow separation causes super bad oscillations in the nozzle, and if you hit a resonant frequency of any material inside of the nozzle, it's just going to shatter into a bajillion pieces, like a wine glass shattering at the right pitch. Same idea. Yeah, this is why, like, shutting down and turning on rocket engines is like, do it fast. You got to do it quick. And basically, it's an induced shock to the system, which is why, like, one of the reasons why you thermally condition an engine, because you don't want to shock. You're trying to shock as little things as possible. See? Look. Oh, look at the flow set. That's insane, dude. This is such good footage. This is great footage to teach people about how rockets work. Long story short, if the explosion isn't filling all of this up, bad things happen. But if it's only for a second, like a momentary second, it's not that big of a deal. But that is bad for it. That's not the best. You're wearing your RS-25 shirt right now, actually. All right, Lloyd, there you go. It's like overruns from high revs. Yeah, kind of. Yep. And then what's going on here, you see these engines kind of right at the end. What happens is they shut off the flow from the tanks, and the remaining propellant kind of just combusts itself out. What happens is the rocket engines, they cough for a second, usually, when you go to shut them down. They'll cough out a bunch of residual propellants. Yeah, you can see that's what it's doing right now. And what SpaceX is doing here, you really want to be careful with this, right? Like, for your rocket engine on your Starship, right? No, what you're trying to do, if you notice that flame is kind of white in the center, what they do is they shoot helium into the engine to purge everything out, to basically snuff that flame out, because that flame can basically burn your vehicle to the ground. An uncontrollable fire here from residual propellant. Long story short, the residual propellants could create a good enough scenario where you could light the rest of the vehicle on fire. Ask our ABL or Rocket Factory Augsburg how well that ends. Fires on the pad is not good, especially if you don't have the water systems to be able to put it out. So if you look, there's kind of like white gas getting shot through the engine right there. And basically what it's doing is it's snuffing that out. It snuffs out the flames real fast. It's helium. It'll just snuff it right out. Or SpaceX could be using nitrogen. It might be nitrogen just because of how Starship is built. SpaceX knows a thing or two about lighting an engine section on fire. The early Falcon 9s, people. Suppose we're far enough out to be able to say this. If you go look at like the JCSat 14 and JCSat 16 Falcon 9s before they got expended or scrapped, those things caught on fire down the bottom. A lot of fire down there. Yeah. SpaceX had a heck of a time with purging systems in the early Falcon 9 landing days, because when the thing would land, right, there wasn't, if I'm understanding this correctly, keep in mind this is like just what I've seen. Like, I don't have people telling me this. It looks like they had trouble getting those fires out because of lack of cryogenic helium. Maybe the helium was used all with the ullage or something, right? So, yeah, those Merlin engines really like to puke rocket fuel all over the drone ship and set the drone ship on fire. The helium bottle costs around 900. I know Falcon 9 uses helium. I'm not sure about Starship. I think that Starship is using nitrogen for their nitrogen for spin starting engines, and nitrogen for purging, for engine purge. They don't use it for tank ullage because it's autogenous pressurization, so they're not using it there. But there definitely is something to snuff those flames out. Heck, if you're really creative, you could snuff this out with gaseous methane. Yeah, methane will do it, even though it's the rocket fuel. You flood it, and basically all the methane combines with all the remaining oxygen in the engine, and then the extra methane either absorbs heat or snuffs it out. It could be. They could be using that too. I mean, that would explain the extreme fieriness down here, but yeah, they're definitely, see all that? They're definitely purging it out with some type of gas. I mean, that's as you do. You could use a bunch of different things. But yeah, I thought I'd show you guys this footage. It is awesome. It's just, that is a very short staggered ignition. 1, 2, 3, very quick. So the engine's spooling up. What you're seeing right here is the turbo pumps starting up. Turbo pumps get up to speed. Once they get up to speed, you get an ignition, right? Wait for it. You'll see. You'll know. Click. Actually, it was probably a little bit before that. That's the engine getting up to throttle. Keep in mind, this did not take very long. Hang on, let me take a look again. Let me see if I can see it. You should be able to see point of ignition. Oh, yeah, no, it was way before that. That wasn't right. It was right there. See where the flame gets really, really bright? There's ignition. Throttle it, and then now you got to throttle up. Once again, you're getting some flow separation there, right? But the engine, when the engine throttles up, and the gas is enough to fill up the nozzle, right? The engine is basically throttling up, and it's making a big enough explosion to fill this up. Your plume goes from overexpanded to underexpanded. And right when that happens, the Mach disk forms. Watch. Watch right here. Ready? And that's what I was saying was the click. Sorry, I had to look at it again. Click. There you go. Healthy, healthy, healthy. That's 3 happy Vactors right there. No, this is real. What you guys are looking at is super slow-mo footage of this. The other video is 5 minutes. This one is 11 seconds. Isn't that crazy? There's so much good teaching opportunities here with this. Staggered ignition. You stagger your ignition on your rocket engines because you don't want to shock the system, and you can create an overpressure that can break things. Your shock compression loading your engine section here. Turning on all 3 engines could basically crumple the engine section. You don't want that. You could create resonant vibrations by starting all 3 of these at the same time, and it could compound a resonant and blow the thing up. Like, it's very easy to get this stuff to shatter like a wine glass, just, you know? It's a very delicate balance with propulsion. Is that the one the government fined SpaceX 600K? Not for this test, no. No. This was yesterday's static fire. As far as I know, this was done with the proper permitting. So, see, once the 3 Vectors get ready to go, you could see that that Raptor engine right there, the turbo pumps are starting to spool. You could tell because some atomized propellant is coming out of the nozzle. That atomized propellant coming out of the nozzle is immediately getting lit on fire from the heat. It's auto combusting, which is why you see some flames kind of in here. And then you'll get ignition from the vacuum from the center 3 engines. Keep in mind, this all happens in like a couple of milliseconds. Actually, it was 2 seconds between nothing to 6 engine start. There it goes. Ready? Watch. So what? Oh, that's so legit, dude. So look, 3 valves are open right there, and then the pumps turn. See that it makes that big thing. It makes that big cloud, and like I said, that cloud immediately gets sapped by the heat. See how it goes away? It goes away for a second because it immediately auto combusted, and right there, that flash is one of the other Raptors starting. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's super cool, man. It zapped all the propellants for a split second. That's really cool. If you destroy an engine so easily by starting 3 engines, how is Heavy starting like 9 or 12 engines at the same time of the 33? So how they did it initially, Violent, was they went around the horn on the 2 boosters, started the center section on the boosters, right? So you went E1 to E8 and then E9 on both boosters, and then you did the same thing in the center. Nowadays, what they do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. They do the same ignition sequence, but it's slightly staggered on 3 boosters. If I'm looking at it right, I don't know. I don't work for SpaceX. I have no idea. If I had to guess, that's probably a better combination because you're still sequencing, right? And you're still starting up the motors pretty much in symmetry, so to speak. He's talking about Super Heavy. Oh, I thought you were talking about Falcon Heavy. Super Heavy, what they do is they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then you get the inner ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you get the 3 in the center. They kind of go around the horn with a slight stagger. It's actually super cool. At least I think that's what's going on based off of what SpaceX has showed us. That also is probably the best way to do that because you don't want to start an engine on one side and then just go around the horn because there's a split second where you have like 3 engines on one side lit, and you could basically warp your engine section doing that. You kind of want to do it in as close to symmetry as you can, which is why that's probably the reason why you see the 3 Raptor, the sequencing between these 3 Vector engines is so close. Because you don't want to load up one, load up another, and load up another. You're basically bonking your engine section 3 times with a hammer here. See? They're super, super close to each other. The ignition sequence between the 3 Vectors is tight like that for a reason. And my guess is the reason is you don't want to break the engine section. If you load up one rocket engine on one side, you could crack something on your aft bulkhead. I'm pretty sure they don't want to do that. Sort of staggered like the way the booster does shutdown staging, but the opposite. Yeah, pretty much, people. Yeah. Yeah, they could do it that way. That actually might be the better way of doing it. Now that I'm thinking about it, turning on in like pairs of 4 or quads of 4, like the opposite of most engine cutoff. That would be nice and equal, but even then, if you're lighting one and you're lighting another on the other side, that ignition sequence staggering needs to be very, very, very close. It needs to be very tight staggering like this, because you don't want to break one side and not the other 2. That can happen. your engine can turn on and it'll basically break off of its mount. Or the thing it's mounted to will break and cause a crack in the bottom of the tank. That can happen. You gotta be careful. This is why they stagger ignition. You would see something similar to what happened with SN10. Because remember when SN10 came down, it came down a little bit too hard because one of the engines decided to croak right during the landing. It basically shocked the bottom of the engine section, and it broke the aft bulkhead, and it started pissing propellants all over the landing pad, and then those atomized mixed propellants found a source of ignition, and then SN10 decided to SN10 int after that. Yeah, that was not yikes, you bet. We don't need any more of these. Yeah, it is. It's not opposite, like I said. They sequence it. It's the opposite of main engine cutoff, Hilzekin. Yeah. There you go. See, that's what I mean. I knew they were doing something like that, but I know they stagger, and they stagger opposites, right? But if you look at the ignition here from Flight 4, watch. See? You see how they were doing it? Here, we can watch this in slow-mo. That's subtitles, idiot. Like, the telemetry wasn't quick enough to pick it up, but they're definitely starting. It's very tight staggering, but in blocks, right? See, that detected 10 or 13 right off the bat. Yeah. Probably not. It's probably very tight sequencing, like what I said. So I'll bet you the 3 in the center is probably the same sequence as Starship, because you know that works, right? And then they probably went like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like a torque sequence almost. It works exactly. It's the same idea, believe it or not. Anybody that wrenches on cars, if you've ever put a wheel back onto a hub, right? You kind of go around the horn with your sequence, with your tightening sequence, because you don't want to pinch one side. Same exact idea, but with rocket engines. And the telemetry, it looks like the telemetry tick rate is not fast enough to be able to pick up the ignition sequencing here, if I had to look at this right, because you see, bing, watch, you see, they're starting in blocks. They go around the horn, but you can't pick it up. It picks up one tick of it where they start those last engines, see? See? Bing, 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 bing. See that? Complicated. That's really, really, really difficult to get right, dude. That's really hard to do that correctly. Yeah, that's... The fact that SpaceX has done this a couple of times and the Super Heavy hasn't just completely blown up right on the pad is pretty impressive, dude. It's a testament to the chops there that they're working with. Like, dude, even Booster 4 on the first Starship flight, even that one, the thing, like, parts were falling off of it, and they still got the ignition sequencing pretty damn right. Like, 80% right on the first flight is pretty damn good, considering 33 engines. No one's ever done that. Like, but I'll bet you that SpaceX had some pretty good data on this from starting up Falcon Heavy. I'll bet you the Super Heavy sequence is derived somewhat from Falcon Heavy, right? At least initially it was. It's probably different now. Space engineer in the launch pad. Helseekin, I'm pretty sure I've met the dudes that run the launch pad. TLPN on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I've met them before. They're good dudes, if they're the dudes that I'm thinking of. I don't know about Space Engineer. I don't know if I've ever met that guy. So much torque. The chassis twisted off the line. Yeah, Tessa, you don't want that to happen with this thing. Yeah, can we, we're here. Screw it. Screw it. Screw it. We're here. I want to see... All right, that audio is all screwed up, but That that's still cool. I don't know about you guys. That's still pretty good. Man. That's still pretty good. Oh. Cricket, everything is Cygnus derived now. Dude, I told you, Cygnus will just be the end-all be-all of everything. Forge, what is this? Remo's at the grocery store. Are you sure you don't want Travis Kelce cereal? I would rather punch myself in the junk repeatedly. Yep. Okay. Am I a Swiftie? That should answer that question. Is that a Cygnus rover? Yeah, that's a Cygnus rover. Yeah, of course it is. Cygnus is just gonna be, it's gonna be the end all be all. Tell her you want Ferrarios? No, I don't want my cereal to catch on fire. Justicia I cookie. No, I do not want the cookies. Get the cookies away from me. E verso la luna, ecco la casa italiana che pretende forma a Torino. Programma Artemis. Tutti ad agagli su modulo construito da Thales per la NASA. What? What? No. 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 Please, no. Oh, man, hit the SAP button. It's not Spanish. It's Italian, man. In English, Doc. They're working on the first HAB modules, basically. The multipurpose habitat enters the Artemis ecosystem. Together with ASE Spazio and NASA teams, we proudly celebrate this achievement. This accomplishment is the fruit of international synergy between the whole Italian space ecosystem and the hashtag United States. So basically they're working on the first habitats for the moon, and they're derived from the multipurpose habitats. It's basically an MPLM or a Cygnus, basically. It's basically a Cygnus pressure vessel with
Discovery,
wheels.
go at throttle up.
You like Cygnus, don't you? Like Cygnus, don't you, EJ? Yeah. Here, let's see how right I was. Artemis program. All the details on the module built by Thales Alenia. The first home inhabited by humans on the surface of another of another world will be Italian. The final OK from NASA is still pending, which will arrive in September, but we can hardly say in Turin at Thales Alenia that history is being made, as Nikola Jenko, program manager of the Lunar Multipurpose Habitat, points out. So, why not both? What do you mean, Will? I told you, Cygnus is just, that's it. It's just Cygnus. Everything will become Cygnus on a long enough timeline. It's the LS swap of space vehicles. Was the LEM not a home?
I don't know. Maybe it's probably language, but it's probably long term. This also looks like Moonbase Alpha, by the way. Also, why is this a potato quality image? Fondazione Leonardo. Signori, por favore, signori. The picture looks like a potato. Question. I haven't noticed anybody discussing this, but our sun is no longer orange-yellow, but has turned white, making it hotter. Is NASA discussing this? What are your thoughts on this? Patton, the reason why no one's discussing that, dude, is because the sun has always been, it's always white. Yeah, it emits white light. It always has for billions and millions of years. So why does it look yellow? Why does it look yellow? Why does it look orange? Why does it look red? Well, what you're seeing is light passing through the gas in our atmosphere. Notice how at sunset, the sun is like a deep orange color? Because you're looking at it through more gas. Like, there's more atmosphere in the way. So it's called gas refraction. Yeah, it changes colors. That's why the moon appears to change colors too. Yeah, sometimes you get a blue moon. Sometimes you get a blood moon. Blood moons are pretty rad. That's also kind of the reason why the moon appears a little bit bigger when it's on the horizon versus like way up in the air, because you're looking at it through less atmosphere. You're getting what's called gas diffusion. Yeah, oh yeah, that happens all the time. Whatever article you read that says that the sun's color is changed is no, that's wrong. That article was incorrect. I can say that with 100% confidence. That article is wrong. Yeah, it's always been white light, dude. Yeah, if that changed, the sun would do a lot more than turn orange and red in the sky. Yeah, it wouldn't end well. ESA has awarded Pangea Aerospace a contract to design and build an engine for an unnamed super heavy vehicle. It's going to be full flow stage combustion cycle, and it will be called Cronus. Yeah, does that make sense, buddy? How much you want to bet the astronauts will stay on HLS when possible? I mean, yeah, the HLS is already a HAB, which is once again NASA doing the opposite of things. Like you have redundant architecture here all over the place, where you shouldn't have it. Good to have redundant dissimilar, but you have to do it first before you get to that point. At least establish one avenue of transportation. I saw a moon ring around the moon during the eclipse the other night. Looked like a lighter flame going in and out. So cool. Yeah, man. The atmosphere, yeah, changes a lot of things. That's part of the reason why we put telescopes up there. Stuff looks way different when you don't have to look at it through miles and miles, or 62 miles of atmosphere at the very least. That makes sense, buddy? Yeah, I don't know where you read that article, but that's 100% wrong. Like, guarantee you, I wouldn't steer you wrong on this, man. What is the tolerance of rotation for the booster to chopsticks? I don't know, Journey. There's got to be some, because we know that the chopsticks on the top like have screw jacks that can go back and forth, so they can realign the booster if it comes in a little bit crooked, right? What about the JAXA Artemis rover? That's what I'm wondering, Grimlock. Why is NASA fielding like 20 different rovers? Bro, you don't even have a way to get to the surface of the moon. But then again, maybe you're fielding these rovers because you have a gigantic freaking lander that's coming down the pipe and you can land multiple rovers. Or they could be designing one to work with HLS and another one could be used with SLD. It could be either one. Are they racing the rovers? Oh, I mean, I'm not going to say I don't want that, dude. Now, Patton, the other thing to take into account is that article that you could have read, just one last thing. The sun burps from time to time. Also, there's these periods where the sun gets a lot more intense called solar maximums, and we just went past one. So, solar maximums, the sun is like physically closer to us, right? So obviously things are going to heat up. You're closer to that big fusion ball in the sky. It's pretty warm on the surface. It's pretty warm.
The other thing is that the sun has sunspots and they burp from time to time. It's basically a backfire because the sun is a big power plant. It's basically a big fusion power plant. It's fusing helium and hydrogen and stuff. And sometimes you get a backfire, like a backfire out of a carburetor. Same idea. And what that can cause is what's called a coronal mass ejection, or a CME for short. And what these CMEs can do, so the sun has insane gravitational pull. Most of the time, anything that it farts out just comes right back down to the surface. In fact, you could probably look at a picture of if you type in like sunspots, and you could see like the sun with like a loop coming off of the side, it looks like a suborbital trajectory, right? Of something like falling down, right? That's most of the time that's what happens. But sometimes you get a backfire that's so hardcore, it is enough to hit escape velocity out of the sun, and that's called a CME. And sometimes those solar winds hit Earth, and at the poles of the Earth, the magnetic poles of the Earth, so like North Pole and the South Pole, the magnetic north, the magnetic field's actually weaker at the poles because magnetic fields, how do they work? So sometimes that solar ejecta hits the gases in our atmosphere and reacts with them, and that's what the auroras are. The aurora borealis and the aurora australis, that's what those are. It's just the combustion byproducts, or the fusion byproducts from the sun hitting the gases in our atmosphere and reacting with them. Dude, it's super cool. It's super interesting stuff. Like, if anything, learning about all this, dude, is like, you think of space as this kind of clean, pristine thing. Oh, no. No. Space is a dirty and violent place, and it's trying to kill you at every waking moment. The only reason it doesn't is this stupid rock that we're all walking on. And for some reason, this rock is magnetically charged. we got lucky. If we were on Mars, we'd be screwed. Stupid. Oh. But yeah, super interesting stuff. If you have more questions, I don't know the most about this, but I'm pretty good at it. Good question though, buddy. Good question. Stupid rock. If not, it's actually not really a rock. We're floating on a giant jello mold of iron and nickel. Yeah. That's part of the reason why the terrain kind of moves around a lot, because we're like, the crust of Earth is like the slag. If you've ever smelted something, like if you smelt aluminum, it's going to naturally refine all the slag, and the slag, or steel, right? And all that crap is going to boil to the top. Yeah. That's what the ground is. It's the crap that's boiled to the top. Yeah. We're the cream. We rise to the top. Nobody does it better. And that's kind of the reason why we have earthquakes and stuff, because, yeah, the plates are, the crusts form like plates, and sometimes these plates like to hit each other. And when they do, yeah, earthquakes happen. It happens. So you're saying someone eventually is going to scoop us off and toss us into the trash? An asteroid could do that, or the sun itself could do that, sure. We're the water bags that grow on the slag. True that, man. The cream of the crop rises to the top. Whee! Dark turn! Yeah, super interesting stuff, man. But also, yeah, the sun will run out of gas. It'll run out of gas in 5 billion years. So when the sun starts boiling off, like when it starts running out of fuel, what happens is that the gravitational pull will go down because the density of the star is going down, and it'll start expanding. Yeah, and it'll eventually envelop us all in 5 billion years. Should probably like not stay on Earth. Yeah. And yeah, from there, a bunch of things could happen. Basically, it'll start expanding because the gravity won't keep it coherent, right? And then eventually it won't be enough to sustain it. It'll collapse in on itself, and that's the supernova. Yeah, it's like a big M80 going off on a galactic scale. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. Like, I think that's pretty neat. I just don't want to be here when that happens. I mean, we'll all be long gone by then, but. So you're saying we got time. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. Yeah, even in about a billion years, dude. Yeah. In a billion years, we'll be out of the Goldilocks zone. Guys, you know, we're worried about climate change and stuff, and that's fine. That's something I'm not trying to undermine it by any means, but eventually climate change is going to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. Eventually we're screwed. Like you need to get off this rock sooner rather than later. Like that's kind of important. What is a champagne supernova? That's when you go down the hall faster than a cannonball. Where were you while the sun was exploding? Yeah. Our sun can't supernova, it's too small. Yeah. It could happen. Not with our star, though. Yeah, you're right. I am a novice when it comes to astrophysics. I know how stuff moves around in space. Orbital mechanics. That's what I know. But that we probably don't want to be here when that happens. It's like the last level in Halo. You know, when the fusion cores on the Atom detonate, it will generate a temperature of over 100 million degrees. Don't be here when that happens. Right? What I'm telling you is we got to get in the longsword and leave. There's still a longsword docked in Base 7, all right? Objective, survive. Yep. Is Phil. Yeah, I can see you are a Halo player. Very good. Yeah, we need to like Patton. That's why like Elon is hell bent on like we need to get the frick out of here. Like it's only a matter of time before like I'm not trying to get dark and I'm not trying to stress anybody out. We need to be preemptive about this. It's only a matter of time before an asteroid hits us, right? An asteroid will chick-lex above us and we'll go the way of the dinosaurs, or the sun will burp and a solar flare will hit us, and that's the end of that. Like you really like most solar flares, the magnetic field picks up, but you never know. You shouldn't roll the dice like that. Once again, space is a very violent place. It's not some like happy-go-lucky. Like everybody plays in the vacuum with gumdrop smiles. No. It's pretty metal, actually. It's pretty metal. Stuff gets blown up all the time. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty cool. Just saying. Hey, Pat, what's going on? So, like, that's the reason why Elon and Jeff and a bunch of other billionaires like Jared Isaacman and stuff, that's why they're hell-bent on getting us out of here. They're trying to find a way so we can get the frick out of here. Yeah. That's probably a good idea. Was it in 1859 that the solar storm was so bad it destroyed a telegraph network? That sounds like that happened, Hellfish, but I don't remember. Yeah, Isville. There's also galactic cosmic rays. Yeah, you got to be careful about those. Those will fry us like a microwave. Yeah, we should probably be preemptive about that. So, what I'm trying to tell you is make a bunch of Cygnus rovers, because Cygnus will be around after the heat death of the universe. Yeah. Eventually, on a long enough timeline, everything will become Cygnus. Weren't you in high school in 1859? I'm not that old, man. It was the Carrington event. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful of that. Solar storms can really screw stuff up. Only junior high then. Bro, how old do you think I am? What the frick? I shaved and everything. Everyone's like, oh, you look younger. I'm like, oh, thank you. Now there's just that. That's great. Good, great, grand, wonderful. Lovely. You know what? I was going to show you something else cool. Now I don't want to. All right? Now I don't want to. Here, you know what you get now? You know what you get now because of this?
Ambulance, please.
Okay, hold on. Where does it hurt?
Ah, ストマック、ちゃんと言いたいけど言った。
This is what you get now.
救急車を呼んでもらったからといって安心はできません。しっかりと自分の状態を相手に伝えましょう。
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
私はひどい下痢です。
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Thank you, Pat. You know, YouTube chat's really nice to me.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. 肩に手を乗せ I have クロスして a bad case お腹をさすって of diarrhea ジェスチャーゲームの要領です。感情を込めてやってみましょう。 I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
See? You get that now. That's what you get. Do you feel bad? Do you feel bad? YouTube chat, I apologize. I apologize for that. You see, they're nice to me over there. This Twitch chat, though. Isn't there something in the Geneva Convention about this? Why were they dancing and singing this? Japan? Japan? This is how you grow your YouTube viewership. I'm sure someone on the internet finds that appealing, that whole thing that I just showed. Pretty sure somebody does somewhere. Something collective punishment. Oh my god. Try not to laugh. All right, here, check this out. All right, we'll you got, all right, so there's the ongoing SpaceX FAA saga, but there's also some cool stuff. What do you want first? You want the good news or do you want the news? It's stuck in your head now. Good. I never use Rosetta Stone, but I don't think there's a dancing portion. Get rid of the bad stuff. I see more cool stuff than bad stuff. Twitch chat clearly has a bad case of diarrhea. I know, right? It's weird, man. YouTube chat are suck-ups. Oh, God, they're over here now. All right. I'll give you some cool stuff, and then we'll get the bad news, and then there's more cool stuff. All right, so here, check this out. First one is a picture of Miami from Don Pettit. Don Pettit is astronaut that launched up there for Expedition 71, I believe. Don Pettit is like a living legend. He's 69 years old, and he's up there taking... Oh, yeah, looking very Miami. Looking very Miami. Look at you. You got the hamburger meat all hanging out. Translate. I have to translate.
ひどい下痢です。
ひどい下痢です。Why didn't they? Yeah, ひどい下痢です。はい。Hold on. Where does it hurt? All right, anyway. Pretty cool, huh? You could see Miami Airport right there, and then if you go... I can't go a little bit more this way. You'd be able to see Fort Lauderdale, too. It's funny how the Miami City is done in lines. It's basically lines all the way to the Everglades, guys. Yeah, there's just like a thin strip of land right here that's like actually usable. And then the rest of it is swamp. Wait, I wonder, can we see Homestead on this? Yes, you can. I saw it. Yes! There's Homestead. Hell yeah, that's cool. All right. Pretty sure that's Homestead. Where is the Bartle Skeet Island? That's on the west coast. Coltec. Jeez. Am I with the cool kids now? Oh, jeez. Yeah, dude. Freaking Homestead over there. Yeah, Homestead, Miami. It's a racetrack. There's a lot of racetracks in Florida. It's kind of the reason, one of the reasons why I like Florida. The biggest reason, though, is rockets. Yeah, there's a lot of those in Florida. And racetracks. And the mouse. Oh boy, it's time to give me money. Ha! These people aren't giving us money, Pluto. Oh, okay, maybe we should break their legs until they do. Oh boy. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No, come back. Well, all right. Okay. Some other cool stuff also has to do with Florida. Your green screen is messing up too. Don't insult me like that again. Why are there so many tracks in Florida anyway? It's flatter than day-old Coke. There are some parts of Florida that are not flat, Tessa. Oh boy, time for some copyright laws. Anyway, I love Florida. Florida's great. So check this out. This is coming from Gav. And he's saying FCC filings posted for the inaugural flight of New Glenn placed the Jacqueline landing barge 622 kilometers downrange and the command vessel Harvey Stone about 8 kilometers south of the barge. There you go. That pretty much shows you your ground track for New Glenn's. New Glenn's is basically launching straight due east. So it looks like the insertion orbit on New Glenn's first mission is going to be about a 27.5 degree inclined orbit. Nubius, the Dr. Pepper isn't flat in Florida. Boom, Tessa. Boom. Nubius, help me out. Launch net. So the filing window is from the 8th of November to the 31st of December. So I would say sometime in between there. You got to remember, NASA, Blue Origin's first mission, their first mission with New Glenn's was supposed to be the NASA's Escapade mission. But NASA and Blue Origin figured out that New Glenn is not going to be done in time. It's going to be close, but it's not done. So because the Escapade payloads are so ridiculously small, right? They're tiny payloads. Rocket Lab made them. They're about this big, maybe a cubic meter at best. And there's 2 of them, right? It's a ridiculously small payload for New Glenn. You have a much wider transfer window because of, well, Delta V requirements, right? There's an ideal time to transfer. And the ideal time basically starts in 2 to 3 weeks for a Mars transfer window. And that, it's not that the transfer window doesn't start and stop, right? We get a Mars transfer window like an ideal spot about every 26 months, or about every 2 years, give or take, right? But during that time, right, there's like a nominal window, and there's obviously like the ideal spot where it's going to cost you the least amount of delta V. The easy and plain English way to say this, if you know about orbital mechanics, I know it's a Hohmann transfer. I know. I'm trying to explain this to people that don't understand this. You basically want to launch at the point right before Earth and Mars get the closest to each other. You want to get to Mars when they're closest because it'll take you less fuel because they're actually closer to each other. Like physically, you want to be physically closer. You kind of got to shoot at the point where Earth and Mars are next to each other. So that's like the ideal point. So how does this work? You have to fall in and out of phase. Basically, there's like, during these transfer windows, your delta V requirements goes from like up here to all the way down here. And that's where the lowest amount of delta V is required to transfer. And then for the next 26 months, it's just up there exponentially. But it does come down into that window. So because of New Glenn being a gigantic freaking rocket and these satellites being so ridiculously small, you have a lot of time in that window right there to transfer. So NASA and Blue Origin said they're going to launch Escapade probably, if I had to guess, this is a guess, they said early 2025. I would guess February. So because of that, New Glenn, Blue Origin decided to launch the second flight of New Glenn, the second scheduled flight of New Glenn first. And that's what's going to happen in, I'd say, the middle of November. And this mission is a certification mission for national security missions. So what is it launching? Like nothing. A block of concrete, maybe. I don't know. Maybe a roadster? Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. It'd be a little weird, but that'd be kind of cool. Looks like it's a Venus flyby, according to Mott Scanley. Delaying escapade to next spring means it misses the launch window. So I took a look at JPL's trajectory browser, and this is what I came up with. I'm presuming the main constraint is ensuring enough Delta V on the spacecraft for Mars capture, but it looks like there's a Venus flyby option. If you could grab assist off another planet, that would be great. Launch a Cybertruck. That would be hilarious. That would be really funny, actually. I think even Elon would find that very funny. There are also Starlinks installed on Jacqueline. We did go over that, Erudite. Yep. You got all the links that you sent earlier, right? I don't know. No, didn't get them. You know, with mass production, being able to crank out a bunch of starships to spread the load across, I've actually wonder how large of a window Starship actually has for Mars transfer. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, Aqualex, this is still a pretty finite window. It's probably like 3 to 4 months every 26, like, and even then there's a crossover there. ESA taps Pangea. We did hear about that. That was already linked. Goddard. Bus build for roaming around. That's cool. This is from SpaceX. I have the SpaceX FAA stuff. We already got that. Thank you for helping. I appreciate it. That Space News article is awesome. Ooh, that second space one is also really cool. What do we got? We going from shift 4. What's shift 4 up to? Oh, neat. What if they launch a Cygnus? Cygnus will be around forever, dude. It's a really great launch vehicle. It's very simple. It's not trying to be too much. They're not trying to make space stations in spacesuits at the same time. It just exists. It's just there. It's just like it. You need a simple vehicle. There you go. Hey, J-Volt. Ah, there. Yeah, there's more nerd math there. Nice. There's girl math. There's boy math. And then there's nerd math. Differences. Northrop Grumman, I believe, is trying to get some space station contracts with Cygnus, Doctor. Believe it or not, I'm pretty sure they are. The Cygnus, the size the C-130 and the B-52 of orbital spacecraft. Yep. So yeah, that should give us pretty much a good timeline on when Newglands is going to fly. I could have told you that with Escapade it was going to be pretty tight. What the f... Stay in school, kids. Stay in school. Yep. That's somebody wrote that. Someone wrote that. And someone wrote that with the utmost confidence. Don't be that person. Don't I'm telling you, don't be that person. Because guess what? Nobody's going to tell you they're judging the frick out of you. But 268 people looked at this and they probably went, eh? And now on top of that, everybody from the YouTube and the Twitch stream has seen this too. That's the thing. Just stay in school. Trust me. Nothing to see here, just a video of an Osprey aileron roll. Nice. It's rage bait.
They posted that at 154, by the way. Nice. 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 The Saturn V beat both Elon and Jeff to launching a heavy lift rocket. Actually, Gwen, I mean, if we're really going to go technical, how technical do we want to go here? Technically, Saturn 1B is a heavy lift launch vehicle. So it wasn't even Saturn V. It was before that. It was Saturn 1B. Saturn 1B could do 25 tons. The Leo, that is a heavy lift vehicle. That is a heavy lift launch vehicle. Like, by our own standards, right? Like, Falcon, I was going to say, what do you mean? Falcon 9 launched, or Falcon Heavy launched 6 years ago. More than 6 years ago. Speaking of EJ, the PCB I just measured was 1.54 millimeters thick. Dude, that number's everywhere. That number's everywhere. Anyway. You know what? We're just going to do all the cool stuff here. So this footage is coming from LSR, and it's footage that's been compiled from Starbase Live. SpaceX is doing chopstick tests. Why did they paint it like a zebra? Huh. Yeah, they painted over where the welds were. I wonder if this is some type... Maybe it's some special type of paint to kind of show stress cracks or something. Visual inspection of the welds. Yeah. Did you know the Pats play the Jets tonight? So? I mean, I wasn't planning on watching that. FlowViz? I don't think it's FlowViz, but yeah, I didn't. I mean, do you want to watch the game? I don't want to watch. Screw that. Dude, I have a Republic to build. The landing rail was also painted. It was shown in the NSF Daily. Yeah. Okay, guys. So watch this footage. Okay, if you didn't see it, watch the tower. Watch the tower when the chopsticks get to this position. Some of you saw it. Watch the tower. Oh! Yo! Whoa! Whoa! That's a little sussy baka right there. Yeah, I said that. Fine. With the Japanese thing, it's fine. Anyway, that's a little sketchy. That's a little sketchy right there. All right. Now drop a super heavy on it. Demon, I'm pretty sure that this is tested at the very top of the tower to induce maximum moment on the tower. I'm pretty sure super heavy is not getting caught up here. I'm pretty sure it's getting caught somewhere down there. All of SpaceX's renders had the carriage like halfway down there. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is just the chopstick starting position. But yeah, dude. Yo, that's crazy, man. Guys, if you don't know, see these posts right there? Those are filled with concrete. This is a steel sheath concrete columns, and it's bending it like nothing. That's crazy, dude. Yo, how high is this? Nubius, where they're at's probably above 500 feet. I think the whole tower is 525. So that's up there. Now, here's the thing, guys. If anybody out there is a civil engineer, you know good and well, you want this thing to flex just a little bit. You don't want it to flex too much, because then it falls over. But there's always a little bit of give. Modern buildings are designed this way on purpose. You're designed to kind of go with perturbing forces, right? So in the case of a skyscraper and a civil engineer, it's wind. Skyscrapers do that. They kind of go back and forth in the wind like a tree would
move around with the wind. Same idea, believe it or not. Yeah. Aerodynamics need to be taken into account when you build a big enough building. True story. Can you use a 4-point cable system to stop the sway? Well, J-Volt, this is what I'm getting at, guys. That's a lot of sway. It is, but that might be on purpose. It might be on purpose because if you... Let's be real here. There's a lot of dynamic events happening with just the chopsticks closing, let alone that 300-ton booster that's going to, you know, try and land right in this area here. That could be on purpose. They could let it sway a little bit on purpose now that I'm thinking about it. There's only so much force you can... there's only so much force you're going to be able to absorb here. You know what I mean? It's going to bend to an extent. I'll bet you it deflected a little bit when they stack. I'll bet you it does, just a little bit. But you don't see it because it happens slowly. This is it happening fast. Is twisting worse than swaying? You're going to have some torsional load on this a little bit, Helzekin, but not a lot. This is triangulated pretty well. Typically dumb question coming from yours truly. Uncapping, your questions are actually better than a lot of the questions that I get. So don't sell yourself short. If buildings are swaying in the wind, doesn't that eventually weaken the foundations or structural integrity? Well, now you're getting into a material science analysis. This is uncapping, yes and no. Will it eventually weaken it? If it encounters a wind that it's not rated for, dude, sure. But there's a reason why skyscrapers aren't made out of aluminum. If they were made out of aluminum, then yes, you would have this problem. Aluminum will crack over time. Concrete does to an extent, and every building does settle over time. This is why you do an environmental impact. This is the precise reason why we started doing that in the first place. It wasn't to appease environmentalists. It was to make sure that the building doesn't fall over into the swamp. They said you couldn't build a launch pad in a swamp, but I did it anyway. It fell into the swamp. No, basically, you use reinforced concrete, and you can adjust the thickness of your reinforced concrete. Also, your lattice structure in the reinforced concrete would be built in a way to basically go with these forces and have a little bit of give and not fatigue the whole thing. Because, yeah, you got to be careful with concrete. Concrete is really good at compression load, but it sucks it sucks everywhere else. This is why you don't see bridges made out of concrete. Concrete sucks for tensile strength. It sucks for torsional strength. It sucks for shearing strength. It's only good at compression. That's about it. That's why foundations are made out of concrete and everything else isn't. But yeah, there is a little bit of, Theo, that's right. There's an elasticity in this stuff. It's designed to have a little bit of give and not fatigue the entire thing. It just depends on what materials you're using. You're getting into what's called, it's material science here. It's pretty interesting stuff. Oh, that bridge is sick, I think I've seen that bridge before. Good example of foundational damage over time, the Kinzua Bridge. Yeah. This is why getting load cycles and everything is very important. And, like, here's the thing, Badger. If we're able to figure this out from looking at 5 seconds of the chopsticks swinging back and forth and the whole tower swinging, there's no way SpaceX doesn't have an army of civil engineers. Probably mechanical engineers, if I had to guess. Mechanical and maybe some civil. That did their homework with this. If I had to guess, they probably overestimated it. Like, for instance, look, okay, let me explain like this. This is how you go about thinking as kind of an engineer. Keep in mind, these safety margins are made up. What I'm about to tell you is kind of made up, but this is kind of the mentality. All right, so you have a tower that needs to catch a 300-ton booster coming back down. So what's the problem here? You're going to encounter a shock load on your entire mechanical system here. What does that mean? That's a nice way of saying the booster as a rocket engine is eventually going to shut off, and the whole weight of the booster is going to be put on those chopsticks. Now, because the chopsticks are off to the side like this, and the tower is this way, what does that do? That puts a shearing force on your tower. Your tower is trying to bend. Your tower wants to break in half, right? That induces a shearing force on the tower. So what you would need to do is figure out the moment of the booster when it hits and how much torque that's going to put on your entire tower, right? Whatever that number is, it's probably a measurement of force. It is a measurement of force, and it's probably a really freaking high number, but it's not going to be 300 tons. If the booster has a mass of 300 tons and it comes down onto the chopsticks, that 300 tons, because it's a lever arm, the chopsticks are essentially a lever arm, is going to be amplified because Archimedes, give me a lever long enough, because of leverage, right? Give me a lever long enough and I'll move the world. So it's not going to be 300 tons of shearing force here. That's where trigonometry and calculus come into play here. You need to be able to figure out the moment of the booster and how much force, how quickly it's going to get put on that tower. This is not like, okay, it's not like aerospace engineering, all right? You can come up with formulas for statics like this. This is like a benefit that civil engineers have. You can use statics to do your analytical calculations, right? With aerospace engineering, it gets a little bit annoying because it's aerodynamics, dynamics, stuff changes. It's not aerostatics, right? Whew, dude, I've read a little bit about aerodynamics, and just looking at it, it's like, not even aerospace engineers can tell you exactly how something is going to fly, but there is a model that will get you close with statics because gravity's constant. We're not changing the environment too much. Well, in this case, we are because of that whole booster thing. But long story short, you can do material analysis and you could do a pretty damn high fidelity simulation, or at least some calculations given material strength to reinforced concrete and steel, which is what the tower's made out of. You can do some pretty accurate calculations here in this regard of getting it to just sway a little bit to dissipate the energy, but not snap the thing like a twig. Once again, that math is pretty straightforward, guys. I mean, we could get into it if you want. I'm probably not the best guy to do this math. I would ask Trevor Sesnick at NASA Spaceflight. He would probably be able to do this way better than me. It is technically dynamics, not statics. Well, yeah, I mean, but when J-Volt for sure. But when you're calculating the material, when you're trying to get a safety factor here, when you're trying to get your safety factor, it is statics, right? Because you're basically figuring that this tower needs to be able to hold this much up, and it needs to be able to stay there indefinitely, right? So let's just say, and this is what I mean about making up numbers. This is totally made up. You have a 300-ton booster, okay? That booster, when it lands, is going to put leverage on the entire tower and induce a shearing force on the tower that's probably, let's say it does 900 tons of shearing force, which is completely made up. There's no way. But let's just say it does, right? Let's say 600. To say you're putting 600 tons of shearing force on your tower, right? Well, you can figure out what the shearing force of your steel concrete matrices is here. That's pretty straightforward to figure out. It really depends on your rebar. It depends on the reinforcement in the concrete, right? And we know pretty good and well that the foundation isn't going to move, right? And it's definitely, we saw the tower is going to bend, so shearing force is going to get put on the center of the tower right around the quick disconnect. If I had to guess, it's just a guess. I don't know, right? I'm kind of making things up for the sake of just explaining this, right? So you have to make a tower that withstands 600 tons of shearing force, right? No, you don't. No, absolutely not. If your booster is putting at the absolute maximum 600 tons of shearing force on your tower, right? Now you're putting it, like Uncapping was wondering, you're putting it through a load cycle, right? You're going from no leverage on the entire tower, static, to 600 tons relatively quickly, right? You're shock shearing loading your tower, right? It's happening really fast because, once again, those rocket engines need to shut off quick, and then the booster's just going to sit there, right? It's going to happen fast. So you don't rate the tower for 600 tons of shearing force. You wouldn't do that because it would land once, and then you'd try to land it again, and it would probably snap like a twig, right? You get compounding loading cycles over time. You'd engineer this thing to be able to, so once again, because of load cycles, you wouldn't even go with like 620 tons of force, of shearing force. You wouldn't do that because of compounding load cycles. So you're going to land, SpaceX is going to land a lot of boosters. So this thing's going to be swaying back and forth. It's swaying back and forth. It's swaying back and forth, right? You don't want that. That's eventually it'll snap, right? Eventually you'll encounter a failure mode. You engineer it to be able to withstand that, not to be able to withstand that 600 tons of shearing once, but be able to withstand that 600 tons of shearing indefinitely. No load cycle, right? Unless SpaceX wants to refurbish the damn tower and build another one, it's indefinite, right? Structural engineers don't take into account a building collapsing, right? Buildings don't have a finite load cycle, or else buildings would just collapse randomly. I mean, they do collapse randomly if you don't take care of it, but that's another story. Deferred maintenance is a hell of a drug. So it's not just rating the load from that, it's taking that, and now because you're getting into load cycles and for like compounding load cycles over time, you don't rate it for 600. You rate it for 2,800 tons of shearing force. That way it'll never break. And once again, I'm making up numbers. I'm making up the safety factor, but I assure you the safety factor is way higher. That tower is never going to snap. It will never snap. It'll bend a little bit. You have to have a little bit of give. Like, just because everything is a spring at the end of the day. But that tower is probably designed to sway back and forth to dissipate energy, so you're not fatiguing the metal. But I'll bet you the metal thickness here and the concrete and everything on this tower is probably engineered to be able to withstand like probably 2 to 3 to maybe 5 times the load factor of pulling this booster up or landing the booster on the chopsticks. A reasonable analogy is the flex of airliner wings. Yeah, Gil, but airliner wings will eventually crack over time. Because aluminum, despite being a metal, putting aluminum through compounding load cycles over time actually cracks aluminum. Aluminum doesn't like to bend, it cracks. That's why if you have like a soda can, right, and you take the tab and you pull it enough times, it'll just break right off. Aluminum cracks, like concrete, believe it or not. It doesn't bend like steel. Steel has give. Once again, why we build skyscrapers out of steel and not aluminum. Yeah, McCory, it's got to be way up there. Like, if it was me, dude, if it was me, whatever your, like, 2x your max load factor here, I would make it 10x. Because it doesn't cost a lot of money to pour more concrete. It does cost a lot of money if your tower collapses with a booster attached to it. Right? Why even take the chance? There's no point in taking the chance there. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but the tower's never going to break. Yeah, J-Volt, exactly. Now, that's with civics. So that's buildings, bridges, towers, catch launch pads. Aerospace, believe it or not, aerospace safety factor is not nearly as high. It's not as high as it is with civics, with buildings and stuff. Like 154. 154 is your load factor on your wings that the FAA mandates you rate your wings to. If your wings can't take 1.54 times the amount of load that gets induced on them from them generating lift, if it can't take that, guess what? Your plane isn't getting certified to move people around. Seriously. A plane has to take 1.5 times the amount of force that the wings encounter when the plane is just flying normally. Now, why? Why is that? Well, where did they come up with that number? They came up with that number because, let's be real, if your wings are taking 1.5 times the force of their normal lift load, you have way worse problems to worry about than your wings snapping off. Because that means the plane is falling straight down. That's where they came up with that load factor, if you really want to know. The only time the plane is ever going to encounter that much wing shear is if it's falling, if it's belly flopping like Starship, in which case the wings coming off is probably the least of your concern if your plane is free falling out of the sky. First thing you do is turn the nose down to get some airspeed if your plane stalls, right? Any pilots out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is how safety factors actually kind of come up with. This is how they come up with this stuff. Like, you know, if your wings are encountering 1.5 times the force, you have other things to worry about than the wings flying off. The wings will stop winging. Yep. I wonder if there are differences between the tower and Boca at the Cape. I'm not sure, dude. Maybe. Lift int. Yep. See what I'm talking about? A little bit about safety factors. So yeah, guys, that tower is definitely moving around. I'll bet you it's by design. I don't think that SpaceX closed the chopsticks, looked at this and said, oh crap, the entire tower is moving. I'll bet you that sway is induced on purpose. Yeah, dude, look at it. Look at the tower. It's like, oh. Like, my first thing that popped into my head is like, dude, I would not want to be standing up there when this thing does that. But also, then you realize you really don't want to be standing there the next time these chopsticks close like that. Not for the tower swaying, but that big, 300-ton stainless steel beer keg coming back down that has fire shooting out the bottom coming near you. That's probably a bigger reason than the tower swaying. But like, this is why I've been saying for the longest time, guys, like, people are worried like, oh, they're going to do a catch attempt. What if it hits the tower? I really, dude, if Super Heavy hits the tower, it'll bounce off and explode. I'm pretty sure that tower is strong enough to take a booster hit. The booster will probably hit it and it'll probably sway around like this going, ha 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 ha, I'm not going anywhere. You know, like, you missed me. Super Heavy comes down. You missed me. I can't say the end of that sketch, but whatever. I want to see a rut in the tower. Dude, if the booster hits it, Phil, the Super Heavy will just bounce off and explode. It'd be like hitting a concrete wall, because that's basically what that is. Well, reinforced concrete wall. A beer company should buy a Super Heavy to turn it into a giant brewing keg. I don't know if SpaceX, I don't know if 304X stainless is food grade stainless, Seacrack, and it's probably a different alloy. It's probably not good enough for consumables. The stainless steel that pots and pans and countertops and stuff in restaurants is made out of is probably not the same composition. Did they reinforce those joiner plates earlier? Mm-hmm. Super Heavy be like, yep. Well, Super Heavy has done some damage to concrete before. Yeah, Mayor, you're not wrong, but you actually stumbled upon a very good learning experience here. Have you guys ever noticed that the structures that are next to rockets are hollow? Any ever wonder why? Why there's not like a skyscraper next to a rocket? Because if this was a solid surface and the rocket pushed up against it, it's going to do what Flight 1 did to the ground to the side of the tower. That is the reason why SpaceX took the cladding off of the fixed service structure at 39A, because it was damaging it. There's a reason why this stuff is all hollow, so the flow from the rockets can just go right through it. True story. So yeah, Super Heavy has messed up concrete in the past, but it wasn't hollow steel and concrete. Hey, you're learning about material science today. Look at you. Look at you. Good for you. Hopefully you learned something. So yeah, that sway is induced. Not induced. Of course it's induced. I guarantee you that's done on purpose. You have to have a little bit of give, right? Because passively resisting this increased moment from the chopsticks moving could break things. And the tower is not designed to do that. It's not designed to break in half. I'll bet you the load factor is way higher. Like, it would take a direct, like, this thing would need to take a direct hit from a nuke to blow up. Seriously. I mean, considering what happens down at the OLM, that's basically the overpressure event from super heavy starting up is basically consistent with blast pressures found from a low yield nuke. Yeah, flame trenches are a violent place when a rocket goes off. Oh yeah, the pressures down there are, whatever you put in there, you're gonna lose. One time they found an alligator in a flame trench, and then everybody had some cooked gator for dinner. No, there was no alligator left. True story. That was in Florida, by the way. Gator dust. Yeah, they never found that. Now what they do is call animal control to get the gators, out of the flame trenches, because believe it or not, that's FOD in the flame trench, and that could cause problems, so you don't want to make sure that doesn't happen. The frog survived the rocket launch. Yes, that's right. Glory to the Hypnotoad. Gator done. Yeah, it gives new meaning to that. Have you ever seen a gator in real life? I lived in Florida, Sawyer. Of course I've seen a gator. Dude, at my apartment 20 years ago, it's closer to 15, so let's say 15. My apartment in Florida 15 years ago, yeah, it overviewed a pond, because you have to dig retention ponds in Florida for buildings, or else the building falls into the swamp. Yeah, gators would be on the edge of the pond all day, dude. I used to go out on my balcony and watch them go around going, that's what they do. They hiss. It's weird. It's a weird noise. If you never heard it,
go at throttle up.
Yeah, the first time you hear it, you'd be like, what the hell is that? Are you scheduled for Flame Trench? Yes. They Riz. Yep. No. Headline: Florida Gator kills spacecraft. Yeah. They hire Florida man to come get the gators out of the trench. I have that on first-hand authority from engineers at ULA. Ohio Sigma Riz. Oh God. Stop it. Stop doing that. Stop it. Jacobs, what's up, buddy? 23-month resub. And Demon had a 77 in there a half hour ago. I appreciate it. Dino had a 93 a little bit ago. Picked a real interesting time to join, I see. Dino, I find that people are saying that a lot more often lately. Skibbity Ohio Gat Sigma Riz. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means. Well, I know what Riz means. Oh God, I'm at the point where I'm having to translate TeamSpeak. That's not good. Oh God, not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. See ya, workers. All right, Jacobs. And all the gator removal team needs is a pickup and a 6-pack. You dang right. They'll take them out to the gator reserve there and put them down there. Elderly EJ confirmed. I'm old, man. I get it, all right? Jeez, leave me alone. Any good pickings out there? Did I ever tell you guys, this actually reminded me, the Ferd reminded me. Did I ever tell you guys that, I don't know if this conversation was on Flame Trench or not. I was talking with Jack Beyer one time. This was like right when I started doing NSF. So I was like talking with him. I was like, oh, dude. I was like, yeah, I follow all your star bases. He's like, oh, that's awesome. I know you like old trucks. There's this really awesome old truck that drives around Starbase. I go, is it green? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, it's a 96 F350. And he's like, what? Like, it's a 96 F350. Oh, I've seen it. I want it. Yeah, I want it. It's quad cab long box. And he's like, what the? Jack was like, who are you? I'm like, your worst nightmare. This conversation happened. I swear. That happened. Some people like collecting junk. Oh yeah, Mopar, no car, boy. Actually, 619. The Coronet is going to be the winter project here, dude. Coronet is going to be my winter car. We're going to finish up with this, and then this thing gets put outside in the Coronet spot with a cover on it.
Yep. Yep. Cornet's coming in. So yeah, we'll get some Mopar action. We got Ford, we got Chevy, got to get Mopar, got to get a nice blend. Nice blend. Giving you the business, so you know that. Of course I know that. Duh. Well, you're at it between stories. Otani is 4850. Jeez. You need a Nissan? The only Nissan I would want. Well, actually, there's two. Nah. Yeah, two. 73 240 or a BNR or 89 BNR 32. Those are the only two. I don't care about everything else. Maybe a Stagia, so maybe three. Those are the ones you're talking about, yeah. I'm in my 20s, so I don't know what that means. I'm not on TikTok. Yeah, me neither. Yep. I'm not you kids with your talk ticks. No R34? R34 doesn't do it for me, Phil. No, I don't want that. The BNR 32 GTR. I want the original GTR Skyline. That one's cool. You know why? Because that one's a race car. That one's race car. You know, there's actually making a homologated race car, and then there's making one that's race inspired. Right? That's what R33s and R34s are. Yeah. Deal with it. There's like a Plymouth Superbird, and then there's just a car with a gigantic spoiler on it. That's race inspired, okay? The GTR 32, the GTR R32 is that's real. That's a real race car. Okay? It's real. No love for a Yugo? What makes you think I would want a Yugo, Helzikin? What makes you think I want that? I don't want that. How about an Escort Kazi? Yep, I want that. Yes, I want that SVO. Yes, I want that. Sierra Cosworth's guilty pleasure. You better recheck those stats. Those numbers already changed. No way, dude. Your brother wrapped his Roadrunner around a telephone pole. Is your brother okay? You can build a Sierra Kazi out of a Mercury XR4 Ti. Yeah. Fun fact, SVO, I almost bought the Hoonigan XR4 Ti as well. But I have no idea where that car is now. That ship sailed already. I was thinking about it. EJ, I am going to buy a Yugo with suspension out of alignment, and we're going to haul it across country. Why do you want repair? You do not want a Yugo, all right? If you want a car like that, you want a Fiat Panda, all right? Captain Slow, you want a Fiat Panda. Fiat Pandas are cooler. I don't care what anybody says. All right. This is the car segment of the stream. Okay. Fiat Panda. See? Fiat Panda. Look at that thing. Look at how happy that dude is. And look at his woman is staring at him like, oh my God, look at what you're able to do with this car. I love it. Probably not, but look at see, this guy's got it figured out. He's got a vest on, plaid shirt. He's got to figure it out. Okay. Fiat Pandas are awesome. They are amazing. Do you know why I like these so much and why they're better than a Yugo? You see that little mark on the side? 4x4, baby. Oh, yeah. That is an off-road vehicle. That's why Pandas are cool. All right? You're not going to get that with a Yugo. The woman is photoshopped. I love Fiat Pandas. They're awesome. It's a 4x4. That's cool, man. It's like a little mini Jeep. It's fantastic. He's probably so happy thinking what to do after he gets out of the car, leaving the brakes on. Hey, they're nice cars, man. Pat, you have a Ford Ghia Estate called Dave. Dave is 21 years old. That's awesome.
Yeah, Gias are pretty cool. I'm more of a Mondeo kind of guy. I like Mondeos. Nice cars. Hey, before we get the coronet in there, is there any chance we can maybe sneak my Freightliner in there so we can build a bracket? Ernock, let me get this straight. I've been working on your cars all summer. And now that it's not summer, you want me to continue working on your vehicles? Is that what's going on here? Will a semi fit in the door? Yeah, of course it will. Yes? I think about it. Yeah, a truck will fit in the garage. Yeah. That's a huge garage door. We could fit a semi in here. I'm not sure we'd be able to get all of the semi on camera, but we could, yeah. Are you saying no? I'm saying I want to work on my damn car. I haven't worked on any of my cars since before June, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Work on one of my damn cars. Look at Fred. Look here. Look at Fred. Look at how sad he is. He didn't get to go out once during the summer. Look at how sad he is. Oh, nice, Scooger. That's a nice video. That's your fault. Oh, crap. It's my fault. Did you name your car Fred too? No, Freb with a B at the end. Freb. Freb can deliver pizzas like nobody's business. It's the only happy shiny car. Oh, that's not as cool. Look at these OLM parts. All right, just look. Asking as a car newbie to keep the car healthy, do you have to start and run the engine for a bit if it's not driven for a long time? Yes. You should start a car once a week that you're storing. Honestly, start it once a week. Yeah. Start it and run it for a half hour once a week for a stored car. Yes. Or else fuel will destroy the fuel injection system. Yeah. Yeah. You probably leave it there for a good while, but I wouldn't recommend it. You left Freb for Bluefus. I did not. How do you prepare a car for long-term storage? Drain the fuel. Seriously, that's the big one. Drain the fuel. You could put it up on blocks too if you really want to, so you don't wreck the tires. But yeah. And undo the battery as well. Yeah. Those are the things that are gonna go. Guys, so all right, more car talk here. We'll get back to space stuff in a second. I'm kind of avoiding doing the FAA thing. I don't want to talk about it, but anyway. Gasoline, more often than not nowadays, has ethanol in it. Ethanol will it'll eat rubber. Yeah, chemically, it'll destroy rubber. So rubber O-rings on fuel injectors, rubber lines in your fueling system. It's like detergent nowadays, dude. Hey, Rob, what's going on?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hope you gifted us up to Great Toothless Land Shark. Oil is fine. The oil is okay. You don't need to drain the oil. Don't do that. Do not drain the oil out of the motor. You're inviting humidity inside of the engine if parts aren't lubricated, right? This is why you got to start it. You just splash the oil all over parts of the engine. If you don't, all the oil trickles down to the bottom, right? And then eventually all the oil will drain off all your metal components. And once that happens, you're inviting humidity. Draining the oil just makes that happen faster.
This is space. I'm in space.
Predominant gifted 20 subs. Thank you. I can tell you very much that you do not want rust inside of your engine. That's bad for it. Anyway, Predominant, thanks for the 20. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You, in fact, do not have a bad case of diarrhea. Oh, God. What do you guys do? Don't do this.
Oh, this is space.
I knew
I'm
it.
in space.
Hokey gifted 20. Now here we go. All right, and here, race to see who has the deepest pockets. Here we go. I'm just gonna sit here. You know, we'll just sit here and watch the tower weeble wobble around. No, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. It's been an interesting year.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
10 subs from Perdonganen. Thanks, man. You know Weebles wobble. They don't fall down, yeah.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hokey matched it. He matched it with 10. Oh my goodness. If it's going to sit but not super long, find ethanol-free gas. You could buy ethanol-free gas toothless from the hardware store. You could buy True Fuel. True Fuel is great. That'd be good. Or it ports stable in the gas tank too. Now this is a feud I can get behind. Redonculent has the donginant. Wait, what? But yeah, if you're storing a car erudite, if it's long-term storage and you can't get at starting it all the time, drain the fuel out of it immediately. Yeah, drain all the fuel. After 10 years, which original engineered project will outperform concrete or rubber? Depends on what you're doing. Down here, they saw ethanol-free gas at the pump. Cool. So the other thing to take into account, Sawyer, is that even if you have ethanol-free gas, gasoline decomposes over time. It'll decompose. And when it decomposes, it turns into varnish. And when it turns into varnish, that's basically like pouring jelly into your gas tank. Yeah. Not good. Not great. Not great for any fuel system. It's, yeah. Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, gas is like, it'll decompose over time. Yeah, you don't want to do that. It's a car I know that was left for multiple months and it had issues. Unless I think days to a week.
Yep. This is space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
Thank you. I had a 2004 BMW and the fuel lines just decomposed. Yeah, guys, yeah. Modern gas sucks. It's terrible. It's better for the environment, but like with old gas.
This is space.
With
I'm in
old
space.
gas, like you could just keep it in there. It's fine. It'll turn to varnish eventually, but yeah, that old gas was designed to last. Like, it's very strange. Ah, thanks for the 5. I appreciate it. I had to replace fuel tanks with lines for a lot of old vehicles. Yeah, Toothless, me too. My 69 Coronet, when I first got it, the fuel tank was... It looked like the Titanic in there, man. I was just like, nope, new fuel tank, new sending unit. Please. Is this with or without the lead? Real... Leaded gas was invented to prevent detonation. Yeah. That's why they had leaded fuel. Leaded fuel was to prevent knocking.
This is space. I'm in space.
Jeez, guys. All systems with 10. Thank you. Kippy with some bits in there. Appreciate it. Your 51 Power Wagon needed everything from carbon down. Yeah. Power Wagons, though. That's a cool truck, Toothless. Power Wagons are sweet. Hey, man, what motor you got in there? You got that Flathead 6? Got that Flathead 6 in there, man? It's a military Power Wagon? That's sick, dude. Power Wagons are cool, man. I'm over here, but cannot get the hang of Twitch. Pat, I appreciate you popping in, but you could do either one. I'm reading both chats. But either way, it's good to see you over here. Welcome to the zoo. Rick with bits. Predominant with 100 bits. Does this activate TTFs? If so, this is about to get interesting. No. Do you watch Diesel Bros on YouTube? They got some sick machinery. I've seen that channel before, yeah. Yes, indeed. With a bit shaved off the head to up the compression. Nice. Text to speech, John. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, all right. All right. You gifted all those subs, so now here's what we got to do. Here's SpaceX's love letter to the FAA, we'll say. We'll say love letter. Yeah. Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroos. Okay. This is gonna suck, man. Please, for the love of Jeb, do not go off. I get it. This article is probably gonna have some stuff that people do not like. We get it. This is gonna rock the boat, I'm pretty sure. So just have fun. Be entertained. Enjoy the circus. Get some popcorn. Okay? He's helpless, you have your popcorn. All right. All right. Dear FAA, your pal SpaceX. Eric, that might be in the catch position. They reinforced the tower sections and carriage in this area compared to other areas.
Go at throttle up.
Interesting, really. All right. Doom, 19 months plus 1 sub. Thanks again for the streams. Thank you for watching. Predominant, thank you for the 100. Flame Trench is going to be hilarious. J-Volt, I don't know whether I should be spicy about this or not. I'm just... Honestly, I think, before we even read this, I think the spicy take to have here is to just be like, nope, 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 nope. I don't think anything good is going to come of this, to be 100% real with you. And I don't think this love letter here is going to change my mind. I think this is what caused the spice last week. Oh, I wish I was on that show, man. Oh, damn, that would have been awesome. All right. Anyway, for nearly 2 years, SpaceX has voiced its concern with the FAA's inability to keep pace with the commercial spaceflight industry. It is clear that the agency lacks the resources to timely review licensing materials, but also focuses its limited resources on areas unrelated to public safety. These distractions continue to directly threaten national priorities and undercut American industry's ability to innovate. Oh God, here we go. Dear Chairs Cantwell and Lucas and ranking members Cruz and Lofgren. Okay, already are. We're getting right into it. Okay. For nearly 2 years, SpaceX and many in industry, legal practice, and academia have raised the alarm on the Federal Aviation Administration's implementation of its commercial space launch and re-entry regulatory mandate, which is administered by its Office of Commercial Space Transportation. It has been clear for some time that AST lacks the resources to timely review licensing materials, mistakenly focuses its limited resources on areas unrelated to public safety regulatory scope, and has been unsuccessful in modernizing and streamlining its regulations. Most recently, the FAA alleged that SpaceX violated its regulations and proposed a $633,009 penalty for these alleged violations. Choo-choo. It is notable that these violations and penalties were announced shortly after increased scrutiny on AST by Congress for its failure to reasonably and timely execute its regulatory obligations. It is also notable that in announcing these penalties, the FAA's politically appointed chief counsel was quoted in the FAA's announcement on the matter. It is SpaceX's understanding that it is highly irregular and perhaps unprecedented for a chief counsel to be quoted on an enforcement matter. SpaceX forcefully rejects the FAA's assertion that it violated any regulations. SpaceX is absolutely committed to safety in all operations.
With respect to these matters, it is notable that in each instance, SpaceX provided AST with sufficient notice of these relatively minor license updates, which had no bearing on public safety. The fact that AST was unable to timely process these minor updates underscores systematic challenges at AST. The FAA alleges, excuse me, new paragraph. The FAA alleges 3 distinct violations. 1, that SpaceX utilized a propellant farm at SpaceX's launch site that the FAA had not yet approved. 2, that SpaceX used an updated communications plan that the FAA had not yet approved. And 3, that SpaceX did not conduct a launch poll 2 hours prior to launch. As it relates to the RP-1 fuel farm, the use of the RP-1 fuel farm had been approved by our U.S. Government Range Safety Authority for an upcoming National Security Space Launch Program mission. The system has been safely used repeatedly ever since, because there is no public safety risk. Despite the federal range's approval, AST elected to involve itself and now proposes penalties against SpaceX because AST was unable to do its job in an efficient manner. The communication plan changes are entirely unrelated to public safety, and AST has no regulatory authority to require a 2-hour poll. SpaceX responds in detail to each allegation below for your information and to clarify the record. SpaceX alleges that the FAA alleges that SpaceX operated under an unapproved communications plan for the PSN-MSF launch in June of 2023. SpaceX denies this allegation. SpaceX's only change to the communications plan was to change the location of the Launch Control Center from one location on Kennedy Space Center to another. No communications procedures, networks, or personnel changed. On May 2nd, 2023, SpaceX sent the FAA a revised SpaceX Falcon and Dragon communications plan, version 5.4, May of 2023, planned version 5.4, for incorporation into its launch licenses. Each week after SpaceX submitted plan version 5.4 during weekly licensing calls between the FAA and SpaceX told the FAA that it required the plan by June 1st and asked the FAA whether it had feedback. During a call on June 13th, SpaceX again asked the FAA if it had feedback because SpaceX had a launch on June 18th that would use the new location of the Launch Control Center. In response, and for the first time, the FAA told SpaceX that there were too many revisions in Plan 5.4 for it to be able to provide feedback on it by June 18th. As such, on June 15th, SpaceX submitted a new version of a revised communications plan, version 5.3.1, that solely updated the location of the Launch Control Center. This change to the communications plan that SpaceX operated under was clearly a continuing accuracy update, and therefore, per the regulations, did not require FAA approval. On June 16th, the FAA finally began its review of Plan 5.3.1, and minutes later, SpaceX responded to the FAA's questions and offered a call to discuss any further questions. The FAA responded saying it would not be able to complete its review of Plan 5.3.1 before June 18th. The FAA stated that SpaceX had not provided it with enough notice, even though SpaceX had told the FAA 6 weeks earlier that it required use of the plan by June 1st, and the date was now June 16th. Again, approval was not required under the regulation for this continuing accuracy update. On June 22nd, 2023, the FAA sent SpaceX minor comments on plan version 5.4. And the same day, SpaceX sent responses to the FAA. Hours after SpaceX responded, on June 22nd, 2023, the FAA approved Plan 5.4 for incorporation into 2 of SpaceX launch licenses, but not in SpaceX launch licenses for 39A. Ooh. Section I. On August 20th, 2023, The FAA later approved Plan version 5.4 for incorporation into the LC-39A license, which was 110 days after SpaceX originally submitted the plan. During these 110 days, the FAA did not ask SpaceX for any additional information on Plan 5.4. The plan was not further modified, and therefore the plan was the same as the one approved on June 22, 2023. It is unclear why it took the FAA an additional 59 days and 110 days total to review and approve, quote unquote. But the fact that the communications plan was approved demonstrates that there was no public safety concern with moving the launch control center. Section 2, T-minus 2-hour polling. The FAA alleges that SpaceX should have conducted a T-minus 2-hour readiness poll prior to the PSN-MSF launch per its communications plan, and that such a readiness poll should have been in SpaceX's launch procedure. There is no requirement in the regulations for a T-minus 2-hour readiness poll. Importantly, SpaceX conducts a poll prior to propellant loading later in the count consistent with safe operations. Rocket Propellant 1, RP-1 farm. Section 3. The FAA alleges that SpaceX operated an unapproved RP-1 farm during the EchoStar 23 launch. Specifically, the RP-1 farm used during the EchoStar 23 launch was moved to enhance the public safety of SpaceX's operations. Specifically, the new RP-1 farm location and design increased safety to individuals both inside and outside of the LC-39A fence lined through multiple improvements. The RP-1 farm moved to a location that is more than twice the distance from the nearest publicly accessible area outside of the fence line, with an increase of 700 to 1,600 feet. B. SpaceX eliminated a hazard both inside and outside of the fencing line by moving the RP-1 storage tanks away from a heat source that was near the old location. The old RP-1 storage tanks required additional hazard mitigation due to their spacing, and these mitigations were eliminated with the new location. The new RP-1 storage tanks are further apart, and the additional hazards associated with the previous spacings have been eliminated. Section C. Prior to the launch, the Federal Range Safety Authorities reviewed and approved the new RP-1 farm's use. Section D. On August 20th, less than a month after the FAA issued SpaceX a license for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch, the FAA approved a waiver for the Crew 7 launch that allowed SpaceX to conduct the launch from 39A with the new RP-1 farm. The waiver that the FAA issued stated that granting the waiver would not jeopardize public health and safety, the safety of property, or any national security or foreign policy interest of the United States. Since SpaceX's operations for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch and the Crew 7 launch were the same as related to the RP-1 farm, it is not clear why the FAA made a positive safety determination for the Crew 7 launch, but could not do the same for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch. It keeps going. Section G. Instead, it took the FAA several months after the Crew 7 waiver to approve the RP-1 farm license modification, showing inefficiency and lack of public safety focus by AST. Damn, right for the jugular. Section H. The FAA has never asserted that the new ground safety configuration at LC-39A or the related ground safety analysis was not safe or did not comply with the regulations. Rather, when the FAA issued SpaceX a license for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch on July 26, 2023, the transmittal letter for license said only that, quote, the FAA cannot issue a positive safety review determination for the modification request submitted on July 19, 2023, ahead of the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 mission. The FAA is on console, Section I. The FAA is on console prior to launch operations and did not stop launch operations because of this matter, indicating no public hazard or public safety risk. Ooh. Ooh. 24, yeah, not 23, excuse me. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Section J. Finally, FAA intervened via a letter that was delivered to SpaceX. Okay, hold on. Finally, the FAA intervened via letter that was delivered to SpaceX well into SpaceX's countdown procedures for the launch. The SpaceX flight reliability team called the FAA to communicate that as an operator, SpaceX believed it was unsafe for the FAA to be sending these types of communications during operations and altering propellant operations for non-contingency scenarios on the fly. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. The FAA leadership on the call agreed with this assessment and did not direct SpaceX to stand down or pull its license. Ooh. Again, SpaceX is absolutely committed to safety in all operations. For well over a year now, SpaceX has voiced its concerns with the FAA's inability to keep pace with the commercial space industry and the needs of the U.S. government agencies that rely on commercial space launch capability for national security and national priorities. Ooh. Let's noodle on that one for a second, huh? Meanwhile, all the pilots in here are like, first time. Interesting. So, guys, I was pretty dang right that I don't think this paper is going to change my mind, with the exception of a couple of pretty outstanding things. Those last couple of things really drove the point home. Now, it very much seems like the FAA can't keep up, which is basically the FAA can't keep up, and what the FAA is doing to cover its own tail is slow stuff down to make sure they don't get bit. You don't want a rocket potentially endangering safety, and then everybody go, well, why didn't you know about this? And for the FAA to say something like, well, it was on our radar, but yeah, SpaceX goes too fast. That's why they're doing this, because they're covering their tail because they don't have the resources to be able to keep up. That's what this very much sounds like. Now, that's what it sounds like for Section 1, the communications plan, and the T-2 hour polling. Now, if we go into the communications plan, it seems like SpaceX tried to do the right thing, figured out the FAA wasn't going to do the right thing, and because of other stakeholder expectations, i.e. it being a national security mission, basically went to the DOD and said, is this good? And they said, yeah, why wouldn't it be? And then they launched it. And then the FAA said, oh, that's what that sounds like. Now, the T-2 hour polling, it's interesting here because, so the interesting thing about that is, okay, look, T-2 hour polling. The FAA alleges that SpaceX could have conducted a T-2 hour readiness poll, should have conducted a T-2 hour readiness poll to the PSN MSF launch per its communications plan, right? Per its communications plan. That's the big one. It's not that the FAA requires a T-2 hour readiness poll. It's that the stuff that's approved for public safety from SpaceX requires a 2-hour readiness poll. But, once again, SpaceX is moving way too fast for the FAA to be able to keep up, and it sounds like they submitted an older plan to try and get them to review it faster,
And the FAA said, yeah, that's fine, I guess, but we're still reviewing 5.4. And then they reviewed 5.4 and said it was fine, right? And then they still launched without full review of that plan, right? But per SpaceX's own plan, the one that was approved at the time of launch when the violation took place, there should have been a 2-hour readiness poll. Once again, SpaceX is just going too fast for the FAA, and the FAA can't keep up. I'm telling you, that's what's going on. Because they've been shortchanged, just like every other government institution. Like, what do you want? It's government. It happens. Now, here's the interesting thing. Do I think the FAA should be issuing fines because they can't keep up? I don't know, man. Like, it's very interesting. This is unprecedented. We've never been in this situation before, where you just can't keep up. It's important to SpaceX to hike up your launch cadence, because running a space program is like running a steam engine, like a locomotive. You don't just flip the on button and go. That's not how running a steam engine works. You have to stoke the burner, and then you have to get the boiler up to temperature. Once the boiler's up to temperature and you have enough head pressure, right, the check valve turns on, and then you can start going. It takes time. And then even when the steam engine's going down the tracks, you have to build up a lot of momentum, just like every other train. This is not something that happens very quickly. You can't just flip a steam engine on. It takes time. Running a space program is like that. You have to build up a lot of pressure. You have to go. Slowing that down, all that's going to do is basically screw SpaceX's bottom line, because they're the ones that paid all the money to be able to launch fast, right? I can understand their frustration, but like I said, this last part is very, very telling. This last part is very telling, specifically these parts right here, Section I and Section J, okay? The FAA is on console prior to launch operations and did not stop launch operations because of this matter, indicating no public hazard or public safety risk. This is shining a light on something that I've been saying for some time. The FAA is going slow because they don't know. They don't know. What does the Federal Aviation Administration know about certifying a commercial launch site and a commercial launch vehicle? Spoiler alert, nothing. They know nothing about that. And that right there, Section I, is very telling of this. See that right there? The FAA is so ridiculously jammed and so ridiculously overcrowded and so overwhelmed with SpaceX paperwork that they can't even keep their own personnel on the same page. Here's the thing. Everything up until that section, it just seems like SpaceX is just flooding them with paperwork and hoping that they get it. They just rubber stamp everything and go. All right? Those last two things right there are very telling, because up until that point, you can make the case that SpaceX is just flooding you with paperwork. How the hell are you supposed to get all this done? They're sending you file cabinets of paperwork every freaking day. No one's gonna, like, not even like if there was an FAA equivalent of SpaceX, right? Like, that was able to go that fast. That's a lot of paperwork to go through. It is. Paperwork has to be reviewed by legal. There's a lot to it. It's not just, oh, okay, good, send it, right? There's a lot to it. Now, up until that point, you can make the argument that there's no bandwidth for this at the FAA. But once again, I would have told you we're right here, but it sounds like the FAA doesn't even know what's going on. It sounds like they're so shortchanged that even the people that are there don't even know that SpaceX is violating their own they're violating like FAA standards. They don't even know. That's what happened here and here. FAA leadership on the call agreed with the statement and did not direct SpaceX to stand down. Now, once again, here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. You're from the FAA. Remember what I said about covering your butt as a government agency. Not keeping everybody on the same page is very telling. That's very telling. I'm sorry that, and this proves what I was talking about. SpaceX would not do this unless they had something concrete. That's concrete. Right there. That is legal grounds. Right there. That's legal grounds to vindicate what SpaceX is saying. You said it was fine, and now it's not fine. What the actual frick? Right? Right there, that's legal grounds. That means the FAA doesn't even know what's going on. So, once again, like that is very telling. It's very telling. I think SpaceX is in the right. Not by much, and they're only in the right pursuant to one of these three issues, right? Because the other ones just seems like they're like, okay, we submitted the paperwork. Hey, you going to do that for us? No, we can't do that for you because you submit thousands of pages of paperwork. Well, yeah, we submitted to you a month ago. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. We're reviewing the ones that you sent in 2 months ago. I get it. Like, we got a lot to do here. Well, haven't you approved it yet? Here. We'll give you our old one. Approve this. It's fine. You've already approved of it. It's good. If I do that, I just have to put it in the queue and review every other piece of paperwork. Yeah, but that's the old one. You can approve it right now. No, I can't. Whatever. We're going to launch anyway. It's the old one. It's fine. We'll beg for forgiveness later. Now that right there, no. It's not. That's not how that works at all. That's not how you do that. That's not how you do that at all. That's going to get thrown out. But once again, there's a reason why they chose to mention this last. Because the case that SpaceX is trying to build against the FAA is that the FAA is selectively enforcing the law when they think it's convenient for them. That's the case that SpaceX is trying to build here. That's the case that their legal team is trying to build. There is absolute precedent there for that with I&J. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not a law guy. I don't know the law, but I do know about precedents when it comes to this, because I sit here and read about this all day for your entertainment. Hopefully it's funny, right? And I watched My Cousin Vinny once. It's a good one. What is positraction? All right, anyway. So, guys, once again, it sounds like two things are going on. One, the FAA can't keep up. They do not have the funding to be able to keep up with the bandwidth of paperwork because there's so many rapid changes that SpaceX is required to report that they can't keep up. That's not, like, as screwed up as this is going to sound, and I'm saying that I want SpaceX to be able to launch every day, to be 100% real with you, but as screwed up as this is going to sound, that's not the FAA's problem. That's the people that give them money's problem, which is why this letter is to the people that give the FAA's money. That's why that's what this letter is to. Now, like, SpaceX is going to have to deal with it. You have to, like everybody else deals with it, you have to too, you know? But once again, SpaceX wouldn't do that unless they wouldn't even bother taking legal action like this unless they had something. That's what I've been saying. And guess what? That right there is what I'm talking about. There is legal precedent here that the FAA has their head so far up their tail, most likely because they're flooded with paperwork, but we're not going to mention that part if we're SpaceX's legal counsel, right? The FAA there's so many changes being issued so fast, and they can't even keep up that they don't even know how to. It ends up being selective enforcement. The FAA guy at the launch said it was good to go, and then a year later, you're issuing a 6-figure fine to us for the thing that the guy said was okay. But once again, that kind of ignores the point that they didn't technically have license approval to launch it in the first place. See what I'm talking about? Nobody wins from this. But also, I'm kind of coming down in favor of SpaceX. Like, look, man, the guy from the FAA said it's good. It's the FAA's duty to make sure that their guy that's on site at the launch site knows that they're complying with the full use of the law. If there is a problem,
That guy needs to know about it. That's on the FAA, dudes. That's their fault. Maybe don't spend so much time at the bowling alley or something. I don't know. The range said the prop farm was good. That to me is the winner. Yeah, but the range isn't the FAA. The range has no jurisdiction in this particular construct, Hellfish, per regulatory 450 framework. They don't have this. So what? That's like you punching a guy in the face and then going to your buddy who's not in the fight and saying, hey, was I right to punch him in the face? Of course your buddy's going to be like, yeah, he's knocked out too. Good for you, right? Like, duh, right? But your buddy's not going to say whether you were in the right or you're wrong, because that's not bro code. It's not how bro code works, right? The FAA is swamped already. How are they planning to deal with Newglands into the coming market? Mini B, that's a very good point, dude. I saw somebody mention that on X this morning when I was reading about this to get kind of primed for this conversation that I knew we would have. Dude, if the FAA is swamped with SpaceX, you guys know that Blue Origin wants to launch New Glenn like once a week, right? They want to do that. New Glenn is going to fly as much as Falcon 9. We understand this, right? For Project Kuiper, because Amazon wants to build their own Starlink competitor. What the hell is going to happen to the FAA then? See what I mean? This is why I'm kind of coming down in favor of commercial contractors, because SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they were absolutely sure, unless they had something. And that's what they had. The FAA is so underfunded and so fragmented that their own people don't even know what laws to enforce and what not to enforce. So retroactively giving them a $630,000 fine is bullshit. That's what SpaceX is on about. They wouldn't make a fuss about this unless they were sure, unless there was legal precedent. And there is legal precedent here. I'm pretty damn sure. If there's any lawyers, obviously not a consultation. You're not lawyers, but anybody that knows legal a little bit more than me, that sounds like precedent to me. So SpaceX might be onto something here. Hey, people, thanks for the bits. And God, thank you for the bits as well. Exactly. The guy at the site is acting with the authority of the FAA. Whatever he does, the FAA needs to swallow it as long as he was acting within his delegated authority. Bingo. Isn't that the FAA is underfunded? It's that they should have never been given space travel with everything else they do. Well, you could do that, but if you delegate more work to the FAA for certifying commercial launches and don't give them the funding to be able to scale with that newfound responsibility, well, that's your own damn fault. In politics, it's called slow walking, designed to stifle your opposition. Yeah, XNV, that's not something that I don't like going after a boogeyman here. But once again, like you can't say that, oh, the current administration doesn't like Elon, that's why they're doing this. But once again, it was cool then, but it's not cool now. But once again, the whole context of this is that SpaceX was operating with outdated licensing from the FAA because they couldn't get it approved fast enough to deal with some of these payloads, which were national security payloads. So, like, you can't say it's good then and not now. Like that's huge. That's what they got. That's huge. That is a huge legal precedent, right? Like look, they got something. They're right. That's right. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know that much about law, but I know what legal precedent is. This is also for SpaceX's own sake. If other people like Blue Origin need reviews, it's going to slow SpaceX even then. Yeah, exactly, Mikori. There's a reason why SpaceX is bringing this up right now, because they know when Blue enters the chat, right, it's going to get even worse. Like I said, they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't rock the boat unless they absolutely saw it necessary. And that's pretty damn, they have a legal precedent and just the timeline of events. It makes sense, dude. I said going into this paper, it wouldn't change my mind much, but I disagree. Now seeing those things, yeah, I think I was wrong. The FAA is not equipped to be able to deal with one commercial company that does rapid iteration, let alone two.
By the word here you're looking for is standing. Precedent is an example that you can point at in the past. Standing is having a case. Yeah, like I said, not a lawyer. Yep. So what you're saying is that there's a possibility of Musk and Bezos teaming up on the FAA. No, not necessarily, EXO. I think what McCory was saying is, look, when Blue's going to want to do this, they're going to flood the FAA with paperwork too. And then you have two commercial providers flooding the FAA with paperwork, and it's less likely to get stuff done even faster then. That's what SpaceX is trying to say by it could hamper our future capabilities. That's what they're trying to get at. At least that's what I think. That's what I can tell from this. Like I said, there's a reason why they're doing this right now. There's a very good reason. You don't shoot your shot at the hand that feeds like this without being absolutely sure. Who regulates constellations in space? Like how much are satellites? How much? So Matt, who regulates what? It's a satellite that is launched from a country is beholden to that country's laws about space. Now, fortunately, most spacefaring nations have a outer space treaty that basically standardizes the laws about how this all works. But satellites are beholden to the country or proprietor that launched them. First NASA, then the FAA, both point to neglect from up above. Floating, it's not a coincidence. I find that, like I said, do more with less. Do more with less. I don't know why. The government loves doing that to aerospace endeavors, like public aerospace endeavors. Like you see it all the time. You see stuff like this all the time with military stuff, believe it or not, despite the military's budget being way more than NASA's. They do this stuff to them too. It happens all the freaking time. There's a reason why we've been operating F-15s and F-18s for the last 20 years and why we stopped using the F-22. Like there's a very good reason for that. You guys don't notice that you don't really see like new airplanes coming around, like except for the F-35 or the F-22, not even the F-22 anymore. You don't notice this. Think about in the 80s. There's the F-14, there's the F-15, there's the F-18, there's the A-6, there's the S-3, there's the C-2. Like, look at all these different planes that you have. All of this stuff, just new planes were popping out. There's a cool new design all the time. You don't see that anymore, right? They do this all the time. They've been doing it since the end of the Cold War. This happens all the time. Well, the F-22 was expensive. Yeah, of course it was expensive, J-Volt. Do you want to stay ahead of the competition? Do you want to stay ahead of people that are adversarial to the U.S.? Yes, absolutely. I don't want to stay a step ahead. I want to stay five steps ahead. Duh. This is showing that Homer Hickam wasn't exaggerating about why he left the Space Advisory Council. He wouldn't lie about that. The reason why the F-22 carried such a heavy price tag is because they said they tooled up an entire factory to make thousands of them and then made 122 of them or something. That's why. Same thing with the DDG-1000. The Zumwalt destroyer, any squids out there? Those carry a super heavy price tag. You know why? It's because they built 3 when they wanted to build 1,000. They tooled up Bath Iron Works to build 1,000 of these things and built out a production line to build 1,000 of them and built 3. Seawolf, same case, same thing. Just saying. Seawolf submarine, it's the same idea. Oh, we don't need this. It's too expensive. You just paid for an assembly line that's capable of producing 40 of these over the next 10 years. Yeah, no, we don't need that. It's too expensive. It's the same thing with the Saturn V. We spent billions in the 60s. Billions in the 60s with a B. When the money was not nearly inflated as much as it was now. We spent billions of dollars to create an avenue to get to the moon and used it 6 frigging times and then said, yeah, we don't need that. The space shuttle's cheaper anyway. Par for the course, man. This stuff needs to stop. It needs to change, or else
I kind of agree with SpaceX. We're kind of screwed. It was 8. Yeah, yes. I said land on the moon 6 times, all right? Or if I didn't, that's what I meant. 32 DDG 1000s were planned. Yeah, okay, Tiny Tank. So you tool up an assembly line to be able to think about it from a Satisfactory or Factorio. You're tooling up to produce 32 ships, and you produce 3. And the people that are detractors of that program say it carries a heavy price tag. Well, yeah, of course it carries a heavy price tag. You bought 3. You tooled up an assembly line for 32, and you built 3. Like I said, man, seems like it's par for the course. And it seemed like SpaceX has the legal footing to call this bullcrap behavior out, which you know what, man? I kind of appreciate it. Thank you. Please, somebody has to do it. It would kill me. It would kill me to see Starship go the way of a Venture Star or DCX or Space Station Freedom or the National Space Transportation System program or the Saturn Nova. It would kill me to see that happen to Starship. I would die a little bit inside. Right? We don't want that. Now, that's not to say that regulatory stuff didn't kill those programs, but the people that control the regulatory bodies did. So, yeah, we got a little bit of a conundrum here. Or NASP. Oh, God. The list goes on and on, man. Shuttle aft carrier, same thing. STS orbital tug, STS moon base. We could keep going. The dual keel Space Station Freedom attachment, which we said was too complicated and too expensive to make, so build the ISS, which is a neutered version of that instead, because it's safer. See what I'm talking about? SpaceX is rocking the boat, so Starship doesn't go the way of the dodo like any other innovative spaceflight endeavor over the past 50 years. Like I said, they wouldn't shoot their shot unless they absolutely needed to, and I think SpaceX sees this as a critical moment. A critical moment for where we go with commercial space avenues in the future. This is very, very, very important. At least they think it is. I kind of agree. Like I said, I didn't think anything good was going to come of SpaceX calling out the FAA when, like, I didn't realize that, and this is what I mean about this paper that they sent. Up until this point, it just seems like SpaceX was submitting stuff the FAA couldn't keep up, and they launched it anyway in violation of their current license. If that's the case, you got nothing. It's a nothing burger. But that's not what's going on here now, is it? The FAA said it was cool at the time, and then they didn't say it was cool right after that. Not okay. No. They got something. The FAA, dude, the FAA's kind of screwed. You're kind of screwed. Hopefully the best case scenario from this is that the regulatory framework 450, which is their current way to approve commercial launches, gets revised a little bit to be able to deal with increased bandwidth. Here's the problem with that. Regulatory 450 was designed to go fast, and arguably it has. Right? Here's the FAA side of it. Regulatory 450 is designed to go quick. Look at how many times SpaceX has launched an experimental vehicle over the past year. 4 times already. That's really fast for government. That's really fast for the government. And they've been approving almost daily Falcon 9 launches on top of that. There's an argument here that their current framework works. It works pretty well. They just need more people. So that might not even be it. Maybe you don't even need to change stuff. You just need to get more bodies in there. You need to hire more people to deal with this. I mean, because the government's the one that gave FAA this authority in the first place. But it sounds like they gave them the authority, they gave them all the authority, and they gave them all the responsibility, and didn't give them the cash to do it. Yeah, which sounds a lot. That sounds right. Yep, that sounds. Yep.
I don't know how I feel about SpaceX going a bit rogue, even for understandable reasons. Because, once again, Erudite, I think Mini B in chat brought up a very good point. What happens when Blue starts submitting paperwork on the daily? For Nuglins, what happens when that happens? It's already gonna. It already takes a long time. It's gonna take even longer. Not the worst thing they've done, yeah, right? Yeah, you're not kidding. I guess Gwen now has the same view as Elon when he voiced his concern with the FAA speed like a year back. Yeah, once again, Elon can say whatever he wants. You could say whatever. You could say, I hate this, I hate that. If you don't have any legal standing, not precedent, if you don't have standing, all right, whatever. Frick you. Say whatever you want. You're wrong. But once again, SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they had something, and they absolutely do. That absolutely will hold up. Yeah, you said it was good now, but now it's not? You don't even know what your laws are. What the heck, man? Now, granted, the FAA doesn't know what their laws are because SpaceX submits so many damn changes that they can't keep up. But still, guess what? That's not SpaceX's problem. It's not. Does the FAA license Neutron at Wallops? Yes. I believe the term for that is ex post facto violation, making something illegal after the fact and then prosecuting after the fact. That's very specifically mentioned as illegal for the state to do in Texas. Interesting. If the FAA struggles with hiring talented people because they got siphoned off by better paying private sector, I mean, maybe that's what's going on floating? I don't know. Well, it kind of is SpaceX's problem. Yeah, it's their problem. Now they made it their problem. So you can, once again, if you're gonna do this, if you're gonna shoot at the king, man, you make sure you don't miss. Making up regulations as they go isn't a good thing for anybody. Bingo, Cypher. Like I said, these last two, specifically Section I, right there. That's game, set, and match, dude. Right there. There's this. I think all these fines are going to get thrown out. I think they're going to get thrown out because the FAA doesn't even know. You don't even know what the law is, and you're saying it's cool, and now it's not cool. Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't say the framework works well, considering they're abdicating the responsibilities to outside agencies when they were explicitly directed to be proactive and develop the capability to be a one-stop shop, go, no-go for commercial space. Yeah, that's a good point, dude. That's a very good point. Absolutely. I mean, Aqualex, we called this out with the second programmatic environmental assessment that just happened to happen out of the blue now. They did a PEA. We were good. The FAA certified a bunch of launches, and then all of a sudden it wasn't between Flight 2 and Flight 3. You remember that? And I asked that question at the time. Why the hell is the Fish and Wildlife Service getting involved here? The FAA is supposed to be your one-stop shop. That was a huge red flag to me. And to us, like, we all saw it, you know? Maybe you and NSF should partner with the FAA to further their recruitment efforts. Now, that's a productive idea I could get behind, Otan, but I'm not sure NSF has that kind of... I'm not sure we have that kind of pull. Maybe. Who knows? It's only game, set, and match if they have the paperwork to affect this... to affect that this guy said yes. They wouldn't write a legal note like this, J-Volt, if they didn't, though, don't you think? I think the bigger issue here is that the FAA has staff specifically for launches in person, and these people are screwing up. Surely... that has to call into the question their ability to, yeah, that I mean, once again, Ray, that's SpaceX's whole case here. The whole case is that the FAA doesn't even know how to do their job correctly. That's what they said. That is the case that they're making. It has been clear for some time that AST lacks the resources to timely review licensing materials, mistakenly focuses its limited resources on areas unrelated to public safety, regulatory scope, and has been unsuccessful in modernizing and streamlining its regulations. That's the case they're trying to make, dude. Well, not exactly, but that's the idea. Yeah. Is it any wonder that we're starting to see development happen in other countries? Look at Dawn and Rocket Lab. Yeah, but Dawn Aerospace and Rocket Lab are American companies that are operating overseas. They're operating with allies, right? With allies to the United States. But all of the big export control stuff happens in the United States. I've seen Rocket Lab's factory. It's in California. It's right by Long Beach Airport. Not to be rude, but why launch when the FAA hasn't approved revised plans? This seems very avoidable from SpaceX's perspective. Yeah, Dr. Gnome, that's why I was saying nothing good is going to come of this. But nothing good is going to come of this, but the FAA doesn't even know what its laws are. So if you don't know what your laws are, and we're submitting stuff to you to get approval, and you don't know what it is, how do we know you're not selectively enforcing the law? That's the idea here. Now, once again, I still think SpaceX is on the hook for some of this cash, specifically when they just decided to launch without, they submitted the old approval and then they launched when the new approval communications plan was still under review. So they submitted the old one and said, look, we submitted the old one, and launched it anyway. Yeah, that's still your problem. That's not the FAA's problem. But here's the thing: during that launch, during that same, I'd have to go back and read. During the same launches, there was an FAA guy on console that said it was fine. So that tells me that the FAA is not doing their job communicating their updated law to everybody. So that's the FAA's problem now too. Like, I thought it was going one way. I thought like it was going in favor of just the FAA needs more money. But now, see what I'm talking about? Like, them going slow and taking their time because they don't have the resources is causing other problems. They're trying to cover up their own tail. You can't look, man. The FAA can make the argument that SpaceX is going too fast and we can't approve it fast enough. That's fair. I think that's totally fair on the FAA's part. However, you have people that work for you that don't even know what your law is. So that inexperience or leadership or management structure here, the management structure doesn't work. And it seems like SpaceX forcing the issue on this and launching without a license anyway kind of exposed these problems inadvertently. Look, man, the FAA can say it takes time, but everybody has to say that. Everyone at the FAA, especially people in positions to approve a launch or not. Look. If they did that launch allegedly without their license, and the FAA guy was there and he said, look, you don't have the license for this, man. You don't have the license. It's not approved yet. You can't launch. That's one thing. But that's not what happened. The guy said it was good to go, and it wasn't good to go. Big problem. Big problem. And if I had to guess, it seems like the FAA knew this. It seems like they knew that this was an issue. Because remember that Senate Judiciary Committee meeting from last week? All the guy that was running the FAA said is that SpaceX goes too fast. SpaceX goes too fast. SpaceX goes too fast. That's all he said. He didn't mention anything about that. I just spent 9 hours on Satisfactory. Now what? Hermit, sleep, and then play more Satisfactory. Duh. I think there's a dude on console. They're empowered or not. Hypocrisy. Bingo. Like I said, Bob, I've been saying this since this whole SpaceX FAA thing came around. At first, it was with the wastewater at Starbase, but now apparently it's with Falcon 9 as well, right? SpaceX, they have a legal standard. They have a point here that all of the FAA's fines and all of the FAA's holdups to Starship, Falcon 9, prop farms, whatever, are because of selective enforcement. That's a big deal.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know enough about legal to know what you do about this. So SpaceX is going to sue the FAA. What happens? Like, and this is where I'm confused. And maybe you guys can help me with this. What happens now? They sue the FAA. They sue Uncle Sam and they win. SpaceX has done that before. So has Blue. Every aerospace contractor has done that. And they either win or they lose, right? Say they do it and they win. What happens now? You sue the FAA. So now the money that was going to the FAA to approve you for launches is going to, now it's now in your pocket, and now the FAA can't approve launches faster? Where does that money come from? Because obviously they're seeking damages, right? Like that's what that's called, damages, right? Like what happens here? What's the point of this? I think, what are they going to settle? I think SpaceX, the only way that SpaceX comes out positive here is if this legal proceeding changes the regulatory framework so they can launch faster. And once again, they wouldn't do that unless they absolutely needed to. They will sue for regulatory changes, not money. The hope is to shine a very public light on the issue to embarrass Congress into action. I like it. Gone Hellfish basically said the same thing, but very different. Are they? Or are they seeking to get the fines tossed and shine a light on the issue? I think it's the latter, Oculus. Yeah. They don't have to make money, but win the precedent. Yeah, there you go. The prize is having the rules spelled out firmly. Bingo. Wasn't the latest with Starship what the impact was on the hot staging landing zone to wildlife or something? That's one of them, McCoriot. Yeah, the FAA is saying that the hot staging rig coming down in the relative area of the booster needs to be studied, even though the area where the booster comes down was approved because it was safe enough. Even though the hot staging ring comes down in the exact same spot because it's flying on the same ballistic arc. Remember, no supersonic retropropulsion with Super Heavy, so it came down in the same splashdown area. SpaceX thinks that's bullcrap. What's the difference if the hot staging ring is attached to Super Heavy or not? The likelihood of it actually hitting an endangered species and killing it is infinitesimally small. Like, the ocean's a big place. Look, man, if you approved this 220-foot booster to come back down and potentially crash into the water, a little single-story hot staging ring coming down right next to it is not going to endanger the fish anymore. I kind of agree with them. But if you don't have the launch licenses and you don't have the paperwork to say that, it doesn't freaking matter. That was one of them. The other one was wastewater discharge from the pad deluge system. But you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, right? Exactly. Florida hasn't had many endangered species hurt over 50 plus years of launches. I think that's a very good point, people. And I think that SpaceX probably has that in their deck of cards here to play. But, yeah. Interesting. As much as I agree that the FAA needs funding, NASA gets told to kick rocks when they need more funds to meet their targets with their budget. Why should the FAA be treated any different? Ray, let me use a term you're probably familiar with. It's because the government is a bunch of wankers. Okay? Does that make sense? Look, just because it's across the pond doesn't change it. That's the same idea. Okay? Wankers. W anchor emoji. Okay? Wankers is. It's possessive. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wankers. What a great Aussie word. Yeah, right. There you go. Yep, or old farts. I mean, go with that one too. Pick your derogatory funny word, you know. Elon tweet on the letter. Oh boy. He's tweeting about it right now? Elon, are you watching? I agree with you. Let me tour Starbase. Call me. Call. Maybe. call me, maybe. Oh, he did. Oh boy. That's a weird coincidence. That's a little strange. What are the odds of that? I mean, he's tweeting 24/7. Yeah, I know. It's probably just a coincidence. But also, what is he saying? SpaceX letter to Congress. This is SpaceX letter to Congress. The FAA leadership spends their resources attacking SpaceX for petty matters that have nothing to do with safety while neglecting the real safety issues. Oh! This is deeply wrong. It puts human lives at risk. Oh! Oh my God. NASA deemed the Boeing capsule unsafe for astronaut return, turning out of necessity to SpaceX. Yet instead of fining Boeing for putting astronauts at risk, the FAA is fining SpaceX for trivia. Oh my God. Bro. Brother. Dude, what a savage! Oh my goodness!
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
But not for him. Oh my God! Oh my God! All systems give to the subject. Oh my God! Yeah, I know, Ray. We gotta be careful. Oh my goodness. I mean, John struck the Bondulans. Spicy whataboutery. It really is, Bill. Like, I kind of agree with what I saw in that legal letter that SpaceX definitely has something here. Like I said, selective enforcement of the law is not cool. Not good. Government should be held accountable for that. But also, I'm not sure if bringing up Starliner is the right thing to do, but he has uber jocularity. I mean, but then again, you know, I don't know enough about regulatory framework to self-admittedly, I don't know enough about regulatory framework to know if the Boeing, what happened with the dog box thrusters, which I could have told you we're gonna have an issue. If I had known that they had an issue on flight 2, I would have said, what have you done to fix that? Like, you don't know if that's within the same regulatory framework. It could be. It's possible. That's right. The FAA did clear Boeing's manned launch with the thruster issues, didn't they? NASA launch, yes, but it still takes an FAA sign off. That's what I'm saying, Aqualex. Yeah, I think, dude, he might be onto something. Because, and here's the reason. Here's the reason. Now that I'm really thinking about it, here's the reason. It seems like kind of whataboutery for a second. You're like, well, Starliner is a whole different thing. It's not a super experimental launch vehicle. But then again, it's a crew test flight. It is a test flight, so. But once again, those problems that they had with the thrusters, the thruster degradation, basically the thrusters overheating.
Oh, this is space.
Sam,
I'm in space.
The problems Boeing didn't launch it, ULA did. Still need to get certification, peeps. All right? Yeah, I mean, you're not going to bark up Tory Bruno's tree. Atlas V is one of the safest vehicles ever devised by man. The thing is, though, look, they had problems. They had problems with their thrusters on the first and second mission. They had thruster degradation on the first mission because OFT-1 was a disaster. And I'm amazed we even got Calypso back in one piece. That's still pretty wild. And OFT2. Now, granted, they had thruster blowout at a different phase in the mission, right? And the mission was still allowed to go forward. Boeing's analytical thermal model was completely wrong. And the signs were there to see that the thrusters could have blown out, meaning they changed something between Flight 2 and Flight 3, so OFT2 and CFT1. They changed something with their thruster control system that caused their thrusters to blow out at a different time because of the duty cycle. How did that get approved? Like I said, guys, when you, in engineering, you build something. You do an analytical model, but analytical models are only going to get you so far. You can only be so accurate with your simulations and testing. Nothing is going to replace the real thing. Even aerospace engineers, with all the numbers and all the wind tunnel testing, you can't be absolutely sure until you go and fly it, right? Here's the thing. When you go to fly it, once you move to flight ops, right? It's about understanding your vehicle and understanding how it works from there, right? The engineering is always going to tell you something. It's always going to tell you something. It's going to tell you, hey, I'm good, or hey, I'm not good. Having thruster blowout on Flight 1 and Flight 2 for Starliner and seemingly not doing anything about it for Flight 3 is a big red flag in Boeing's testing regime, which is approved by the FAA. Just saying, he's not wrong. Like, I get it. I see where he's coming from. He's not wrong. Like, you could call him a dick, sure, if you want, but he's not wrong. I think he's got a point. I could be wrong. This satisfactory base is insane. Sorry for off topic. Is that the one that I showed at the beginning of stream? The 3,000 plus hours one? Yeah, the one that's basically the exact thing that I wanted to make, Sea Kraken, the freaking Epcot factory. Yeah, somebody already did that. Whoops. Random. The resume of the SpaceX vice president that wrote the letter: program manager, Department of Army, 5 years, intelligence officer, U.S. Navy Reserve, 10 years, and SpaceX, 14 years. That's the SpaceX is legal. So, Phil, I think it's safe to say that that guy knows how to wade through the nonsense. I don't agree with Boeing being fined, but I do think a mishap investigation should be triggered. Sure, NASA stopped them coming back down, but with issues on the way up, it should have. I don't think Boeing should be fined, right? I really don't. But remember, Ray, his point here is the matters have nothing to do with safety. You know what I mean? That's the whole idea. They don't care about safety. Boeing had all the right paperwork, and the capsule still broke. It has nothing to do with safety. That's what he said, right? Am I sorry, I wasn't here at the start of the stream. Sea Kraken, okay, shift gears real quick. That build is dope. Yeah, that is essentially exactly what I wanted to make, though. So now I have to rethink my plans for Satisfactory. Not by much. It's not exactly what I wanted to do, but it's pretty damn close. But even if I tried to make that same damn thing, it'll be fine. Trust me. Vabtory will succeed. Anyway. No, you don't. Just do it. Yeah. All right. Shut up. CFT isn't here. It wasn't granted by the FAA, but by another entity. Interesting, MX. Interesting. But yeah, that's what he's saying here. He's saying that, the matters have nothing to do with safety while neglecting the real safety risk. Basically, the FAA doesn't know what to look for. Once again, selective enforcement. Now, here's the thing. What people are going to look at when they read what Elon says is that, oh, it's selective enforcement because the government doesn't like you, right? That's what they're going to say. The reality of the situation is that it's selective enforcement because the FAA doesn't know. They don't know. And this is the thing that I've been telling you guys since this whole fiasco happened. I've been saying this through the programmatic environmental assessments. I've been saying it through PAA1, PAA2, the EIS, that CNBC article that came out a couple months ago, the wastewater discharge, the hot staging ring. I've been saying this the entire time. Like, I wish I had the space news as documented. I should have teed them up, and that's on me. You're going to have to take my word for it. I've been saying that what the hell does the FAA know about certifying a commercial spaceport? I think they're using Starbase and they're using Starship as a way to establish the regulatory framework in the future for building commercial spaceports. Because what the hell do they know about it? They know nothing because they're the FAA. Right? That's what I've been saying. They're intentionally going slow because they don't know, and they're trying to cover their tail. You know, you don't want to be the company that approved Starship to fly and then Starship veers off and flies into a populated area. God forbid, right? Because then you're screwed. So you're going to try to cover your own tail. But it seems like they can't even do that because of selective enforcement. Because sometimes it's cool and sometimes it's not. You guys don't even know what your laws are. Inexperience again. See what I'm saying? And SpaceX sounds like, from what they're saying, from what Elon's saying, that they were rolling with the pudges that get it. They don't know. They're teaching them. They're learning. They're working together. But finding them over $500,000 because you don't know what you're doing is bullcrap. Right? Pretty straightforward stuff. See what I'm saying? I think that's what's going on, and I think that's the most fair assessment that I can come up with. However, I also have been saying that, and I've been saying, I sound like a broken record this entire space news. SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they had some standard. Selective enforcement is a huge case against the FAA to support what SpaceX is saying. They wouldn't make a fuss like this unless they had something, and they have something. Heck, sometimes not necessarily contextual to this situation, but sometimes it's okay to you make a legal fuss even when you don't have something to slow somebody down, right? I don't think that's what SpaceX is doing here, but the other thing to go with my last is that the FAA hasn't proposed any regulatory changes to improve the process since that one a few years ago. Yep. They're dragging their feet because they don't know. They don't know what to change, Hellfish. They don't know what to change because they don't know what they're doing. Dude, that's the gist of it. I think we boiled this down in a crucible of internetness to reduce it to its base element. That's what's going on. The FAA doesn't know what they're doing, and they have to go slow because they have to make sure they cover their own tail because they don't have the money to be able to handle this bandwidth, nor do they know how to scale to this either. That's the reality of the situation. That's it, man. Also, hi Elon, if you're watching the stream, love SpaceX. Seriously, been following for a long time. You're the man. Good stuff. Please give me a tour. Starbase. Hi. Let alone scale beyond this. Yeah, McCory, exactly. Yep. He's a joke. Just kid. Elon said in an interview something like, in government, you get punished for making a mistake, but zero reward for innovation or efficiency. Mm-hmm. Yep. Tell him to stay off Twitter and out of politics. Yeah, Wiz, I mean, I don't know, man. Do I agree with everything the guy says? No. Does the things that I disagree with, I disagree with bother me? No, not really. It's allowed to speak his mind, dude. I get the implications. I understand. Yeah. Do I think that's right? I don't know. I'm not him. Can't stop him from speaking his mind, dude. Like, you can disagree with it, though. That's fair. Yeah, of course. I was looking at one of the previous links. Why does the FAA need to approve launches out of New Zealand? Because it's an American company. Don't get me wrong, Nova. They work pretty much in lockstep with whatever the New Zealand FAA equivalent is, for sure. Absolutely.
I don't understand, like, the first bit of it basically admits we should have gotten approval from you, but we took too long, so we launched anyways. Yeah, like I said, Lols, that part, I think that part SpaceX is on the hook for. Abso-freaking-lutely. It seems like SpaceX made a calculated decision to launch without the specific regulatory approval. But SpaceX knows good and well that it's going to be fine, right? But you still don't have approval. And in doing that, they exposed the FAA, showing that the FAA doesn't know how to enforce their own laws. I think that's what happened here. I'm pretty damn sure. They forced their hand, basically. Now, once again, I think SpaceX is on the hook for launching, doing... Hold on. I think SpaceX is on the hook for doing this. They're still on the hook for launching without the proper regulatory license. But selective enforcement of the law could get that and the other infractions thrown out completely. So they kind of forced their hand. They forced the FAA's hand because they were not. It seems like in 2023 they had enough of their nonsense, or perceived nonsense, I should say. Read it again. SpaceX returned to a previous plan so they could launch. Yeah, but the FAA was still trying to approve the first plan, so they didn't. The FAA doesn't have the bandwidth to revert to the old plan and then try to approve the new plan at the same time. They basically flooded them with paperwork and got nothing as a result. Is that the right direction, though? I don't know. I don't have the answer, game. CFT was regulated by NASA. Interesting. The timing couldn't be better. We got...
In recent history, the FAA has required an anomaly
That's my boy right there. That's my boy. Sorry, it played twice. Give me 1 second. Let's see what DOS is up to. Guys, also, go watch this video and subscribe to NSF, please. Let's get the views on this video up because it's DOS. It's probably a damn good explanation. Go pad that view count. Do it. I'm serious. Open it up in the background. Go give them clicks. NSF's good people. They are allies in this web of space news that we weave.
In recent history, the FAA has required an anomaly investigation for SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket on 2 separate occasions. When are they going to do the same for Starliner? Well, that's actually a good question, and a lot of you have been asking that in the YouTube comments. We do read the comments. And at first, I didn't know the answer, so I sat down with the FAA to help unravel the process. It's not the entire FAA that we're talking to, that's not how it works, but we've actually got Dan Murray, who's the Executive Director with the Operation of Operational Safety. Dan, that's a mouthful. What does that actually mean? Like, what do you do with the FAA?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Dude, this is awesome.
To you and your listeners. I'm with the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation. We're one of several we call lines of business within the FAA. We serve as regulators in this instance to the commercial space transportation industry. And the way we go about doing that is by issuing licenses for commercial companies to launch or re-enter their vehicles or to operate a site.
You can tell I had my interview headset on. So let's hop right in. On July 11th, SpaceX's Falcon 9 was grounded after a problem with the second stage ended up in the loss of the mission. Now, time out already. We're apparently not supposed to use the term grounded.
We hear it from time to time, sometimes in the media, that a rocket is grounded. That's more of an aviation term. We don't have fleets of rockets like there are fleets of certain types of aircraft. And we don't ground, but what we do is we hold on to the license while the investigation proceeds. There's a chance that the investigation can, again, demonstrate that safety was not in jeopardy with what happened. And at that point, we can issue a return to flight. And we have done that a number of times.
You may have heard of aircraft being grounded when there's a problem that prevents the entire class of aircraft from flying. But if it's not grounded, what's it supposed to be for rockets? To try and figure it out, I actually pulled up Title 14, Chapter 3, Commercial Space Transportation for the Federal Aviation Administration. I searched for the word ground, and I found ground trace, ground service equipment, ground safety analysis, grounding when it comes to electronics and lightning, but I didn't find anything that used the word ground, grounded, or grounding in reference to stopping a rocket from flying. I can put a link in the description if you want to search for yourself. So I actually backed out to Title 51 of the U.S. Code, Section 509, which establishes the FAA's ability to do these things. And I found the Secretary of Transportation may prohibit, suspend, or end immediately the launch of a launch vehicle. Well, none of those said grounding, and I eventually found myself thinking no disassemble afterwards, but that's a whole other story. So I reached out to the FAA for clarification, and they told me the launch provider may not return to flight. Now, what's the real difference between not being able to return to flight and being grounded? I don't know. But if I keep saying grounded in this video, please forgive me. It's just because I don't have a better term to use, and that sort of sums it up in one easy word. The rocket can't fly. Or more specifically, the rocket's not allowed to fly. Anyways, back to that Falcon 9 anomaly in July. After the anomaly investigation was initiated, SpaceX returned to flight on July 27th. That's an elapsed time of 15 days, 3 hours, and 10 minutes liftoff to liftoff. It's pretty fast. When they returned to flight, they were able to do so because of a FAA public safety determination, which basically just determined that the public safety wasn't in jeopardy due to that anomaly, so they could continue flying while they continued the investigation. And as far as I know, that mishap investigation is ongoing. But then again, on August 28th, a landing anomaly grounded Falcon 9 again. In that instance, Falcon 9 returned to flight 2 days, 23 hours, and 55 minutes liftoff to liftoff after the anomaly. And you thought 2 weeks was fast. Now, the same thing there. The public safety determination found that the public wasn't really unsafe due to that anomaly, so Falcon 9 could very rapidly return to flight. And that brings us to Starliner. On June 5th, Starliner launched for the third time, this time with crew aboard. During this mission, Starliner encountered all sorts of problems, primarily with the thrusters, overheating and seals not working the way they're supposed to. The purpose of this video isn't to dig into the details of Starliner's problems. We'll all agree it had problems that need to be figured out. Now, even though there were crew aboard, Starliner got the astronauts to the International Space Station just fine, for certain values of fine. I mean, the astronauts themselves were okay. So even though they made it there safely, with the problems that occurred and the lack of explanation on exactly why those problems occurred, NASA felt like it didn't need to take the risk and send the astronauts back down to Earth on the Starliner.
And I can tell you, when you push the edge of the envelope again and you do things with spacecraft that have never been done before, just like Starliner, you're going to find some things. And in this case, we found some things that we just could not get comfortable with putting us back in the Starliner when we had other options.
Yep. So Starliner, with no astronauts aboard, undocks from the ISS and returns to Earth safely at White Sands Space Harbor. Now, again, there were a couple problems on the way down, some more thruster problems, an issue with a navigation, reboot, or loss of signal, which can be pretty important for a spacecraft that's trying to land, but it did come down just fine.
Siggies are in triple redundancy for a good reason. Oh, Tommy Hilfiger.
So
oh, boy,
Starliner
that's great. Did you see that? Here, buy this. Not.
Back, given the fact that it left the astronauts on the space station and had all these issues over the course of the mission, is Starliner going to be grounded? I mean, there were no people aboard the Falcon 9s and it couldn't fly, but Starliner had crew aboard. What's going to happen? Well, top of the pile, one of the big things that you might realize is the difference between the rocket and the spacecraft. In the case of Falcon 9, Falcon 9 is the launch system, and Dragon is the spacecraft that is launched by that launch system. For Starliner, Atlas V was the launch system, and Starliner was the spacecraft. So there's an important point here about where specifically the problem occurred. Was it the launcher or was it the spacecraft? In the case of Falcon 9, both problems were with the launch system itself. Either the second stage, which pushed the payload the rest of the way into orbit, or the first stage, which on occasion returns back to the launch site. So we really need to understand what's going on with those landings.
I like that.
In the case of the Starliner, the issues were firmly on Starliner's side, not on Atlas V. So in this case specifically, Atlas V wouldn't be affected, but Starliner might be. On the flip side, if Falcon 9 is grounded, realistically, Dragon is also grounded. And that's not for any licensing or regulation reason. It's just because Dragon is only designed to launch on Falcon 9. So in this case, a problem with the launcher could affect the ability to launch a spacecraft. All right. Beyond that, I think we can all agree that launching rockets safely is a very important thing. So the question becomes, who is responsible for the safety on any given launch? And that actually comes down to who the launch is for. In the United States, it could be NASA, it could be the Department of Defense, or it could be the FAA. I mean, the FAA comes right out and says the FAA does not license launches or reentries by and for the United States government. Now, this goes all the way back to 1984 when the Commercial Space Launch Act began to separate the concept of commercial launches from governmental launches or military launches. In fact, the first commercial launch was in 1989. It was a Starfire suborbital vehicle that was licensed there. But if you look at the big NASA launcher that operated all those years, the Space Shuttle, none of the Space Shuttle missions were managed by the FAA. They were all managed by NASA. And some military satellites, like spy satellites, NROL, that sort of stuff, you'll see actually get the responsibility from the Department of Defense. So this was all fine in the 90s and 2000s when the launch cadence was sort of like doing its thing. But look at today, where the launch cadence has literally gone in the stratosphere. I mean, technically goes through the stratosphere, but whatever. The important thing is that somebody has to be responsible for making sure we're doing the launches in a safe manner. But does it actually happen this way? Well, you can look for yourself. If you look down in the description or over in the comments, you'll actually find a link to the FAA's Commercial Space Transportation Data website. You can click through it yourself. You can look through all the different licenses and counts and stuff all the way back to 1989 through the present launches that are launching right now. So let's go through an exercise here. You can do it yourself or I'll do it here. Look through the webpage and see if you can't find inspiration for. It's a pretty solidly commercial space mission, right? There it is. You can see that it was licensed by the FAA. All right, let's try a crew mission like SpaceX Crew 7. Also there, licensed by the FAA. But wait, you might say, wasn't that a mission for NASA? Good point. Hold on, we'll explain it. Now let's look up Dragon Demo 1. Is Dragon Demo 1 in this database? It's not. That one wasn't licensed by the FAA. So some things we can talk about there. But first, let's mosey on over and look at the re-entries. Yep, the re-entries are there as well. Can you find Starliner there? Nope. But how about Polaris Dawn? There it is.
Winnebago 1's on there. All right,
but here's a real doozy, right? Remember the crew capsule Orion? Supposed to fly on SLS, go around the moon, part of the Artemis program. But its first demo flight wasn't actually aboard SLS. It was on a Delta IV Heavy. Do you think that's going to be on the list or not? Interestingly, even though this Orion flight was aboard a United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket for a NASA mission, it was a commercial provider testing a system that they would use for NASA. It wasn't actually for NASA, so that one was licensed by the FAA. Take a minute and think about how that would apply to maybe Starship and its role in the Artemis program. So anyways, by clicking around the FAA website, you can see what launches and what reentries they're actually licensing, and ones you might think would be in there that aren't actually in there because somebody else has responsibility for the safety on that mission. Plus, it's kind of cool to see the increased launch cadence, the little ramp on the graph there at the end in recent years. As a space fan, that's nice to see. Now, I will point out that even if the FAA doesn't license a launch, they still help with the launch process. I mean, think about the notice to air missions and clearing the airspace so that maybe a NASA licensed launch can launch through airspace that's been cleared by the FAA, even though the FAA is not licensing that mission. So they can still be involved and they can still assist with the launch process, even though they're not the ones sort of in charge of the safety. In fact, they actually said FAA does provide airspace integration for launch and reentry as we do for all licensed and non-licensed space operations occurring in the U.S. National Airspace System. Sounds very official. But it's a whole thing making sure commercial flight patterns aren't going through launch zones when it's time to launch rockets.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
But that leads me to a really interesting question. If somebody needs to be responsible for safety, and it can be NASA, or it can be the DoD, or it can be the FAA, who gets to decide? I mean, does NASA just roll up and say, nah, we got this, we're gonna go ahead and certify this one? Well, actually, yeah, that's kind of how it works. The top-level agencies, NASA and the Department of Defense, sort of have like a first option to sponsor or take responsibility for the safety of a launch. And if they don't take that responsibility, then it falls to the FAA to make sure that somebody's on the watch looking out for public safety.
Yeah.
But don't take my word for it. Here's Dan from the FAA helping explain it to me.
Oh boy, that's great. Oh, Cadillac.
Basically, the question comes down is who is overseeing the public safety? We don't need duplication. We don't need multiple agencies all looking at the same thing. Only one agency needs to do it. And DoD can do it, NASA can do it, we can do it. But there's kind of an agreement with regard to the way the service is being procured, where we decide it's commercial, it's FAA, or it's not going to be commercial, it's DoD or NASA.
Does NASA get to decide, like, okay, no, this is a NASA rocket, we don't need the FAA for that one, or do they ask the FAA, hey, do we need you for this one? Like, who makes that decision ultimately?
It's the DoD or NASA deciding very early on, usually in the life of the program, that they either want to be responsible for the safety oversight of it, or they're willing to let the FAA do that.
Now, if you keep digging around for regulations, you might find some things that are sort of outside the focus of this video. Like, did you know that in order to be the pilot of a spacecraft, you actually need to have a pilot's license with an instrument rating? And also, the FAA has some regulations around making sure that passengers are trained on safety systems if they're riding aboard a spacecraft. But the thing I want to focus on is who's responsible for looking after the safety. So let's dig into some specifics, right? Let's go over to the Dragon demo flights.
Okay. Guys, here's the thing. I want you guys to go watch the rest of that video. So I'm going to load it up with the timestamp there in both chats, and I want you guys to go. You want to see the rest of that video? Go over to NSF. Go over and watch, see what Das has to say. Yeah, that pretty much puts the whole Starliner thing to bed, because it was a NASA mission. It's not under FAA jurisdiction. They can launch with different safety standards, which, once again, I'm not... that's a little... I mean, that's kind of a glaring question. Why does NASA and the Department of Defense have different safety standards than everyone else? That's selective enforcement, right? But that's not really the intention of that. But also, see what I'm talking about? Yeah. Oh, thank you, J-Cell. Right on. America. Yeah. What do you think? That's cool that seeing Das get to talk to FAA people. That's actually super legit. Or like, why does NASA pick to certify the Boeing mission but not the SpaceX mission? Yeah, guys, there's a lot of information. We've shown a lot of information over the past hour and a half here on this stream. I think I changed my opinion again on this. I said previously that 450 regulatory framework seems to be good enough because we've gotten an increased launch cadence. No. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and rescind that because I'm learning with you guys. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Sounds like a hot mess. Yep. Yep. Okay. I mean, that does kind of support, Mech, that does support what I was saying, that the FAA is, I'm not going to say they don't know what they're doing because, right? Like, but it's very clear that what they are doing needs to be changed. That's pretty straightforward stuff. I'm telling you, Federal Space Administration, that seems, yeah, Hellfish, it very, very much seems like that's what we need. We need a, we need a regulatory authority that's one-stop shop. That's not the FAA. It needs to be specialized for commercial space application. And because the testing regimes for rockets are not similar to planes, yeah, it needs its own thing. It needs a spinoff. Like, yeah. I don't even like the idea of the DoD having their own one-stop shop for cost alone. Yeah, Bob, I'm not sure how I feel about that. NASA can just, I mean, they are shouldering the responsibility. If it hurts somebody, it's entirely on them. Same with the DoD. It's kind of self-policing in that regard. Now, my question back would be, why can't SpaceX be self-policing? Like an honest question. Why can't you do that? Why can't your commercial providers be self-policing? if you say it's safe, you take responsibility for your actions, right? That should self-enforce itself, right? No one's going to do something super dumb, and if they do, you're going to get held accountable. I think that makes a lot more sense. It makes more sense to do it that way. You don't think you agree with that one? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Needs oversight? That's dumb as freak. Oh, yeah? Well, it's fine with it's fine when the DoD does it. It's fine when NASA does it. Oh, that seems to be a very spicy take. I'm seeing a lot of dissenting opinions here. Have you ever seen a billionaire go to jail, though? Have you ever seen a government official go to jail? Works both ways, dude, right? Jack Ma. That was funny. You ever been to a Turkish bathhouse? Maybe they aren't a government entity. I don't know, just thinking out loud, you know? That's pretty awesome, Forge. I'm from Chicago. Yes. Man, I want to say something. Yeah, that's what I mean, man. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Like, guys, I guess we've talked about this pretty clear. Some people have some opinions on something. Some people have some opinions on some other things. Here's where I'm at. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens here, dude. I don't know. Maybe something good comes of this, maybe not. But I think a glaring thing here is that I guess the question to ask is SpaceX being whiny about this, which I don't think they are, because some of these payloads are pretty time sensitive for the Department of Defense and NASA, the people that can launch without just say, yeah, we'll take responsibility for this, right? Like, if there's a commercial partner that's beholden to these launches, right? That's beholden to safety for these launches, even though they're for a NASA mission to deliver a NASA contract on time, especially if there's money for completing the contract on time. I think there's something here, right? You can't slow them down. Like, that's, that's a little strange, Forge, but anyway. NASA should be certifying HLS test flights and such. But Shah, I think there's a pretty good, you can make a pretty good case for every Starship flight being vital for HLS testing. Right? See what I'm saying? Seems like today is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Nice. Authorities often driven by the funding. If NASA funds the event, the FAA will step away per their own policy. Same with the DoD. Yeah, interesting. Great video from NSF, guys. Yeah. Interesting. Yes, but NASA's buying the HLS as a customer. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. J-Volt, and everybody else, can I just add something? Can I just add that, you know how I've been saying, this is a complete kind of tangent, but it's still somehow pertinent, or at least you guys let me know. How I'm thinking about this is, well, guess what? This is another good case for why NASA should have their own redundant launch capability that is completely different than SpaceX. But they need to be on par with SpaceX, right? This is a pretty damn good reason as to why. Because now you have mission critical hardware that is in the way because of differential safety regulations between regulatory bodies, right? That's in the way of a national space program. Do you think this is a completely separate note? I think this is a pretty damn good case explanation for why NASA should have a Falcon 9 of their own, or an Ares 1 or something. Just pick something, right? Like, not SLS. Like, here's the thing. Even SLS, I don't have a problem with SLS. Like, I really don't. My problem with SLS is that it doesn't fly enough, and it needs a better upper stage. That's my problem. The core stage and the 5-segment boosters is great. That's a great starting point. But that's the problem. It's a starting point. What the hell are you going to do with that? It has a Delta 4 stage on top and an Orion. What are you going to do? That's good enough. That's good for giving joyrides around the moon. That's not a space program, right? I think there's a very good case here for why NASA should have their own redundant equipment that they operate to be able to shoulder the risk. Because, look, commercial is going to be, there's no way, like you guys said it yourself, there's no way commercial is going to be self-policing. There's no way the government's going to allow that to happen. See what I'm saying? Like, I think that's fair. And Jack just sent me this picture. I like that. What is that? 71, 72, 72 C20, long box. Oh, yeah. Smaller, yet more bed space than any modern pickup. Sig, there's a reason why I like old trucks. You know why I like old trucks? They're utilitarian. It's not a luxury vehicle with a pickup bed. I don't like new trucks. I don't like them. I don't like them. That's a truck. That's how you truck. And that's a Chevy. I'm a Ford guy. I said, that's how you truck. From now on, you truck like that. Yeah. I'm going to ask them, excuse me, when metal print that's truck. Thank you, Jack, for this picture. You're the man. Truck is a tool, not a toy. I'm also a tool, so that's why I like trucks. It makes sense. Yeah, cell phone, I get it. But also, look, spaceships and fine automobiles at the same time, boy. I tell you what, that's damn nice. That's a damn nice truck there. You ever look at non-American pickups? I like all pickup trucks, Sig. Yeah, you heard it, Mr. Big American Pickup Truck over here. I love K-trucks. K-trucks are are amazing. I would own a K-truck if it wasn't freaking illegal. Anyway. K-trucks are amazing. That's a little tiny truck. I like the little baby truck. I like that. I want a K-truck. K-trucks are amazing. K-trucks, Hilux, hell yeah, man. Yeah. Frick you, chicken tax. Yep. But anyway, yeah, guys, no, it's very clear that something that, guys, I'll be honest with you. I've been trying with, okay, so trucks aside, regarding the whole SpaceX with the FAA thing, I've been trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure it out. I kind of understand that SpaceX has some arguments. I very much understand the FAA has some arguments. I'm not weighing in on this. Like, I kind of think that SpaceX is right, but also they only were able to expose this by forcing the FAA's hand. So I'm not gonna weigh in on this one. I'm just gonna show you what happened. You guys figure it out. Figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the spicy take here is to be like, okay. Also, it's also a little strange that Elon just tweeted about the exact thing we were talking about at the exact time we were talking about it. That's a little weird. When's the Fiat Panda getting pulled into the garage and converted into a flatbed then? Why would you ruin a Fiat Panda by doing that? I just want a Fiat Panda. I don't even, Ray, I don't even know if those things are legal over here. They might not be. I don't want to think for myself. You got to get me out of here. I can't make decisions. I'm a politician. We have the Fiat Panda X. It's called the Jeep Renegade. What? That's a Fiat Panda? No. It is. It is. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. You can buy a K-Truck. They are legal except on interstate highways. J-Volt, the only way to get anywhere useful is on our terrible highways in this state. Oh, God. No, I don't want that Fiat Panda. That's a bloated joke of a vehicle compared to the original Panda. Where's that shot of that dude in the mountains? All right, this is good too. Look at, it's such a great vehicle. Look at all this stuff you can fit in this tiny little car. Look at how happy that lady is being able to put the chair in the trunk. Look at, she's so happy. Look at this guy. He's got a big elephant. You got a big elephant. You can just put that right in the back of it. It's great. It's great. It's perfect. Look at that. It's 4x4. It's amazing. It's fantastic. Look at how happy she is. No one's ever looked that happy loading their car up with stuff. It looks like something you'd see in Workers. Oh, God. We shouldn't we? What's that, 40 horsepower? It doesn't matter, dude. It's all-wheel drive. That thing, it's not all-wheel drive. It's 4x4. It's a 4x4. That's amazing. You know what else has 4 legs that's all-wheel drive? My doggy. Titan, you're all-wheel drive, right? Yeah. Yeah?
They all go forward.
I don't think you have any reverse, buddy.
Not really. Maybe. Hey, Titan, can you back up? Back up. Oh, look at that, you do.
You can back up. You went in reverse. Good job, buddy. He's like, what are these humans doing right now? Titan is here, and Brimo.
Titan is here. I think he's starting to think that every time he wakes up, he gets to go outside.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that's why he's waking us up at 5 a.m. Like, hey.
Hey, I should be outside.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. I just woke up.
Yeah.
Oh, did you bring me the sun? Did you bring me the sun? Oh, good boy. He's a good boy. Oh, why'd you let go? I hit myself in the face. Oh, good boy. Good boy. He's good puppers. They're good puppers. They're good puppers.
Titan's not going to TwitchCon, no.
Oh. Yeah, he's a good boy. There you go. You got the sun. He brought me the sun. He did bring me the sun, and now he's eating it.
Titan did a good job at the dog park. He was a little scared, but I think if we keep going back, he'll be good.
There you go.
Yeah?
That's good.
Yeah?
Good boy-o. He's a good boy.
He is a good boy.
There's a 2024 Fiat Panda.
What?
Ugh. Bree, do you like that car? What do you mean, What do you mean? It's a Fiat Panda. It's amazing.
I don't like the square. It reminds me of my parents' Escort in the 90s.
What's wrong with an Escort?
Nothing's wrong with it. It just like it's like my childhood, and I'm like it doesn't appeal to me.
Oh.
Can Titan bring me the Horizon? I should really like have an emo kid joke prepared for that, and I don't.
Well, what about that?
That's kind of cute.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a little baby pickup truck.
I thought I heard something about Massachusetts allowing these little baby trucks lately.
I want if that becomes legal, I want one.
I think they are letting you register them now as like work vehicles.
I want one.
I think.
It's awesome.
This is not legal advice.
I know. I want, and the sides fold down.
Oh,
the sides fold down.
The sides fold down, Titan.
It's amazing. I want it, and it could fit in the pickup bed of our other pickup trucks. It's great. It's like a Matryoshka pickup truck doll. It's fantastic.
Get her a cappuccino. Thank you for picking up. Of course, I know that reference. I heard that Warped Tour might be making a comeback, which means I might drag EJ there, but we'll see. I honestly probably wouldn't bring you. I'd bring somebody. I have in mind who I would go with, but I'm waiting for more details.
Yeah, that's the 4x4 one. Dude, what about that? The 4x4.
The 90s cars, the boxes do nothing for me. I'm sorry.
But the K truck is good?
Yeah, because it's round. I like round. Yeah, those are cute. I love those. I want one of those. It's adorable.
Pit stop?
Pit stop?
Pit stop?
Pit stop?
Pit stop? Pit stop? Okay. What about a smart car? You like smart cars?
They're cute, but like, I would never own one.
Oh, thank God. Would Remo want an OG Mini? Yeah. 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 You like OG Minis, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, God. No, please get off the screen. Not fingering the keyboard.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? That's good?
Yeah.
All right. Right on.
Look at this boy.
You got bored of the sun, huh? Got bored of the sun, buddy? Outdoor? I'm a bubble. Boop. Boop. Oh, hey, no piranha puppy. Don't do that. Wait, K-trucks are illegal where you are? That's wild. I see like 5 of them near me. Yeah. Yeah. Our streets are very tiny and based off of cow paths and often innavigable for a big car. But we can't have K-trucks because they're unsafe.
I think you could Google it. Google like Massachusetts K-trucks.
Because you could get hit by a big car. That's the rationale. I'm not kidding. Here, we could look here.
No, like literally Google that. Now I'm wondering.
Oh, thank God. When is this article? Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, nobody can go faster than 35 miles an hour. What's the big deal? That's exactly what I'm saying, man. What is a K-truck? A K-truck is... K-trucks are like... They're extremely small, compact utility vehicles that are really popular in Japan because of the lack of space. And because of their small size, they're kind of regulated not as a car, not as a motorcycle. The closest thing that we would have over here is like a golf cart or a side-by-side. We don't have an equivalent of that over here. K-trucks are cool, man. It's a tiny pickup truck. It's an 8-ton pickup truck. Like there's quarter tons, which is like the Ford Ranger. There's half ton like an F-150. There's 3/4 tons like an F-250. And there's 1 tons like an F-350. This is an 8-ton truck. It's tiny, but it's super cool.
Those would be good for the North End, actually.
Yes, they're
Like-
perfect. How much? How much is this? Somebody linked it. Ooh, you can get one for pretty short money. And it's 4-wheel drive. It's excellent in the snow.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No more trucks until I get my bug.
Your bug is not good in the snow.
I don't care. No more cars until I get my bug.
All right, that's not the worst. That's not the worst problem to have. An F-350 is a 1-ton RB. Hi, Taito. Oh, you got your rope? You got your rope? Get up. Get up here. Come on, up. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy with the rope. Look at this good boy with this good rope. Look at the good boy with the good rope.
OG bug, Tesla.
Yeah, no, not a new one. That deserves to be driven off of a cliff.
How's your rope? It's almost not a rope no more.
If you get it, you get it. I'm
It's
not saying
almost
what
a
that's
thread.
from. Guys. Isn't a motorcycle smaller than a K truck? Yeah. Lols. Well,
But we know how to regulate motorcycles.
do we though?
Fair enough.
Ooh, update from Jack on that truck. Jack sent me this picture.
Ah.
Apparently, this truck has gone through several owners as they pass through Starbase, and some of them have been friends of friends, which is how I heard this story. Old Park Services Ranger truck.
That's cool.
Oh, I want it. I want it.
That's cool.
I want it. I want it.
Taito.
I'm
That's
just
a
going to
friend.
reply to Jack. I want it. Cannot afford great success, but I do.
Is Brimo getting smaller? No, I'm just backing up. That's how perspective works.
Jack says that could be arranged. Yeah. No. No. Damn it. Oh, you gotta ruin my hopes and dreams.
This isn't really a rope no more, buddy. Chat, look at this.
Jack is very confused. Jack's really confused right now.
Look at this. Look at this dog.
Am I on the NSF Discord? Of course I am, Brendan.
You should still have this rope, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. New plan. We go to Das and tell him we need a second NSF truck at Starbase. Huh? Huh? Yeah? Maybe he'll go for it. Das will probably be like, I don't want that.
It's too nice for them to ruin. It's the truth.
It's what do you mean ruin? It's a beat up truck. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Trade Bluefus? Bluefus is not my truck. Or drive Bluefus down there and go get it. Ernock! Hey! You want a K10? You want a K?
done?
You want a K20? Or no, that's a C20. You want a C20? Ernock! No.
What are you doing? Why are you killing the rope? If you kill it, we can't play with it.
So we were talking about space news. Wife said no. Dang! This is my life. This is what I do off stream. You really want to know? Wife said no. Now it's tomorrow. What is that for Rocket Lab? Mission update. Our launch attempt is scheduled for tomorrow from Pad A at Launch Complex 1, 7 p.m. All right, let's do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Oh.
Sorry, did I interrupt your important news show with my dog?
I mean, a little. No, it's fine. Zonku, what's your last? Looks like EJ
Are
is
you gonna eat string? Sorry.
EJ's buying a bug. Zonku, what?
I don't think you should eat string, sir.
Was that your last? Yeah, okay.
Taito,
We're
I
just
think
gonna
it
have to
might
come
be
to
time to
California.
retire that rope. I think it might be time.
Wives are like the FAA.
Give me that rope! Give me that rope!
Your words, man, not mine.
Give me that rope!
Your words, dude, not mine.
Give me the rope!
My dog is just eating inanimate objects again. I mean, it's all inanimate, but you get what I'm trying to say. Oh, yeah, just, okay. Oh, you popped out over there now.
Titan, drop it!
Okay.
Drop it!
This is fine.
Drop it! Oh,
Workers or we strike. Okay.
can't eat that. I don't want him to eat it. Titan. Can I have it, please? Do you have any treats? Yes, you do. Give me some treats.
I really need the dog to get off of my second keyboard because, yep, no, okay. Yep. Okay. Titan is trying to use the keyboard, and that's not good for anyone. This is great. This is great.
Titan. There you go. Good boy. We're retiring the rope. Stay here. Get back. Get back.
Why are you... No! Looks like EJ's having a rough time. She left a dog in here. Would you ever want to build something for off-road adventures? I am going to eventually when I get around to it. The 97 is going to get four-wheel drive.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
81 months, my vans. Yeah, dude.
I had to get the toy. I had to retire the toy without him.
Okay, this was a space news segment, but can you? It's empty.
Taito, you want some crumbs?
It's just my water bottle. Whatever.
You know he's doing it on purpose, so. What?
Nothing. Boy.
Projects back, embrace, dog.
Dog.
Want some crumbs, buddy?
That's crazy, Hellfish. Yeah.
Okay. It's the Wife and Titan show now. Mon Dieu.
Dude, it's 9 o'clock. You were not, like, deep into space news.
Is that so?
I know.
Were you not watching the stream?
You start space news at 5. Okay, no, I was not watching the stream.
Were you watching another streamer?
No.
Yeah?
Actually.
Were you?
I was watching One Piece, if you have to know.
What's that?
The live action One Piece on Netflix.
I don't want to know. Anyway, that's all right. That's fine. Hey, your hair looks nice today. You look super cute. What do you mean, no? It looks beautiful.
The live action's pretty good, Chad.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I wasn't. We discussed a long time ago that you don't care if I don't watch the stream because it would be weird if I just sat there all day and watched you, which I agree.
Yeah, that would be a little strange.
Yeah.
That would be a little sussy baka.
Yeah, don't say that again.
She's going red in the face. See? Yes, we were very deep about the FAA.
You were deep about the FAA 4 hours ago.
No, we were not.
When I got back from dinner, you were into the FAA. Not dinner, the grocery store. Anyway.
It takes a long time to deal with the FAA. That's right. I got chat on my side now. Hi, Titan. Not a problem. Oh, brother. It's a good boy. It's a Tata boy. Elon tweeted an hour ago. Yeah, see? Elon, your favorite. Are you guys familiar with death stares? Very? Yeah.
You know,
I love you.
I love you. You know, when Prime's wife calls him on stream, you know what he does? He answers right away and he says, "Hello, beautiful wife. How can I help you?"
So you do watch other streamers?
Yeah. You knew that.
I knew it.
Just once it would be nice to be like, "Hello, beautiful wife. How can I help you?" No, you have to answer my phone call. You don't call me. You don't call me. Now this is weird. What?
No, hello, beautiful husband. How can I help you? All right, let's see how it is. Double standards. Double standards. You think you're a fighter, but your whole worldview collapses at the sight of a spider. See? 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 Who's the real winner here?
Do it again. I didn't know that's what you wanted.
See? Now I'm going to say that. Call me again. I didn't know that's what you wanted.
I love you.
Love you too. There's still more space, but I want to play workers, dudes.
Oh. I thought you were going to say I want to hang out with my beautiful wife.
No, why would I want to do that?
Taito, we know when we're not wanted anymore. Daddy hates us, and I guess we're just gonna leave now.
I love you.
I got mouthed.
Because I was trying to make chat think I was angry, but I still wanted you to know I loved you.
No, I'm not going to allow them to do that, because if they think you're angry, that's bad for me. It's bad for business.
No, it's funny.
It's not funny.
It's hilarious to me.
Will you please shut the door? Camilla, Camilla, shut the door. Love you. She's awesome, man. Love that woman. No joke. I'm just guaranteeing garage time. Yep. Yep. Hope the couch in the garage is comfortable. Oh, it's very comfortable. FAA double standard. Learning about rockets and relationships. Yeah, this is your one-stop shop for that. Marry that woman away. You already did. Nope. I already locked that down. I mean, okay. All right. In all seriousness. We know she doesn't watch the stream, so it's good. Did you hear? If you like automobiles, or you have a hobby that, you know, is usually something your spouse does not approve of, right? Like stamps or Legos or whatever. See what she said? You can't buy any more cars until it's a Volkswagen for me. Now, I will tell you, that is not the worst problem to have. Because of that first part of that statement. Can't buy any more cars until you buy a Beetle. So all we have to do is buy a Beetle, and we can buy whatever we want. See, that's not a bad problem to have. She never said it had to be a full-size Beetle. Does it have to be running? All my cars run. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, that's right, XJ. That's how it works. That's what, hey, I got it on video. We got that on tape. I got you on camera. Anyway, so when are you going back to California? When the date, when in the year on a day that ends in Y? What year? I've convinced Brimo that she needs a 1974 Volkswagen Super Beetle with the bigger motor in it. Just get her a new VW van. Pretty sure she doesn't want that. What makes the car a Beetle? Yeah, that's right. Okay, new plan. We get a car, and we get the badges that say Volkswagen Beetle on them. And then we put the Volkswagen Beetle badge on the side and be like, oh God, she's here. Workers' time. Face the wall, please. Rise for the Bakalaka Dakistani anthem. It's streaming live today.
It's streaming live today. Building dreams its own way. Bakalaka Dakastan's the plan. He's creating a new land. Clicks and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past. He will rise to lead the way. Bakalaka Dakastan every day. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dakastan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. EJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka Dakastan's they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. Ej's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dakastan's the creed.
Okay, we're back. All right, is she gone? VW Beetle badges on a gremlin. I like that. Good idea. No? Oh crap, she's still here.
Followers shout with all their might. FJ's vision shining bright. From the east through every coast. Bakalaka Dakistan they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. FJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. AJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalaka Dakistan is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed.
Hi. Stop it. Stop that. You stop this now. She gone? It is a banger. No? Well, Bree, we totally weren't talking about buying more cars in the time where you left the garage and turned on the stream. We totally weren't doing that. That is demonstrably and categorically and empirically and literally, because I read it in a book, false. KSP is free on Amazon Gaming. What the heck is Amazon Gaming? That's a thing? I had the stream running the whole time I walked back, so you do watch the stream. You do care! Through Twitch. Really? Interesting. It's Amazon's version of Steam. Okay. If you link your Amazon and your Twitch, you get free games every week, and KSP is one of them. Okay, so welcome to the Bakalakadakistani Republic. We are the greatest exporter of potassium. All other countries' potassium is not as good. That is our national anthem, and we make a great republic. But EJ, I already bought you a car. See, I see it. Yeah. Okay, where we last left off, guys, if you're wondering the updates for this, okay, so let me give an overview. If you don't know this game, this is Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. It is a city building game with a crappy Soviet motif, which is pretty funny. I think that's hilarious, to be honest with you. It's probably one of the best city builders I've ever played because it's really granular. It's a very difficult game to play, and that's why I like playing it. So, with that being said, if you're wondering where the updates are, I did get the bridges from the Albungholio Valley from Kovarud across to Kinavar, we got the bridges finished. And the tunnels are done. Except for those ones. I'm working on that. But we do have TBMs. And the TBMs are also, look at that. They're also working on the tunnels on this side. And if you notice, we've expanded our lines here to 4 lanes. And I've also added a master gravel filling area right here. Bridges? Jeff Bridges? Yeah, sure. The gravel is up and running. That's all fine and dandy. We got a fire station up here. And yeah, for some reason that aggregate storage is not loading, and I don't understand why it's not filling up. It says there's no source being sent, but we'll see. We'll see what's good on that front a little bit. We also have helicopters. I have my helicopter construction working on this whole area here, which is pretty rad. And we have track builders working here. We've now scaled up our capacity to 6 EDKs and 2 TBMs. I have 3 blue track builders here building out this railroad depot, and 3 red ones. We have Tucker, Tucker, Caboose, and Church, and then we have Donut, Griff, and Simmons. I don't know where Simmons is. He's around here somewhere. Is helicopter construction the fastest build method? Probably the fastest, Tibbet, but it's also the most expensive. Nice Utopia, great success. Simmons. How about one for 7,500? I don't have the cash to do that right now, dude. This is freaking sweet. Look at all this stuff that's going on. This is fantastic. We must have airport face the wall. Simmons, I want you to poison Griff's next meal. Oh, I'd do it too. I know you would, Simmons. Good man. The activity is exciting. You see all this, Jacobs? Isn't this great? Look at our money. That's pretty sweet. Wait a minute. Our exports are actually quite down. What's going on here? Let's go over to the master, the Al Oil Balak. Fuel was down this year. When are we pausing for the big designing? Pretty much by the end of this year. I want to get that last railroad construction stuff figured out over here, and then we'll start. It'll probably, be sooner rather than later. Do you think you'll get to the big design tonight? Yeah, maybe. Guys, so what I want to do is we have in my glorious Bakalaka Dakistani Republic, we have 3 really good builds, really good cities. This one over here is churning out highly educated people. That's the college town. It has some industrial export, but not a lot. The other 2 towns, Novogulin over here and Aribi over here, are oil export towns. They make tons of cash. That's why I have so much money, right? That 5.9 million in workers is a lot. That's a lot of cash. Well, actually, if I'm understanding how some of the later game mechanics work, that's actually not too incredibly high, but I did play the Bakalaka Dakistani anthem. RBMK, comrade. Maybe. But what we gotta do, right now, all 3 of these are kind of operating relatively independent of each other. And we gotta change that. I don't want it to be like that. I don't want them to run relatively independent of each other. We gotta connect them all together with highways and train tracks. And then what I want is a gigantic centralized distribution hub here in the center of the map, this big central valley right here where I have farming going on right now. That's what I want. That's what we're gonna do. And basically, we're gonna pause sometime this year in game. I'm gonna pause it and we're gonna design everything out. What we need to do is really, Jacobs, what I need to do is build out a construction depot out here somewhere. We need a big construction depot. Yeah, we're gonna need a big one. I'm not exactly sure where we should put it. Probably right here next to where the airport's gonna go. If you could see, I have a big, gigantic, flat piece of terrain right here where we're gonna end up putting the runway for my international Bakalaka Dakistani airport. A very nice, great success. Fly plane. Pausing, yeah, you know. It would probably be good to have that construction hub. Or just buy the NATO ship. Yeah, Booker, right? Yeah, that one NATO container ship. You should also build industrial complex. Yes, very nice. What I'm thinking over here by the airport is building out stuff associated with farms, because we got plenty of farmland over here. We should expand our farms around the airport and stuff. It'll end up looking like Schiphol in the Netherlands or something, only less green. But build out all the farmland here. And then we do have a patch right here of relatively not humid soil. I'm not sure if we can even grow there. Oh, we can. But it wouldn't be good as some of these other spots, like over here. Like, we really want to farm along the riverbank right there. Those are gonna give us really good yields. And frankly, where that town is, Al Supenladel, is also gonna give us really good yields, but I don't want to demolish all of it. We should relocate. Fly Baka Air. Fly Baka Air? Wait. That's awesome. I actually like it. That's great. What we really need to do is start buying construction equipment to be able to build a lot of stuff out here. Yeah, but I want to finish some of these projects here. I wonder how feasible a Venice-like city would be in this, focusing more on water transport. This is probably not the best map to do that, Ray, but you could do it. There are small ships that you can use to move around.
like very small rocks. We're also gonna need to make this deep. But yeah, what I want to do is finish up all the small projects that we have going on. I started building the railroad line out here. We should build another railroad depot over here and stock it with EDKs, but we can't really do that until we connect it into the main NATO depot. And then over here, my rail lines go to there. So here, there's no locks in the game, no. So right here is where one of my train tracks goes to. It goes from the big NATO border over there. Right? It goes to the center of the map. The other one stops right there. I need it to go around, and I need it to connect in here around those mountains. And then the other train track that we're building out to stops basically by my head right here. I need to get all three lines to converge, and we need a gigantic rail depot in the center. But I also want to make sure in the Central Valley right here that we don't put that stuff on fertile land. Because we want to farm too. We want to grow our own food. Now, yeah, there's a lot of good places to do that. Like, see this big stretch right here? That's where the runway's going to go. It's not on fertile land. None of it is. So that's a good spot for the runway. I'm not sure where we're going to end up putting the railroad depot. There's plenty of good spots, but eventually we're going to have to cover up some farmland. What I want to do over here, if you look at this big area right there, what I want to do is build a port. I want an inland port right here. That's why I started leveling the terrain there. I want ships to come down this like the Suez or the Panama Canal. And come in here and have a shipbuilding and a port in here, shipbuilding industry, a port in here, car building. We want all kinds of good stuff. What I want to do is design all that stuff out. Basically pause the game in 1980, design all that stuff out, get all the construction equipment down here first, design all that stuff out, stockpile all the resources for it while the game is paused, design it, hit play, stockpile all the resource for it, and then build it out. By 1985, I want a gigantic capital city here, which is what I'm going to do. We are going to do 5-year plan. 5-year plan, very nice. Unless it's the Ever Given. Oh, God. So I'm already starting to build out a main line from here because this refinery, I eventually want able to deliver oil basically anywhere on the map via train. You can level land while paused. Yes, exactly. Which is why we need to move, why I want to move the construction depots in and build out another Mutter. I basically want to build out one of these bad boys. This, a depot like this in the center of the map and stock it with all brand new equipment. And basically use that as our initial base of operations to get stuff done. Yeah, that's what I want. Well, that's what we're gonna do. I already have some trucks and some bulldozers out here. But yeah. We need to design something like that, and I need to design it in a spot that's not on fertile land. Problem is, fertile land is freaking everywhere. I was thinking probably right here. Right here next to the airport, and then just do farmland all up in here and have the farm have access to that. Once we build out that construction depot, I was thinking of moving basically as much of this town into this area right here and having spots for the highway and the train to go by, but still maintaining the town. Build out a planned city right here, and then from that planned city, have a food and an alcohol factory right here. Anything that we can use that grain for instead of just exporting the crops. And then instead of exporting crops, we export food with this spur line. Basically make the line go a little further, put a warehouse here and have a train distro or just this train pull from there and export food. And then once we get the big train depot all set together, we could build
resource distribution around everywhere, right? And we could just distribute food to the entire map. Why export crops when you export vodka? Yes, yes. That's all part of the 1980s plan. I want an industrial, mechanized society here. By the 90s, we'll be billionaires, friend. The big one right now, while these other projects, while the train projects and stuff are finishing, is because I have a highway that gets to here. We should start building out that new construction depot. And we should start building out the construction depot. Yeah, that's it. We should start doing that. But I want to go see the trains get built first. But yeah, that's probably what we should do. Comrade DJ, 10-year plan. Yes, very nice. Very nice 10-year. 10-year plan. I dare you to build the airport first and use planes to help transport materials to the center of the map. Alright. Let me finish up with this whole thing here, and then there are other things that we gotta finish up on the other side of the map. Earlier you were talking about fuel going bad. Back in 2011-2012, I was working on a fuels lab at Kadena Air Force Base. We were testing every fuel every month. Just for info, the base could hold if all the tanks were full They had 2 tanks of 5 million gallons go bad because the in-tank pumps were broken. There was no way to fix them. When I left in 2014, they were still dealing with the problem. Most of the fuel was JP8 and a little bit of JPTS. That sounds expensive. Oh. There's also crops fabric for the clothes. Yeah, Yannick. Yeah, we're gonna expand the farm like crazy, but yeah. It had to be a submerged pump. A lot of fuel pumps, Dr. Gnome, are submerged because they use the fuel as they could use the fuel as lubricant, or they use it to keep the pump cool. That's what cars do nowadays. Cars have the fuel pump, it's submerged, so it keeps it cool. That's awful, Ginger. Jay, is it possible that the conveyor for the gravel pit is close but not actually connected? I think so, Mutter. Either that or it's just not giving enough throughput. I want to wait to see what happens when these are filled up. I don't think it has the bandwidth to saturate 3 belts, but then again, it seems to be alternating between these belts, but who knows? Yep. Well, Violent, that fixes that problem. Yep. Yeah, no, maybe somebody suggested it and I said, okay, I'll do it, and then forgot like an idiot. I mean, that sounds like me. One belt would have been enough, but 3 looks way nicer. Yeah, that's why I did it, because I have the money to make it look cool. Not gonna lie to you, that's why I did it. I have the money to make it look sick. Look, the quarry has the 3 best gravel excavators. Oh yeah,
The fire station has fire trucks so good that they stick out the front. It's just a tank full of water. We even got a nice paved bus stop over here. It's fantastic. Also sounds like me, yeah. Hey, we ain't perfect, man. What do you want? We ain't perfect, man. What do you want? Okay, ignore the red signal. And you should be able to get back to where you need to. Oh, dude, we're almost done. We're almost tunneling out the other side. How does that crane work in the tunnel? Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, pal. Dude, with the TBMs, this gets done so damn fast. It's unreal. Should deploy a TBM now. Or no, it's gonna deploy that first. No, none. Lightish red, okay? Oh, I hope this guy's switching lanes. He is, but the other one's in the way. Hey. Yeah, you gotta back up. Oh, just barely had enough. Yeah, I thought it was gonna boop it. Yeah, me too. Good to know. I sent that guy. I had him ignore the red signal when the red signal was actually right. So that means it's good to know that my block signaling is working correctly. You ever played OpenTTD? No, but I know about that game. OpenTTD is pretty rad. Ooh, Yak 42 unlocked. The hell of a railway, sir. Definitely coming along, man. Dude, seeing them work in unison is just chef's kiss. Look at all this. Look at all these trains. I love trains. A little bit of gridlock on that intersection there. Los Angeles vibes. Yep, these trains are right. Wait. Oh no, that one can go. That one can ignore. This one cannot. I'm pretty sure that one's building that cross piece. Yes, he is. Da 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 da. Building is on fire. Fire stations across the street. Could you make 2 lanes go underground through the middle of the intersection so the trucks can turn? And what we could do for turning scenarios is do something like that. You can do exit ramps in this. You can't do elevated exit ramps. Why did you not build a train construction office at the edge of the city so they can walk to work? Because there's a highway in the way. I suppose we could make a tunnel that goes underneath and pops out over there. Yeah, if we wanted to do that. I just think that was one scenario here where we had an influx of vehicles from all the construction, though, guys. I'm pretty sure we don't need, it doesn't warrant an intersection like that. It's only concrete. All right. While those are doing their thing, let's go over to Nova Gulin, because there's a huge construction project going on over here. They're building out the television studio. Oh. Those got finished. Very nice. Another set of flats. Done. Great success. Very nice. And palm trees because tropical paradise. Look at all this happiness. Tropical happiness. Yes, very good. And then we're also building a huge hotel over there. How's the radio station? It's done. Dude, yeah, our happiness is excellent. It pumps hard bass to the people, yes. Hard bass. We do not have KGB just yet. I could put the KGB right here. Very nice. That's actually where I was planning on putting the secret police station. You know, probably somewhere right here. Put a couple parking lots in the back. Whatever. Just walk. Is it going to have big wall? No. We could make big wall. Make big wall. I actually like that idea. That's cool. We should do that. Let's go here. Let's get a fenced gate. Right there. And then we need... Dude, that's awesome. Yes, we've faint seen. You do not need to know what happens in here. What happens in KGB stays in KGB, am I right? Super secret squirrel police right next to the television headquarters. It's perfect. You can't make that up. With a sketchy security gate and parking lot in the background that you do not ask questions about. Do not ask a question. You know what? We need to put crappy fountain in place. Oh, not crappy enough. See, nice curve. He's nice for fountain. We need to add one more crappy fountain. Oh, no. We must... Ah! Super secret squirrel police headquarters. Very nice. Never mind the big wall from tower you'll be able to see in, but he's not problem. That's cool, man. It's gonna look awesome. Pretty rad. Not gonna lie, it's actually super cool. This whole city is pretty awesome. Nova Glenn came out really good. Kind of built it on a whim too, but it came out good. And the monuments are very... Can we put Spetsnaz barracks next door? Yes. These are not regular flats. They're nice flat. $4,500 people. That, I think that's the biggest city we have. Yeah, pretty sure that's the biggest city I've made in workers. This is the biggest one. It's a pretty big city, dude. How's the airport coming along? I have the runway right away paved out for the most, or planned out for the most part. I haven't worked on it, Jigsy. I want to finish these projects, and then once this project gets under control, so we can export via train, that's when we'll start forking over the cash and start building out a big construction depot in pretty much in this area right here, and then we'll build out the airport, and I'll build out a helicopter depot too next to it. From there, once we move Al Supin Ladle, we can expand the highway this way, and then have the highway cross and move up into the valley by Shada and Shellac to connect it in over there. We'll pause the game once we build out all that stuff though. I want that all done by the end of the year in game. What do the Spetsnaz buildings do? I don't think you can build a Spetsnaz building. It's the secret, please. Yes. I put another bus on the gravel labor line. You can't build military buildings in this game. Yeah, that's right. It's crazy how fast. Dude, it's crazy once we got that tunnel going, how fast this whole train... Dude, look at that. That's awesome. Dude, you can get pretty... This is pretty impressive, man. You can do some pretty cool stuff if you really know what you're doing. You're dangerous. You can be my wingman anytime. Well, crap, you can be my wingman. Look, we got Big Dog doing its thing. I'm gonna adopt all your cities in workers and resources and roleplay my planet's history, okay? Check out my gravel pit. Check out gravel. Hello? You ever heard of about the Cold War CIA project Acoustic Kitty? No, I've never heard about that, right? Start building that out. And then we're gonna need to connect the pipes. Here's the route. Check out my gravel pit. A mystery will unravel. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Apologies for missing the reference. Good call. Wu-Tang is forever, man. And they're also for the children. Looks like my block signaling is working, which is pretty cool. Unless you are planning to manually use a train to sell and distribute the gravel, that's not going to work well. The train distro office does not like it when you use a conveyor engine, in case you did not know that. Violent, I have no idea what you're talking about. No one said that this wasn't gonna work. Yeah, I've never heard anybody say that at all. I'm not 100% sure what you're getting at. I literally have this same setup, dude. Like, the distro will flash a warning, but it'll still work. For loading, it will work just fine. But yeah, conveyor engines break the deliveries. Conveyor engines? I'm not understanding. That it does not work well. Splitters, mergers, and overpasses. Yeah, okay. Can't see the storage. Oh, okay. There's a conveyor. Yeah, okay, I get it. We'd have to. Yeah. Okay, I understand. I'm trying to have trains. Hold up on that for a second. Hold off on those tunnels for a moment and just... Why are these just sitting at 95 and 93 respective? I don't understand. What are we doing? Bricks. Crap. Yeah, it's the supply. I get it. Yeah, let's focus on building one to two tunnels. Because, yeah, bricks. Is there a blue truck coming down the road with bricks anywhere? Yep. Time for a brick factory. Bricks need coal. Yeah, we probably should put it somewhere else in the future. Brick truck's almost here, though. Research program is finished. Happy times.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, it looks like we're gonna need another police station. Mont Blanc, tier 3, 34-month resub. Thanks, dude. Yeah, we need more, please. Have you looked at the score at all? I don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Patriots? That's not great, man. They suck. All right, Ray. Good night, buddy. There's, dude. Bro. The Jets. The Jets. They're awful. Oh, that's embarrassing. What's the score? It's 21-3. Comrade Field, football field. best I can do is basketball, sorry. As in the stadium? Oh yeah, you can make a city stadium. La 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 la, very nice, happy times. We will demolish the center of Old City and build stadium. What sports do Russians even play? Hockey? Hockey and soccer, gotta miss. And they play basketball too. It's on the game. Why you have to be mad? He's a nice guy. Ballet is big over there. Yep. Chess. Stuff like that. No baseball. Pretty sure you show Russian baseball game, they're just going to get confused. Volleyball in the summer is quite popular in Crimea. Yeah, that makes sense. Chess boxing. Yes, very nice. I don't think they have NASCAR, though. Nope. Window high dive, yes. Face the window, please. We're taking your picture. Korea, baseball is popular in Japan and Korea, dude. Yeah, hoping it go. Yeah, they do like racing over there too. Ooh. I have to. Gotta put this down so some of these folks can get food. And then we'll tap that into distro here because I noticed these people are out of range. Out of range of food and no sports. Just put another small bodega over here. Say it with me. Bodega. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Tomato. No, no. No. Yeah, whatever. Close enough. Alright, let's go check on the railroads. Potato. Eh, close enough. Be good. Well, I think we got enough bricks. I wish I could see what mats they had on board here, but always been my vans. Wrong, my vans. Okay, I'm pretty sure we don't need that road depot anymore. It's also doing nothing. Might be a good idea to start stockpiling bricks. Did you guys talk news of the day yet? Yeah, Cal, we did. For about 4 hours. We are out of bricks again. Yep. There they come. I'll have to go back and watch it later. It's a pretty good space news, pretty fun. Bricks are what's constraining me. I told them to build all these tunnels all at once and drain whatever bricks. We drained 98 tons of bricks. We have 4 flatbed trucks. Are all 4 of those trucks pulling bricks? Yes, they are. Holy crap. Should be another blue truck up here somewhere. Yep. EJ, can you take a train to go buy a lot of bricks? Yeah, we could with train distro. And if I attached aggregate storage into the train depot, dude, yeah. If I that's kind of what I want to do, Mutter, but I don't really have a good spot for it in this design. If I go here and we go there, see how that has tracks? We tell the distro to take care of it, right? We could put a bunch of aggregate storage somewhere. And then we could just fill up everything locally, which is a good idea, but I don't... Yeah. I didn't really think that one through. I didn't have the foresight because of inexperience. Bricks is aggregate? No, I said it wrong. I'm just getting tired. No, it's not. I just said it wrong because I'm getting tired. I could probably fit a couple in here, Mutter, and then split it off that track and have the track go across here. And we could have it loop in, and it technically could be wide to the distro if I got rid of that road. Yeah, Stuart, yeah, you really have, that's why I want to pause and plan everything out. We're probably going to do that the next stream, but gravel is all good to go. Yep, I see what you guys are saying. Violent, what you're saying, yeah, it doesn't really understand. No power? Is this more complex than Skylines? Artusis, this makes Skylines look like SimCity 5. Yeah, this is the hardest game to play. This is the hardest game that I've played. Probably since SC4. Hardest city simulator. It's incredibly difficult. It scratches the challenge itch, man. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta find a good spot where we could put gigantic aggregate storage. The other thing we could do is just drop an aggregate storage here and have another distro that's just designed to move bricks, and then this one just pulls those bricks. But yeah, guys, it's only while we make the tunnels, dudes. They'll have the bricks. Why did you assign that one to that? I keep saying aggregate storage. It's open storage. Thank you. Sorry. It's not aggregate storage. This thing's gonna start building the rails here. It's gonna go into the tunnel. Or not. Sorry. Start over. See, he has rails. No, it's just... Could you line up open storage depots as a siding between the depot and the tunnels? There's not really enough space, dude. Those open storages are Yeah, we could, but there's... With how the signaling works, this is all very tight. The better place would be to put them over here. But if I put them over here, so what? Like, it's just gonna be a pain to get the bricks to the thing anyway. I gotta find a better place for this. Also, I need wind power to power those 3 things because they're off the grid. Yep, see? Oh, there it goes. He went in. Hydrate. I'm out of water. I did the I didn't see nothing. I didn't see anything. No, that's working just fine. Surely. Actually, you know what? You know, you're gonna dream about it. Artusis, you actually reminded me. You the train faces through underground pipe? Nuclear power plant. I had a dream that I put a nuclear power plant in Kosask. Right here. Put an NPP right on this peninsula. I had a dream that we did that. You actually reminded me. I forgot to tell you guys that. Yeah, I had a dream we put a nuclear power plant right here. We leveled this all out, put the cooling towers and everything, and yeah. It's actually a good idea. Nuclear power plants would be by the water. Most NPPs are, because the cooling, you need to put it by water, especially like the ocean. Good place to put it. So are you going to? We're going up the nuclear tech tree right now, Mutter. So, yeah. Probably. The channel where dreams become reality. I'm wondering why our income is so low over here. What's going on? We're not producing as much oil. Why? Oh, I know what's going on. All my labor is building these. Construction labor that would be normally going to the refinery. Okay. Oof. Big oof. Wait, why are you parked down here? Just... Oh, the bus needed to be repaired. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, all right, no, we're good. 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 Wait. Signed the wrong depot like an idiot. Lovely. You know Bob Procris, the NASCAR reporter. Name rings a bell, yeah? The tunnel's finished. Oh, dude! They started building the track. He's out there living his best life. Nice. I'm about to drop the hammer and lay down some indiscriminate construction materials. Hello, distro. Yes? Naturally. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm telling this depot over here to not pull gravel from the border anymore. Pull it from right here. It's part of the reason why we set this whole thing up. I'm kind of bummed that I missed the guy popping out of the tunnel. That's okay. Just pop out over there, man. There's a little lip at the end of the damn tunnel. Whatever, it's fine. Girl, I'm good. Oh, dude, that's actually pretty awesome. Man, when you have helicopters and trucks and everything at your disposal, this stuff gets done real fast. I should run some plumbing over there for these folks, but later. Are we there yet? No. Build. I just wish the trains were slightly smarter. It's all about how good you are at lock signaling stuff, but yeah. There we go. All powered. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's only picking up small trace amounts of gravel through all this. So we should have put another buffer aggregate storage here, but it's okay. How's wind supposed to get into that valley? It blows off of this ridge, it gets slight flow separation, and it goes right into the wind turbine. Science, bro. Just make that. Instead of dispatching them out that way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Because it's sending them out there and they're going around the loop and then coming back. Just one more lane, Daitor. Just one more lane. What about the pull? Your tail rotor, it's fine. I'm sorry, I really just like watching the trains do their thing. That's really cool. I hope I'll be able to sleep now. Speaking of flow separation, you have me thinking, Flight Sim 2024 videos have started to come out. Very impressive. Yeah. Cool. When model train setup stream. This is good enough. This scratches the itch. It's a training montage. I guess it's counting prefabricated panels for my railroad ties. Interestingly enough. I've set up train sets. This is so not enough. Oh, it's so close to being finished. I'm not gonna lie to you, that's extremely satisfying. Was trying to hold until you got your lines merged up, but I'll catch you later. Go right to the station. Rhythm with the tism moment. Yeah. Rhythm with the tism. What's up, Bright Sky? Just curious, why do you set up your railroad support buildings perpendicular to tracks and not parallel, and utilize the railway connections on both ends instead of the Y? Just found that this way works better with the logic. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. Probably would have been better to take this and put it right here. But what are we gonna do? I suppose it really doesn't matter, Andrew. Yeah, you could do it either way.
Oh, yep. That means I done goofed. It got rid of it. Whoops. What do you mean question mark? What are you, confused? Thoughts on a 600,000 mile 15-year warranty? Feel that would shift the mindset of EVs. That's pretty good, man. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. Gotta stop exports for a second. So we can build this up so nothing here runs out of gas. A 600,000 mile warranty would crater sales for an EV manufacturer, though, wouldn't it? If you can't just replace everything within 10 to 20 years, you have no reason to buy a new one. I think Tesla is trying to offset that with, like, subscription services for, like, full self-driving. You know, BMW is trying to cope with something like that by offering, like, trying to, like, oh, you give you a subscription for your heated seats, right? Like, but I think Tesla has it right in that regard. BMW got bullied into not doing that. Good, man. They should be rightfully shamed for that. That was disgusting. It's disgusting. Like, I will not be fear of missing out by my car. Yeah. I wish we could do that. Doesn't like it though. Kind of get away with it, but it's kind of gross. Then again, Ford wants to show ads in car. Snitch on you. Yeah, they can't say they're getting any cool points from me. I do believe that that's only for law enforcement cars, dude. That's what I was reading. Planned obsolescence is crap practice. Not really sure I care for the idea. I don't... Planned obsolescence is gross, dude. Seriously. It's disgusting. And we allow that behavior. I don't like that. If I was gonna get into the car business, I'd try to build something right. Build it right. And if you build it right, people will come back. People will buy a new one. Because you should inherently make the thing better every time you build a new one. That's why they built new cars in the first place, because this one has disc brakes, not drum brakes, right? Like, that was the whole idea. Build a better freaking car. And then we decided we didn't want to build a better car, we just wanted to build the same car. And we wanted to build the car faster or some stupid nonsense. Yeah, you want to build a car, innovate, but yeah. Remember, Henry Ford never wanted to stop building the Model T. Just, if you build something right, you build it correctly, and you build it to last, people will buy it. Growth be frigging damned. It will grow. Your company will grow. If it does have a problem, you pay with producing the damn parts and servicing the car. Simple as that. Or you just sell the parts wholesale to consumers that want to fix it themselves. Weird concept. The Volkswagen Beetle sold for an eternity. Ford Rangers, Ford Crown Vics, Volvo 240s, guys. Mini Cooper. Mini Coopers. The original Minis are kind of a piece of junk, but you get the idea. How about BMW 3 Series, the E30s? Great cars, simple. You could have made that for another 20 years, and people would have been fine with it. Hilux. Look at just pickup trucks, dude. Like, pickup trucks didn't change from the 50s basically until the 90s. There's a really good reason for that, because they do a good job. Scania sells engines without particulate filters in the US because the regulations are so far behind. Hey, we need stuff that does work, Sig, remember? Sounds like US big rigs, those things are so ancient and don't even have 80s tech in them. Tara, I've noticed that Sig really likes to talk a lot about the United States, like he knows about the United States, but in reality, Sig knows nothing about this place. Like, probably something that he read on Reddit or something about it. He really, really likes to, like, your trucks are 80s tech. No, they're not, but alright. You know, yeah, just, you don't need to make anything different, just make a good car. I wonder how the TV headquarters is doing. Like, I don't know how you speak with such certainty, Sig, about stuff you know nothing about. It's very interesting. Very interesting behavior. We were negative. Why are my oil exports not... Oh, that's right. I have the tanks closed up. Oh, the refinery needs to be reconstructed.
Every car company in the USA is bankrupt at least once because they made good, reliable cars. That's how market economy works. I don't ever recall Ford getting bankrupt. I don't recall Ford ever going bankrupt. Ever. They've taken loans from the government, but they've never gone bankrupt. GM and Chrysler have. That's why I don't like GM and Chrysler. Ford's never gone bankrupt. What are you talking about? Because they, you know, Ford makes a car that people want. That's why I like them. Know what I'm saying? Ford. Go, baby, go. Fords are actually. I mean, Ford's decision. Just curious. Oh no, that was already in the chat. Ford makes pretty good stuff, but I'll be honest. Their decision to not make cars anymore is really stupid, and they're foolish for giving up that market share. Yeah, there, I said it. Yeah, right, yeah, I know, exactly. Ford did go bankrupt, but it was in 1901. I would argue that that's Cadillac. Cadillac has gone bankrupt. Cadillac went bankrupt in 1901. Ford isn't going to make cars anymore. Ford hasn't made cars in the United States for the North American market since 2020, with the exception of the Mustang, Nader. Fusion, Focus, yeah, the Fusion, the Focus, the Fiesta. Nope. They decided, no, we're not going to do that anymore. Only Mustangs. The 500, and Ford made great cars, dude. The Mondeo, it's the Mondeo. It's a great design. They still make pickups, yeah. Apparently, they're actually going to bring a 4-door Mustang sedan to market. Just bring back the Falcon if you're gonna make a 4-door Mustang. That's what the Mustang was. It was a 2-door Falcon. Hello? Just bring back the Falcon. The Falcon is a 4-door Mustang. That's what that is. That's what that was historically. You're not gonna go wrong with a car named Falcon. That's a cool name. Ugh. The Falcon name won't sell. Of course it will. It's Falcon. That's ridiculous. That won't have my brand recognition. Hey, Tara, did you do that thing you asked me the other day? You did that thing, yeah? You do that thing for the guy? You talk to the guy? You know what I'm talking about? That I texted you? Yes. Ah, that's cool, man. Right on. Good deal. You had already done it. There. Prefabricated panels and lots of steel. Yeah, the productivity is down because of the wear and tear. Does Ford still make the Taurus? No, they stopped. No, they don't make the Taurus Police Interceptor. They make Ford Explorer ST Police Interceptors, which is... Sure. Just... Dude. Damn Phaser, Slackster, yeah. Yep. Hey, Karavek. I hope you like the pics I posted in Discord for my trip to Sandtown 500 over the weekend. Dude, I did. Yeah, those were awesome. In particular, I love the learner's place on the Cobra. As my opinion, be letting a learning driver behind the wheel. It had a permit. It had a P plate on it, Karavek. Not right. Yeah, you guys call it an L plate? Oh, God. That's not right at all, dude. That's awful. "9C1 Caprice, Hank." Yeah, I could get down on that. It's a good idea. Yeah, productivity's in the toilet because the building has some high wear and tear. It's gonna take some time to reconstruct it. In the meantime, my exports are gonna take a dump. It's alright. Yeah, look at that. All my crude oil is filled because the refinery took a huge productivity hit. A lot of wear and tear on the building. I would like to build a Marauder with a dual overcam 427 camera. Kind of cool. Got enough bricks? Good, resume construction on this stuff.
Did that Galaxy video sufficiently wake you up this morning?
I mean, I was already awake. I watch everything that everyone's linked me right in the morning, dude. Don't have enough bricks. Have we figured out how to do cold fusion or any other near side power generation yet? Cozy, the big thing is actually not necessarily fusion, but compact nuclear reactors. We figured nuclear reactor miniaturization is like the big one. When you had those in centuries for subs, or like a half century in subs and aircraft carriers. No, Sig, you have not. We have those, remember? There. Hell no, I shan't with your ass. No way. Share. No, it's ours. You can't have any. What a strange looking plane that is, Hank. Jeez. Could always sell them one for like 20 billion. Yeah. There. We have an output for bitumen, output for crude, output for bitumen, output for fuel, input for crude. Oh no, Nissan executive wants an electrified Silvia that could battle the GR86 BRZ and Miata. When will they get it, dude? They just don't get it. Like, that gonna need a pump? Or will this pump right in? Oh. I don't know. You know what? I didn't like that design anyway. It would be better if we just kind of went right at it. Loading stations can push and pull. Good. Cool. How much train tracks have gotten done? Wow. That's a lot of train tracks. I was playing Stationeers. I tried to collect gas from a furnace and blew up your base. That happens. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Nope, that's actually where I want that to be. These are bi-directional blocks here throughout the main depot area, but everywhere else on the tracks I'd prefer directional. Play it? No, no, no. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, we need another prison somewhere.